Your free quote. Quote and compare in about 8 minutes. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
All right, well, welcome everyone to the World Series of Poker and the Progressive.com ESPN 360 pregame show. I'm Nick Eber, alongside professional poker player and member of Team Bodog, Justin Bonomo. Justin, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me again, Nick.
Well, always a pleasure. Well, we're going to be bringing you live play-by-play of this event, but before we do, of course, the pregame show, we like to set it all up, and Ali Najad not here right now, so we will have to do the honors in place of Ali, and although neither one of us is an adequate fill-in for the great Ali Jihad Najad, we will do the best we can. So let's take a look at the event we're going to be covering today. It is a mixed event, Event 41, the $1,500 mixed hold'em. That's hold'em, limit hold'em, and then no limit hold'em, half an hour each level. 731 players entered. Prize pool $997,000. You can see it right there. The defending champ was Fred Goldberg, $204,000 he won, but surprisingly enough, only 620 players played last year. This year we have 731 players playing. Let's take a look at the payouts. Here's what they are playing for. And you can see first place $219,000, second $140,000, and so on and so forth down to ninth place. Now, what's interesting to me about this, Justin, a little like yesterday, and you weren't in the booth for the event yesterday, but a very heavily slanted payout to the top two places.
Yeah, that's pretty standard in most of the events this year, especially in the ones like the 10K heads up, for example. They paid a lot more than the standard 10%. So you have a lot of like really small payouts, and then they juice it up again the final few spots.
Well, we have 9 players at the table for this event, for this final table. Some you may have heard of, others no doubt you will not have heard of. So let's take a look at the players that are going to be competing for the bracelet today. In seat number 1, well, we have Chris Rentz from Kinnegad, Ireland. 132,000 chips, 25-year-old sales manager. He's hoping to make this his second cash of the World Series. He's played 5 tournaments in all. He's a golfer, spends lots of time with his family, and family in the horticulture business. That doesn't mean they're haughty. That means they're into growing things. All right, let's go to seat number 2. We have Michael Chu from LA, California, 264,000 in chips. He is a trader who won a bracelet last year in the $1,000 buy-in with rebuys. Another one of the big field events from last year. Michael Chu came out on top. Let's go to seat number 3. We have Alex Jalali, born in Tehran, currently living in Bochum, Germany. He's a physician. He's got about $900,000 in career earnings. Won the Masters Classic of Poker in 2006. He is a single gentleman, a physician, and says if he wins, he's going to open his own clinic. Alex Jalali in seat 3. Seat 4, we've got Nick Binger. Now, you may have heard of this guy and his brother. They look very similar. Nick, born in Florida, currently living in Vegas, a professional poker player, 26 years old, 22 cashes to his name, 6 final tables this year, and I think all in all, he's made, 2 World Series final tables? Is that right in the last couple of years? I may be wrong. I'm just, just pulled that number.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I think that's what I read, Justin. But he is a professional poker player, very well respected, both he and his brother. His brother, of course, finishing 3rd in the Jamie Gold year, which is year before last here at the World Series main event.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm a big Binger fan. I'm very good friends with Michael. They're both brilliant guys, both great poker players, and you couldn't meet nicer people either.
Well, Nick Binger is currently 339,000 in chips. Seat number 4. Let's go to seat number 5. And we have from Dayton, Ohio, David Mikowski. He's a business owner, 42 years old, married. Came 3rd in the money at the World Series of Poker out of 10 tournaments that he's played. He's won lots of local tournaments and online players. He qualified and played in Macau last November. A business owner and with 2, as we mentioned, 2 World Series cashes, and has married with 2 daughters. Let's go to the next seat. Here we go. Jonathan Tamayo in seat 6, 238,000 in chips, a 22-year-old student. He came 6th in the Stars Sunday Millions not too long ago, so that's not too bad. And he went to Cornell, studied hotel management, and is currently well, unemployed. Maybe that's what happens when you study hotel management. He is living in Humble, Texas, and born in Houston, Texas. Let's go seat 7. Originally from Stockholm, Sweden, currently living in London, England. We're looking at Mats Gavertin, who won the EPT Dublin event, actually. It was his big claim to fame in 2005. He has 3 previous World Series cashes, and he's a professional poker player who notes, by the way, that he's very strong muscle-wise. And I wonder if that means he's going to muscle his way around the table, Justin.
I don't know, but I'm glad we know. I don't know how we could commentate on this final table without that piece of information.
It's critical information for me, anyway. Let's go to seat 7. Excuse me, seat 8. We were at seat 7. Yes, Frank Gehry from Fort Myers, Florida. Lots of lots of players coming through Fort Myers, Florida, by the way, Justin.
Really?
There's the Hard Rock down there, right? And I know because of the lack of cash games in that area, a lot of small buy-in tournament players have come out of Fort Myers. He's single with no children. This is his second year in the World Series. Second cash, first final table. He's a retired software engineer, and at 42-year-old, I wonder how he gets to retire, and I have to stay working. Seat number 9, our final seat, David Sorga from Toronto, Ontario, which, in case you didn't know, is Canada. However, he was born in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. He is a president and CEO. He's married with 2 children. He's 34 years old. This is his first time ever playing a World Series of Poker event, and he has made the final table, so he's done very well. Let's take a look at where they stand coming into this final table, and you can get an idea. Really no standout chip leader at this point. Mats Gavertin, 405,000. Nick Binger, 339. Frank Gehry, 332. Michael Chu, and so on and so forth. And Justin, for my money, I mean, I've got to go with Binger or Chu as my 2 favorites for this table.
You didn't mention the chip leader, Mats, but even despite that, I got to go with Nick Binger. Very strong poker player. Even without the chip lead, I really like his chances of winning this.
Right.
But the chip counts are so close, it's really anyone's game.
It is indeed. We're going to get an update for you on the levels. And we are going to come back here in just a second with the live action from Center Court. In the meantime, we've got loads of poker coming up for you here on ESPN, ESPN 360. Be sure to check us out. Here's what's coming up on ESPN 360. We've got Event 42, the Seniors No Limit Hold'em event. Always good to see the old guys. Lots of Viagra Depends and empty colostomy bags. June 26th, the 1500 PLO split. June 27th, the $1,000 No Limit Hold'em with rebuys. 28th, the 5K No Limit six-handed. The 30th, the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em. And the July 2nd, the $1,500 Limit Hold'em shootout. And I want to say there's one more event we're doing after that on 360, and then we will hand it over to the main event, and we're going to rock and roll with some World Series of Poker main event, which is really the event everyone looks forward to. But I will say this, there are loads of other great events. I mean, lots of championship. The 10K PLO is a big event. We did the 10K limit earlier on, which is also a big event. These $10,000 buy-in championship events here at the World Series of Poker, Justin, are huge.
Yeah, I've played a lot of them, and the competition's been really tough this year since they upped the buy-in. There's a much higher ratio of pros to amateurs in all these bigger buy-in events.
All right, well, we're going to step away for just a second and come back with live play-by-play from Center Court. Don't go anywhere. Live action just around the corner here on ESPN 360.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Let's double up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by Doyle'sRoom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
All right, well, welcome back to the World Series of Poker. Nick Eber here alongside Justin Bonomo. Great. So glad that you stayed with us here on ESPN for more live poker coming your way. The event today, Event 41, it is the mixed Hold'em event, the $1,500 buy-in. That is a limit, no limit. Now, Justin, half an hour for each game, correct?
Yep. And it's a pretty interesting dynamic because they don't always balance out perfectly. I made the final table in one of these events earlier in the series, and what happened was the limit stakes were so much bigger than the no-limit stakes. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't even know what the no-limit blinds are going to. But it seems like the stacks are pretty decent. There should be a good amount in play in both the formats.
Well, we will find out. Let's go down to center court where action is set to begin. This is, once again, the mixed event, limit, no limit. And there you see center court where dreams are made, hearts are broken, but no one comes out empty in the wallet. And Binger on the button, and Mikowski and small blind, Tamayo the big blind, action to Gavitin. Me, Gary. There we go. Jalali. You're looking at Tamayo, and to Tamayo's left is Gavitin. Tamayo will call 5,000. Gavitin checks. We have a flop, deuce, 10 queen. Tamayo bets. Trying to catch up with the action here, folks, as we get set here. This is hand one of the final table. Nick Eber alongside Justin Bonomo. It takes us a second to get checked with our action here.
Frank does make the call. Still heads up.
This is Frank Gary, actually. This. Tray of hearts on the turn. This is Gary and Tamayo in this pot together. It's a tray 10 queen tray. 3 hearts. Once again, ignore the Gavitin. It is in fact Gary. Gary will call. We get a jack of spades. Tamayo first act. You will bet. And he gets called. Now, Tamayo will win the pot here with kings and jacks.
It's always really nice for your momentum to win the first pot at the final table. Certainly helps with the confidence if you're feeling nervous at all at the final table.
Jonathan Tamayo from Humble, Texas, where people are very humble. And he is the hotel management graduate. And I believe I just got chastised for hotel managers. But I'm just joking about that. I have a history degree in Roman history, and that is about as useless as you can get. Unless you want to be a South American dictator, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a degree myself, so I can't really talk about much, but I was a math major for my one semester in college.
2 bits.
Jonathan Tamayo says if he wins a bracelet, he's going to, well, chill for 2 years.
I'm surprised there was no raise on the last hand before the flop. I'm not sure if we got the action right, but...
I don't think we did, and we will get the action right from now on. The Shalali in C3, so moving along here nicely. But nothing happened on that hand. Now the button is with Gavitin. Gary in the small blind. Sorga the big. Rent first to act. Chris Rent from Dublin. I'm trying to get the pronunciation of his name here. Currently living in Kinnegad. Okay, we're apparently missing that one as well. David Mikowski first to act. Chris DeMaio folds.
2 bits.
Michael raises. Alex folds.
3 bits.
Nick makes it 3 bets for a total of 30,000. Action is over to David.
To Tamayo will fold.
David folds.
As will Gavitin. Actually now to Gary folds.
Michael makes the call. We will be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop.
So we're heads up to the flop, 2 players. And it's ace, 6, 10, 2 clubs.
Nick has made the strong play before the flop here of re-raising. In limit hold'em, it's generally better to re-raise if you're going to play a hand rather than just call a raise.
Nick will call. It's 5,000, 10,000. It's 8 of clubs.
Michael bets.
Michael Chu bets. Binger will call. 115,000 in the pot here. And the river card comes at 4 of clubs. Chu will check, and action now to Binger, who will bet. And Chu doesn't look happy at all. 4 clubs on the board right now. Ace, 6, 8, 4, all clubs. A 10 of diamonds to go with them. But at this point, Justin, you're representing a club of some sorts. And
yeah, it looks a lot like Chu had a decent-sized ace to start the hand, and, you know, with the check raise on the flop and then the continuation bet on the turn. But obviously he must not have a club in his hand if he's thinking so long on this river. And he's just wondering if Nick Binger is betting because he has the club or he's betting because he sensed weakness.
Right. But if he doesn't have a club, it's a heck of a gamble with just an ace.
That's true, but since it is limit hold'em, there's so much money in the pot, and you only have to call, you know, 1 more bet. He's not facing it all in.
I don't get that either. 20 to win 155,000.
Yeah.
Seems like he's being priced into that call, right?
Yeah, I mean, if there's even a really small chance that he's bluffing, you have to call there.
Right. Jack of clubs for Nick Binger, so probably a good laydown by Chu.
Yeah, and I think Nick is a very smart player. I think he's consciously showing that Jack of clubs. I think he realizes that he's going to be playing a lot more pots than the other players at the table, so he kind of wants their respect, kind of wants them to stay out of his way.
And they can see the chip count with that. Nick Binger will move up a position, as will Frank Gary, Jalali, and Mikowski. Michael Chu will drop down 3 positions, and Max Gavitin will drop 1 off the leader.
Michael folds. Alex lays it down. Nick folds. David folds.
2 bits.
Jonathan raises, makes it 2 bets.
2 bets here.
Folds for the button.
So Gavitin folds.
Small blind down.
And now to Sorga. David Sorga, originally from Belgrade, now living in Ontario, Canada. And we'll see a flop. And the flop comes. It's Jack Ace 10 Hope you're enjoying our broadcast, folks, and our enhanced statistics from ESPN 360. And
I certainly am. We didn't have any of this stuff last year when I did the commentary.
I'm going to raise Sorga. And it's a deuce of hearts. David Tamayo will bet 20,000. Pardon me, David Sorga, excuse me. Jonathan Tamayo calls. And the river card comes. It's a 7 of diamonds. Sorga checks now to Tamayo. And Jonathan bets. You're looking at David Sorga.
I'd be very shocked if Tamayo didn't have the best hand here. You can't really expect his opponent to fold after putting in so much money and putting on so much pressure.
165,000 in the pot, and the pot call is made.
I expect Tamayo to have the best hand here.
Is it? Right. Yeah. Good call. Ace 4 for Tamayo will win the pot, and a net gain of 85,000 chips for Tamayo, who is our new chip leader. Justin, it seems to me that we're at 5,000, 10,000 in the limits section, with the betting limit 1020, obviously, that we've got a lot of short stacks at this table.
Yeah, it's actually pretty standard in both limit tournaments and half tournaments to have the average stack somewhere around, the 13 big bet region. And, with so many players above that, it's actually pretty standard how the chip counts are.
Oh, okay. It just seems to me that these guys can find themselves pot committed, particularly on the limit rounds, pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's pretty much the nature of limit tournaments.
We're on action now to Frank Gary on the button. He will call, choose raise. Action now to Sorga, David Sorga in the small blind. And you can see him there to the left. And David Sorga will fold. And next up is the Irishman, Chris Rent. And he will fold. And we're heads up. Gary and Chu. Supposed to say bless you. 4, 6 tray, 2 clubs. Michael Chu bets, and Frank will fold, and Chu will win a pot. 535,000 net gain for Chu.
So as the poker player watching this hand, there's two things that I noticed. One, Gary didn't re-raise before the flop, which is often the sign of an inexperienced limit player. This isn't always true, but generally it's not a good idea to just call raises before the flop. Secondly, on a very non-scary flop like that, you'd expect him to have at least 2 overcards, and it's generally correct to call one more bet. And I got to be surprised that Gary just gave it up on the flop without even seeing a cheap turn card.
Action continues now to Gary folds. Action now to Sorga. So now it's battle of the blinds, and Chris Rent will raise. Will get called by Chu. So we have the Irishman and the Californian. 6, 7, 5, 5, 6, 7, 2 hearts. Chu bets, Rent folds, and Chris Rent will win the pot with a net gain of 20,000 chips. So the beat goes on. We continue hand 7 now. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we are. You can see it there on the scroller.
Wow, 538,000 for Tamayo. Interesting. I mean, there haven't been any huge pots, but in just a couple of small limit pots, he's really increased the stack by a lot.
We're going to see the flop, and it's an ace-6-8-9, excuse me, ace-6-9, and as we go along, you'll realize just how bad my eyesight is. Jalali bets, and Chris Rent raises. I'm looking at Jalali, who folds, and Rents will win the pot.
It seems like Jalali was kind of just taking a stab at that flop, leading out at the pre-flop raise, or just kind of trying to figure out where he was. And I think once he sees the raise, he kind of assumes he's up against the ace.
Well, Jalali, the doctor, originally born in Tehran, now living in Bochum, Germany. He says if he wins, he'll open his own clinic. It certainly isn't a clinic of good dressing. Mikowski first to act. He will fold. Tamayo will fold. Gaviton will fold. Gary folds. Action now to Sorga, who's folded. Chris Rent is folded. Chu's folded. Now Jalali and Binga. Jalali looks like that's
he raised it.
A raise, and Binga will call.
Alex raises from the small. Nick calls. We'll be heading up to the flop. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is
It's ace deuce, ace tray 4.
Alex bets. Nick raises.
Alex Jalali bets. Binga raises. It's now 10,000 to call for Jalali, who had only 204,000 coming in. So his chips behind has to be probably around the 170 mark at this point, and a 10,000 call. It may be meaningful, may not be. He's going to decline though, and Nick Binga will win the pot.
It's kind of an interesting raise from Binger there. You'd assume if he had an ace in his hand, he would put a re-raise in pre-flop since he's only against a small blind. It's possible he could have had a heart draw or maybe just a 3 or a 4. And, you know, the ace isn't completely out of the question there either. Nick is certainly a strong player, so there's a lot of hands he could have had there. It's interesting to see how, basically so far, we've seen pretty tight and solid play. It looks like the players aren't really interested in getting into many confrontations, which, especially when the chip counts are this close, they're probably hoping to see other players bust and, you know, their payouts go up, obviously.
Gaviton folds now. Gary folds. Action now to Rents. Fold. Chu folds now to Jalali, who will bet. He does raise on the button. Binga folds now to Mikowski in the big blind. It's only one more bet though for Mikowski to call this, but he will fold, and Jalali will win the pot with a little button play.
Yeah, it's certainly very tight play we've been seeing so far. We've only seen one raise from early position this whole time.
Allow me to say dull.
Well, we'll see how it develops. I mean, we already have one short stack, which should make the no limit very interesting.
As I said, dull. When we switch to no limit, it'll be 3,000, 6,000 the blinds. We should see some action.
Yeah, especially with one stack at 50K, and there's a couple of big stacks that can put pressure on the smaller stacks. It should get a lot more interesting.
Yeah, Sorga with 50,000 from Belgrade, born in Belgrade, living in Toronto. He's married with 2 children and is a president and CEO. We do have a raise, though. Chu is raised to Nick Binga, who will make the call on the button. Mikowski will fold, and Tamayo will fold in the big blind. And so we'll have Binga and Chu, bless you, together here for this flop. And it's a 5-7 jack. 2 diamonds and a club, and Chu will reach for chips and will bet. And he's betting, looks like it's 10,000, and Binga will call. And it's a 9 of spades. Chu checks, Binga bets, and that would be a 20,000 chip bet, right? That's the level, right?
Of course, the limit, you don't actually have a choice as to how much you bet.
Structured betting, and Michael will call. Keep that in mind, folks. If you're not familiar with poker, this is limit hold'em at this point. Queen of Hearts, the first bet has to be 20,000, which it is from Binga. Now, Nick.
Before the flop and on the flop, you have bets of 10,000, and then on the turn and river, you have bets of 20,000 in limit.
So it is officially a 5 and 10K blind, but the betting limits, the structure is 10-20. So it's important to remember that if you're at home, maybe you don't play much limit or don't see much limit. Here's where we are on the leaderboard. As you can see, Mikowski, Rentz, and Jalali are up, and Chu continues his downward spiral, sitting right above David Sorga. Those are our 2 short stacks, and Tamayo, Binga, Gavitin, our top 3.
I'd like 382.
I actually enjoy watching limit hold'em. I've done 2 complete limit hold'em events here, and I really enjoyed both of them. We get a lot of lead changes. Pots built very quickly in limit hold'em. You see a lot of showdowns on limit. Unlike yesterday, which was another great event we brought you, the $1,500 no limit yesterday. But in yesterday's event, we had so many pots being built and swinging without ever getting to a flop even. All sorts of pre-flop betting action.
Yeah, people always ask me if I get bored playing limit because you can't move all in, you can't make big bets. But it's the opposite. You get to raise so much. And, you know, just with a hand that you're raising for value, just like one pair, you'll often put in 3 or 4 raises with that hand. And to me, I think limit is a much more of an action game.
Oh, both a lot of fun. The high-low games I'll pass on, but I do enjoy limit and no limit. Bingham will check. Mikowski will reach for some chips. And once again, it'll have to be 20,000. 20,000 after the turn.
Well, looking at Mikowski's body language, you can tell he's not very comfortable at this final table. You can tell he's very nervous. Where Nick is the opposite. He's got, you know, really strong position. You can tell he's extremely comfortable at this table. That's always something I look out for when I'm playing at a table, who's comfortable and who's not.
Well, Binger has raised Mikowski. Maybe he sensed that discomfort that you were talking about, Justin. Nick Geber here, by the way, alongside Justin Bonomo. And now Mikowski has a decision to make. And it's a big one.
Yeah, he's making a mistake there that I see a lot of amateurs make. He pulls out the amount to a call and is kind of playing with his chips, so that he makes it very obvious to his opponent that he's debating between a call and a fold. The option of raise never entered his mind. And that gives Nick a lot of information about his hand.
Absolutely. Well, the third heart hits with the king of hearts, and now Binger will bet. And 20,000 is the bet. Mikowski really doesn't look happy. He is from Dayton, and that's a reason to be happy, not unhappy.
Yeah, if I was Nick, I would not be worried about this third heart at all, since Mikowski, I think, was pretty clearly thinking about folding on the turn.
Yeah, Mikowski calls, and it's Binger has 2 pair, flop 2 pair, Jack 6, and we didn't see what Mikowski had, but the business owner and father from Dayton, Ohio, will win. And Mikowski, 42 years old, actually younger than I am, Justin.
No way. I don't believe it for a second.
And you say, you know, you don't look a day over 18. And, you know, the truth of the matter is, you know, I have to be at least 21 to be in here. But, you know, I wanted to be the youngest announcer ever at the World Series of Poker. You know, but that record has been broken, I think.
I think you're lying. I don't believe you're over 42.
But David Mikowski, 42 years old with a 19-year-old daughter. He's got busy early.
Set me up. I wonder if she's cute.
You know, how are Dayton girls? I think they're cute.
We have yet another hand that's just a battle of the blinds.
Yeah, battle of the blinds. Players are tentative at this point, I would say. Although,
yeah, absolutely,
we have seen at this point. Let's take a look at the leaderboard because we do have a change, and this is fun because Nick Binger is now sitting on top of the leaderboard. Tamayo second, Gavitin third, and Binger came into this with 339,000, so he's almost doubled his chip stack here. Just playing small part limit hold'em.
Yeah, he hasn't really put himself in a position to lose many chips. And it's really interesting. Well, when we came in, we had pretty much 9 even stacks. Now we have 3 big stacks, one and a half like smaller stacks,
relatively,
and then a bunch of people right in the middle of the bunch.
Right.
And I'd expect to see the 3 big stacks start playing more pots while the other players are still kind of waiting each other out.
I think there's an experience differential too here. I mean, we know Binga and Chu, the most experienced players at the table.
Right, but there's a couple of players that are no slouches.
No, the gentleman that won the EPT Dublin would be one not to underestimate.
And Tamayo, it sounds like he's a pretty confident online player, so I don't think we'll see him getting too nervous or anything.
We do have a lot of absolute amateurs, though. However, we mentioned Michael Chu and Chris Rent, probably. Chris Rent from Dublin, Ireland, I would say is an amateur. He says he's his first World Series of Poker final table, obviously. But there are some experienced players. You're correct. David Mikowski, an amateur. Tamayo, probably not. Max Gavitin, the gentleman that you're thinking of, won the EPT Dublin 2005. And we're going to switch games here in about 3 minutes, and it's interesting to see the guys like Sorga, who now have 40,000 chips. And by the way, Nick Binga has raised, and Tamayo has called. And Chris Rent will call. We have 3 players to the flop, and along comes the flop, and it's a Queen 4 Jack, 2 clubs and a spade. Well, Rent checks. Binga bets. Tamayo raises Binga. It's now raised to 200,000. Rent, who only has 192,000 to start the hand, now has to call off 172,000 if he wants to call on a Jack Queen 4, so I doubt very much he will unless he's holding a monster. That's essentially an all-in move. And now it's 20,000, by the way, not 200, so you'll excuse me for that one. And now a 10 of spades. You're looking at Chu.
No, it's Tamayo.
No, it's Tamayo, excuse me.
I was just reading
Jonathan Tamayo.
I was reading Tamayo's profile, and it was interesting. He said he plays in a home game with Brian Hastings, who many of you may know as Stinger online. He's one of the Card Runners pros, a very, very strong player. And just reading that makes me gain a little bit of respect for Tamayo.
10 of diamonds, Tamayo and Binga. You're looking at Binga. Binga will bet. Tamayo calls. And looks like it's 4s. 2 4s for a full house. Wow. Tamayo folds, and a big pot for Bingo will pick up 85,000. What a nice hand to flop a set and go on to make a boat. Not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nick was on a heater already, just winning pot after pot, and it looks like it's going to continue.
And Nick currently at 700,000 chips. Sorga, however, on the other end of the spectrum, struggling badly now with 35,000, which is short stacked by anyone's estimation.
And despite that hand, Tamayo is still second in chips, which is pretty impressive.
And there's Chu. He looks like he's not going to fold. Chu has only 179,000 chips right now. Well, Jalali will raise and Chu will fold, and Chu will lose 10,000 chips. He did complete out of the small, and Jalali wins the pot.
On the beer last night. On the beer.
I believe we are now moving to the no limit round, where blinds are 3,000, 6,000.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a 500 ante as well.
And a 500 ante. Look at this. Rent will raise. Jalali's folded. And Rents will win that pot.
Raise from a button. Chris, raise from a button. 60.
Yeah, the raise and fold is something you see a lot more in no limit than limit. By fold, I mean the blinds fold. In limit, generally, it's just so cheap to call one more bet that you're going to be defending the big blind a lot more often than you would in no limit.
You can see Nick Binger there gaining 355,000 chips in the last round.
That's what we call a good 17 minutes in poker.
Absolutely. Solo's folded, and Rents folds, Chu folds. Now to Jalali. This is Alex Jalali, and he will...
Looks like just a call.
Yeah, he's going to make the call from the small blind. Let's see what Nick Binger does.
And this is what Nick wants to see. No one's raising his blind. Maybe the table's, afraid to play against him because he has the big stack. And of course, that's exactly what he wants.
And he will raise. Binger raises 11,000 over. Again, Jalali only has 212,000 chips, so he will fold. And I think with 700,000 chips, what is now 718,000 chips, Justin, Binger actually has chips to play with in both these rounds, as opposed to these other players who I think have to look very closely at every action they take.
Yeah, absolutely. Binger can afford. I mean, obviously his strategy won't be to make a mistake, but he can afford to make a mistake. And if that means giving himself more chances of stealing the blinds, running the other players over, that's exactly what he's going to do. Yeah, I think especially with Sorger as short as he is, I think all the players are going to be waiting for him to bust out to gain a few more thousand in the payout jump.
All in.
Well, Sorger is all in.
Yeah, and all the other short and medium stacks are hoping to see a Sorger bust here because that's an $8,000 jump for every single player at the table.
Well, Jalali folds. Action now to Binger, who disgustingly folds.
Wow.
Chowski folds, and Sorger's going to get a walk here. And
I don't think anyone's happy about seeing the short stack win a hand like that.
Correct. He's going to add 13,000, so he's going to go to 47,000 now from 50. Excuse me, 41,500 is his new chip stack. And he will live to fight another day. And that day may come sooner rather than later. Solver folds, Rents folds, Chu folds. Action now to Jalali. Folds. And Binger will have a go on the button now. On the left-hand side of your screen, there's some chips thrown in.
Looks like a raise to 16,000.
Yep. And Machowski will fold. And Tamayo will make the call.
Tamayo seems like a smart player. I think he knows what's going on here.
You're right.
I think he knows that Nick is trying to steal lots of blinds.
And it's 10-10 Jack. Jonathan and will check to Tamayo. I mean to Binger, excuse me. And Binger's turn to act.
I like that name, by the way, Tamayo. It's a cool name.
Sounds like tomato.
It's got kind of a, I don't know if it's Japanese, but it's got kind of an Asian feel to it.
Well, Tamayo has checked to Binger, who bet 24,000. And now Tamayo, the 9-10 Jack board will call.
And it looks like we have our first real pot and no limit.
And it is another jack. 2 tens, 2 jacks. 2 pair. Not double suited, though. Tamayo checks to Binger again, and
No, it's actually a 10 and a 9. Jack, Jack, 10, 9 on the board. Only 1 10.
oh, pardon me, Jack, Jack, 10, 9, correct.
Now with 87,000 in the pot, this is actually a pot that both players will want to win.
And Bingo wastes no time, puts out a sizable bet here. 52,000, which I believe is close to pot size, right?
It's about 5/8 the pot.
5/8 the pot, right?
A little over half.
And now Tamayo. Who has close to 10% of his chips already invested in this pot. And we'll have to call off about another 12%. You can see Tamayo has 421,000 behind. It's going to be 52,000 more to call. So if he calls this and loses, he's going to be left with about 380,000. Good look at Binger.
But of course he knows that Nick knows that too, and you know, he might think Nick is trying to push him around. But I don't think Nick can reasonably expect Tamayo to fold a 10 here, so I wouldn't expect Nick to be bluffing too often in this spot. Maybe if he has a strong draw or something, but I really don't see Nick making with this bet with absolutely nothing.
Well, Tamayo will fold, and Nick Binger will win the pot, and Binger continues the steamroller as he increases his stack now to 762,000, and Tamayo lost 40,000, lost 10% of his stack in that hand.
Of course we can't see the cards, but my instinct tells me that Tamayo made a good fold there.
Again, a good look there at Gary. Frank Gary from Fort Myers, Florida in the hat. He will be first to act. And he will fold, and Sorga, the short stack, next to him will fold. Chris Rentz from Ireland will fold. Michael Chu will fold. Jalali will fold. Action now to Binger, who will fold also. Now to Makowski. The man from Dayton folds. Now to Tamayo once again. And he has raised up an additional 12,000 from the small blind. And Mats Gavitin now has a choice to make. He will make the call. So 40,500 in the pot. We're going to see a flop. Here it comes. 7 deuce queen on the flop. First to act, Tamayo.
I love Tamayo's body language. You can tell he's not nervous at all. Extremely confident as he throws out 17,000 chips there.
Well, it's 22,000, and Mats Gavitin calls, and we'll see a turn card, which is a king of spades, and action to Tamayo from Humble, Texas, who will check, and now to Gavitin, who will also check. And the river card comes along. It's a 4 of hearts, so 2 diamonds, a club, a spade, and a heart. No flush draws there on the board. Tamayo first to act, and he will reach for chips. And he must have taught him this in hotel school. And he makes it 50,000. And would you like room service? Action now to Mats Gavitin, born in Stockholm, currently living in London. And Gavitin prior to becoming a poker player, can you guess what he was?
No, what was he? A stewardess?
Was he a butcher, a baker, or a candlestick maker?
I'm going to go with none of the above.
Tamayo will win the pot after the former baker will fold his hands.
Oh, wow. Baker.
You were going to guess candlestick maker, weren't you? And there you can see Binga's climb to greatness. Nick now sitting with 761,000.
Wow.
The Binga boys get us all tongue-tied and confused here.
And just 19 hands.
Yeah,
That's
19 hands.
impressive.
That is a good climb here from Nick Binga.
He hasn't lost more than the antes or blinds in a single hand yet.
All in. All in.
And here we
got
go.
an all in. Here we go. Sorga. Surprisingly enough, David Sorga is all in for 40,000. Jalali folds. And 39,500 more for Nick to try to eliminate an opponent here. And I think he's going to make the call here. Nick. It's Nick. Tournament director calling him Michael. Nick will raise to 100,000.
Nick had a very annoyed look on his face.
He certainly did. Michael not at this final table.
As someone with an older brother that always got straight A's in school, I can tell you it's not fun to be called your brother's name sometimes.
Well, I had 3 older sisters, and people always call me by their name.
Oh, no.
I enjoy it. I suppose growing up, wearing their clothing and carrying their handbags. I'm sorry, I should stop now.
It's a side of you I haven't seen yet, Nick.
It's a sensitive
Do you have
side.
any pictures for me?
Ace.
I don't run too well on these things.
Well, it's Ace Jack for David and Ace King for Nick,
It's automatic. Yeah.
who woke up with the right hand in the right position, and it's an Ace Jack to an Ace King, diamonds to hearts, and we're going to get little help to Mr. Sorga. Huh? We have the rainbow board. As you can see, no help to Sorga, and there is a tray. Well, now a deuce, and they would
Any deuce 4 or 3, and they will split the pot.
Deuce 4 or 3. And it's not. It's a 9 of clubs, and we will have our first elimination from Toronto, Ontario, originally hailing from Belgrade, Yugoslavia. David Sorga eliminated in 9th place, and he will have an extra 19,956 to his name, and he says he'll play more poker with it, and that will go some way to. Well, he could play almost what, 2/3 of the 50K horse. Well, not even that. Not even half of it.
And for the other players at the table, of course, this means almost a 50% jump in the prize payout. Instead of 19,000, they're now all guaranteed over 27,000.
Next payout will put you into the, well, will still not put you into the 50K horse.
No, still a long ways to go until they can buy into that.
Yeah, halfway through put you a little over halfway to the 50K horse.
Yeah, and of course, as you see that, I just parted with my 50,000 a few minutes ago as I bought into the 50K horse, which starts tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be getting some kind of return on that.
Well, I hope you do. Wish you all the best, Justin.
Thank you.
You're a great poker player, and I know great things in your future. I hope that future starts tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Nick.
And I'll be tapping you up for a small loan if you should win.
Yeah, you seem to be doing okay for yourself.
Well, my therapy bills are huge. There's Nick Finger. Now actions now come all the way to Chris Rentz, and it's Rent and Jalali in this hand, and it's 6 Jack King. We got a check from Chris Rentz. Alex Jalali will check, and we'll have an ace of spades on the turn.
It's a somewhat interesting check by Jalali. When you raise from early position and see a flop like that, usually you'll bet it since it hits the big part of your range. Now that the ace comes out, Jalali's making a bet.
Well, Rentz will fold, Jalali will pick up the pot, and what was interesting about that was that there were 2 spades and 2 clubs out there too, so could have had a lot of things there, but he did bet out when that ace hit, and he'll pick up 22,500. The man currently living in Bochum, Germany.
I'm seeing a huge contrast in posturing at the table. We have 4 players with some tournament experience. Gabadin, Binger, Jalali, and Tamayo, although Tamayo's is mostly online. I think we've seen that those 4 players have been a lot more comfortable at the table, whereas most of the other players are amateurs, and they seem to be nervous, and they seem to care a lot more about the payouts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty standard that you have those mix of players at the final table.
Saw this a bit yesterday in the event we did yesterday. There was a player, Habib
Hassan
Khanis from Iraq, actually has won a WPT title in Biloxi, or Tunica, I want to say Tunica. And he was completely inactive throughout that entire table, yet went out, I believe, in 3rd place just by letting everyone else fight each other off. And it was not impressive poker by any stretch of the imagination, but he increased his payday by hundreds of thousands of dollars just by playing position.
Right.
And I don't mean position at the table, I mean position in the payout ladder.
Right. And it's certainly a trade-off. You know, do you want to go for the bracelet or do you want to go for the highest payout? And usually the correct strategy is somewhere in the middle that, factors both decisions in.
Deuce 10-4, you're much too analytical, Mr. Bonomo. It should all be passion and emotion. You want that bracelet? But damn it, that Ferrari looked awfully good to me, and I want the money.
Yeah, if you win the bracelet, you can have both.
True. Oh, look at this. Nick bet 32,000, and Michael Chu is all in now on a board of deuce 10-4. 113,000 for Binger to call. Binger with over 800,000 chips prior to the betting in this hand. And I can tell you that he's only invested about 50,000 in this pot. And you can see Chu 0 behind, Binger 764,000 behind.
Yeah, it's a very dry board, the
very dry
10-4 deuce. There's not really much Chu can represent here, except for, of course, the 10. A set is possible, but,
it looks like he's going to get the call. And what do we have here? It's our all-in moment, ESPN360.com. And Chu, no matter what he has, just doesn't look very happy about anything, does he? Pocket 8s for Chu, so... Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Chu did not expect to get looked up with that.
No, I think Nick has to call here with any 10.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just the fact that the kicker's a 5 makes it seem a little bit, not fishy, but...
And it's a queen, and we're going to eliminate Michael Chu, barring an 8 here. He's going to need an 8, or he's going to find the rail quickly. And Chu and Binger will have a almost insurmountable stack, and it's an ace. And Michael Chu from LA will finish in 8th place. And you had that one right on the nose, Mr. Bonomo. You called that one as it was happening.
Yeah, it might look a little bit fishy for Nick to be raising there with 10-5, but I actually like the play. I think he's realized that, players at the table are giving him a lot of respect, and they're not really going to play back at him without a real hand. He did run into a hand. Michael Chu did have 8s, but, Nick hit the flop and took down the huge pot.
Well, folks, 7 players remain, and let's take a look at the leaderboard because you will see the story of this table so far, and the story is a guy named Nick Binger. 982,000 chips. Jonathan Tamayo, the closest to him with 464. This is still early doors, as we say in football. That is European-style football. But look at this. I mean, it is so far a runaway Binger train, but anything can happen. But I think when we get to the next limit level, it's going to start to hurt these small stacks a lot because they can't avoid getting involved in pots if they have something.
Absolutely. Just one hand could easily take away half their stack in the limit portion.
And I will tell you, folks, if you're thinking rolling your eyes when you hear limit hold'em, don't, because it is fun stuff. You can see a lot of showdowns, and people get pot committed super fast on limit hold'em. And we're going to see a lot happen, I think, in the next level here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of, raising and stealing the blinds in no limit. But in limit, there's a lot more action, a lot more showdowns. You get to see a lot more rivers, a lot more bets and raises.
And what's impressed me about Nick is that he, I'll ask the guys in the back to get us a ESPN360.com chip tracker on Nick Binger again. But you will see when we see this chip tracker that his graph is just going up and up no matter whether it's limit or no limit. and that's impressive.
Yeah, he's playing well, but no matter how well you're playing, you have to get extremely lucky to just go, that many hands with that many chips without losing any in the process. So, I mean, so far it's proven to be Nick's day. Let's see if it continues.
And he doesn't slow it down. He makes a raise and picks up the pot, and
You can just call me Binger if that's easier. Most of my friends.
And Binger looking happy, as he should.
Yeah, most of my friends.
But still lots of play and some skill still at the table to challenge him.
And I know Nick has had a lot of tournament experience, a lot of final tables, but he hasn't had any big wins yet, so this would be a first for him, despite the fact that he's a very experienced player.
See, Justin, here's the thing. If I want to talk poker, I could call up you or any number of professional players I know that play poker that are professionals, and I'm going to say, hey, this is Nick. Something happened to me in a hand, and your eyes are going to roll, and you can say, oh, you know what, Nick, I'm just about to head out the door. But if Nick Binger calls his brother or calls you and wants to go through a hand, you can have all the time of day for him to talk about poker, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is one of the big differences, I think, between some of the amateurs who don't really have someone that can help to sound a lot of these issues out with, and many of the pros who tend to hang out in the same circles, and the discussion is poker, 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 and I love to say that without having Marcel Lusk sing it.
Yeah, I mean, I was very fortunate early in my career that I met a bunch of other, upcoming professional players, and we fed off each other. We talked hands with each other, and, none of us were, amazing players at the start, but through each other, we learned a lot, and over the years, we've become very strong players, and very good friends, too.
That is the camaraderie of poker, but here you are looking at Mats Gavetin, born in Stockholm, Sweden, and currently living there as well, I believe. I wonder if he knows the Swedish fish dance.
So it looks here like Gavetin raised before the flop and Binger called from the blind. And now Binger is leading out on the Queen 7-7 flop to kind of put Gavetin to the test.
Actually, Gavetin living in London, my hometown. The former baker who won the EPT Dublin event, and that is no small feat. He's a size 11. 68.5 in the pot. Gavetin 357. Take a look at what they have behind.
It's always an interesting spot when you've raised before the flop and now all of a sudden the big blind is leading into you. Is he just trying to feel you out, or has he hit a huge hand and is he trying to trap you for many chips? And Nick is the type of player that's certainly smart enough to do it in either scenario.
Gavetin shows some of that patented Nordic aggression and will raise.
Will be additional 65,000.
65,000 more is the raise on a 7-7 queen board. Binger in the big blind. Did he wake up with a 7 in the big blind? That's the question.
Well, if so, we'll certainly see a raise here for him. I don't think it would make sense for him to still play it. And Nick said,
and Binger moves all in and gets called by Gavetin.
Wow.
And look at that. It's a 7-6 for Binger. Ace 5. So it's a diamond draw versus the trip 7s. He has the best hand, but Mats Gavetin has a ton of outs here.
I got to be honest, I don't really like Gavetin's play. I think it would be better for him just to call and put Nick in a tough spot, acting out of position. I don't think Gavetin really accomplishes much by raising.
Right, he's not prepared to play smaller pot poker. Well, it has to be a diamond, but it can't be a 6.
Yeah, so Gavetin has 8 outs here,
8
plus
outs.
some runner-runner combinations.
For additional 231,000. Let's do the turn, please.
And he get ready for the turn. Here it comes. It's a 4 of hearts. No help at all to Mats Gavetin. And here comes the river, and it's Queen of Clubs. And Mats Gavetin from Sweden will finish in 7th place, and the Binger Express continues as he has now eliminated 3 players.
Yeah, I really like Nick's play there, leading out with the 7. He's just, if Gaviton doesn't believe him, he's just going to fire a raise, and Nick is going to be able to move all in and play a huge, huge pot with his big hand.
And that is the story, folks. You're looking at it right there. 3 players within 25 hands. Nick Binger has been the executioner and has personally delivered the coup de grace to all 3 of those players. He now has a commanding chip lead, and we're going to put up the leaderboard for you, and we're going to see what I'm talking about here. And I want you to look at, if we could put up the leaderboard, Binger has 1.3 million. Tamayo has 463,000. But just look at the other players here, folks. 216,000, 208,000, 156, and 103. We are about to go to the limit round here in a few minutes, and it's going to be 6-12 with 12-24 as the betting. And we got some serious short stacks here already.
Yeah, when we came in, it was anyone's game, but Nick is just putting on the Binger show. He has almost 2/3 of the chips in play with still 6 players left. I mean, this has become Nick's tournament to win. Of course, anything can still happen. Nick yet again reaching for chips. Not afraid to play many pots. Jalali kind of looked a little bit nervous there, but to be honest, it kind of looked like a show to me. I wouldn't be surprised if Jalali had a big hand here. And we have an all-in.
Oh, an all-in. Mikowski's all in for 103,000, and Jalali has to make a call here. And if you look at chips behind, oh, maybe we won't even get an opportunity, but...
All in here. We got an all in and a call.
Oh, look at this.
And Jalali has made the call.
Jalali has made the call and has gone all in
Open for 17.
as well, which I think it was unnecessary. Could have just called. So I believe Jalali had Mikowski covered.
Well, Mikowski had a pretty strong hand, though. I think Mikowski made the right move moving in with his ace-10.
I don't like Jalali's call with an ace-5.
Yeah.
Well, no, Jalali raised and Mikowski re-raised all in. And then Jalali called the all-in.
So we may actually get an elimination here for a player that's not Binger, but right now Mikowski, the smaller of the 2 stacks, has the better hand.
It seemed like a lot of chips for Jalali to call off with ace-5 suited.
That's what I thought so too.
From a small stack like that, I don't think he's ever going to be ahead of him.
Well, Trey ace-deuce
it gives Jalali
Rainbow.
some hope.
Yeah, Jalali has some hope with a 4 or a 5. 4 or 5.
Picture. Yeah,
and
there we
it's
go.
King of Hearts. That is no help.
One more.
And Mikowski's still ahead.
Well, now they can chop it with a 3 or a deuce.
The 3 or deuce, and they'll chop it. It's not, though. It's an 8 of diamonds. And David will double up off of Alex Jalali. And if you're watching this in Bochum, Germany, folks, we know you're pulling for your hometown hero. But he did just double up the man from Dayton, David Mikowski. If you're watching this in Germany, you're more than likely watching it at bwin.com, and we thank you for your patronage.
So personally, if I was in Nick Binger's seat here, I would actually be happy that no one was knocked out in that hand. When you have a commanding chip lead like that, and you have all these small stacks that are kind of getting closer and closer in chip counts,
right,
you develop a situation where no one can play back at you. Everyone kind of has to, they're not playing for first anymore. They're basically playing for second.
The only one that really has enough chips to play a little right now is Tamayo. I mean, Rentz has 156,000, Jalali 170,000, Mikowski 96,000.
But even
actually, that's not right. I don't believe.
You
no.
say that, but
oh, we got an all-in here. Oh, and called.
Wow.
So I guess Mikowski did lose that previous pot. And
no. Mikowski was the short stack that was all in. He doubled up that hand.
So Mikowski, oh, look at this. Binger woke up with aces. And Mikowski with well, set up a pair of threes.
So the hand's not over yet, but
Nope.
I'm going to say it early. This looks like it's going to be Nick's day.
The hand is not over yet at all.
Come on, Trey.
Doesn't it sound like a teacher have to go see Mr. Mikowski?
Too much work. By the
go.
time I build the
Getting
tower,
ready
the
for the
tournament's
flop.
going to be over.
Nick seems very unconcerned with the hand as he's talking to either the rail or the floor man.
David, a business owner, and hopefully his wife Lori and daughters Madison and Olivia have been watching and enjoying the play of their father, but he did just run up against a monster. And it is King, King, Ace, and that's a vote for Binger. And it's going to be running threes for Mikowski, or there's nothing here for him at all.
And get 2 threes.
Yeah, this hand is over.
This hand is
I don't. I mean, Nick is running so good. There's not going to be running threes here.
And it's a 5. And
there you go. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations to David Mikowski, who will finish in 6th place.
Thanks,
and,
thanks, man.
we hope his family enjoyed watching him here on
out of
ESPN. It's always our pleasure to bring you the finest in poker here on ESPN and ESPN 360. And the Binger show continues as Nick Binger eliminates David Mikowski. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us at this level. We're going to take a very brief break here, about 20 minutes, so stay tuned. We'll be back after just a few minutes. We're going to have we're going to color up some chips. We're going to take a little break, and we're going to be back with more poker, and we'll see how things fare here after the break at the new level, which will be 6-12 with 12-24 betting. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I want.
David folds, Matt Owens is pot.
Wow, David folds and Matt wins the pot. A very odd series of events there. Strange way that hand unfolded.
David calls from the button. Matt checks his option. Let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of Hearts, 4 of spades, Queen of spades. Matt checks. David, that's 200,000.
Wu bets 200,000 now, and Wood will fold. And it's 5.4 million to 2.735.
Again, we're back on the 2-to-1 chip advantage. Matt has the small blind on the button. Comes in for a raise.
He raises, makes it 360,000. David does make the call. We will see a flop. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 4 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 9 of hearts. David bets 175,000.
This is developing into a big pot, 925,000. As you can see, Wu is bet. Now it's up to Wood to call. It's a 459 on the flop, and it looks like it's going to be about $500,000, if not more.
An additional 500,000.
That's a big raise, and we get a re-raise from David, who seems intent on stopping this and stopping this now.
Yeah, he's in effect all in here.
1 million is the re-raise.
Matt has.
Leave him with 600,000 behind. I like this move from Wu. We haven't seen enough of this. He's not pushed back on Wood enough.
Well, I guess I would generally agree with you, but he's kept it small. That's been his strategy, honestly. His stabs are small. We haven't seen him go out of line with we haven't been sure that he's gone out of line even once yet. I don't think this is a bluff.
Maybe Wu has hit a set.
The raise of $1 million rather than the shove is yet another indication of strength here. If he had something as big of a set with that board that's not so draw heavy, he might not have re-raised.
So I told you we might not have to wait till dinner.
Wood taking a look at what he's going to be left with here. Someone got something open-ended here, or 2 pair maybe?
Two pair makes more sense. I think it's probably just a real big 9.
I'm interested to think what Wood has, because he's been so active with the re-raising on Wu. And here we go. And he is all in. And at this point, Wu almost has to call him.
Yeah, be surprised.
This is 685 more.
Hard not to call
Wow,
6.
you got 10s beat. I got pocket 10s.
He's got pocket 10s.
That is all in for an additional 685,000.
Who has pocket 10s he'd be calling now? I think Wood's on a draw.
You think Wood's on a draw? No.
You don't think so? 2 pair for Wood.
I don't know what he has. I don't think it's a draw.
Am I just going to have to get lucky?
I said before I thought it was a big 9. But this is a classic verbal free roll if he really has 10s.
Wow.
A verbal free roll meaning
Unreal,
you predict something that you don't want to be true. If you're right, then you look like a genius. If you're wrong, you're thrilled because you win the tournament.
It's 685,000 more into a 4.7 million. Getting 7 to 1 on this.
It's still a lot of chips. If he has 10s and thinks he's beaten, he's obviously drawing very slim.
Wow.
600 chips. 600,000 is a lot. He can protect his chip lead by folding. I would be incapable of folding pocket 10s here. In fact, I wouldn't have even considered it. That said, if you put yourself in Wood's shoes,
how much was it?
It sure looked like Wood that Wu had a hand like that.
685 more. That's so everything else is right. Everything's pulled in, and it's 6. And this is all my money. Only 685 more? Yeah, what am I supposed to do, right? 685, right? This is 500, 685.
Well, and he makes a call. This could be it, folks. This is our ESPN 360 all-in moment. 9-6, so it's a 9 for Matt, as you predicted, Bill.
It was a bigger one than that.
It was a bigger one, and it's pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s were indeed an auto call, weren't they?
So he was stoic, but he definitely did not want that call.
Yeah, he didn't want that call, and Wu was never going to lay it down. It was the verbal free roll that I was just
This could be all she wrote here, folks. This could be game, set, and match. And it's a queen.
It's a 9 or a 6, exactly.
It's a 9 or a 6 at this point, or Wu will be our champion. And here we go, folks. It's a 4, and David Wu from Atlanta, Georgia, will win the bracelet in the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em event here.
Would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies? 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
To be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
To be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Well, welcome back to the World Series of Poker 2008 edition. We are here at the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino, the home of the World Series of Poker. Nick Geber here alongside professional poker player Justin Bonomo. Justin, did you hear the one about the Irishman, the German, and the 3 Americans?
No, but I'm dying to hear it.
Well, they're sitting at the final table right now playing for a bracelet. Let's go down to center court where action is about to resume here. The blinds are 6-12 with the betting at 12-24. This is the limit hold'em round, and so far the story of the day is a professional poker player Nick Binger and his 1.3 million chips that he comes into this level with.
Yeah, today we've just seen this is Nick Binger's day. Everything has gone his way, and he's been playing well to boot. It's a tough combination to face yourself up against.
And you're looking there at Frank Gary from Fort Myers, Florida. He's a retired gentleman, software engineer. And he will fold, and Binger will win the first pot of the new level and will net 18,000 chips. And the button will now be in front of Tamayo, with Gary and Rent in the small and big blind, respectively.
Yeah, so right now this is a dream situation for Nick Binger, not just because he has the chips in play, but all 4 of the other players are like so close in chips. And even better than that is the fact that, in my opinion, probably the second best player at the table is second in chips, which normally is not a good thing for the chip lead, but in this spot it works out well for Nick Binger because it actually makes sense for Tamayo to play out for second place.
Right.
And so, I mean, he's basically doing the right thing by letting Nick Binger knock everyone else out for him. And that's exactly what Nick wants, the best player at the table, to kind of back off against him.
Well, Rents and Tamayo in this pot together. 54,000 in it. And it's a Jack 6-4 on the flop. Chris Rents bets. And Tamayo raises. So, wow, and a re-raise. We're now 3 bets here, and we get the call. So this is 3-bet.
This is why I love limit hold. We get to go raise, raise, raise.
And we get 114,000 in the pot, and the turn card is a 7 of spades. Rent will bet. This will be 24,000. And he's going to get called, so another 48,000 in the pot here, and we'll see the river. This pot is now as big as their starting stacks, and the river is a deuce of diamonds. Rents will bet 12,000, probably 24,000.
Yeah, if Tamayo calls and loses, Rents will almost double up here.
That is correct, and that's the and he does. He calls.
Chris shows Jack 6 for 2 pairs.
Jack 6 for Chris.
Jack 6 strikes again, second time at our table.
That's correct. And Jonathan Tamayo will fold, and Chris Rents will win with the 2 pair, and will pick up 114,000 chips for a net loss to Tamayo of 108,000. So now Tamayo is now 3rd in chips. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as we finished that hand. And there you can see Tamayo dropping down to 3rd place, Rents jumping up 3 places, but still they are far, I would say, nipping at the heels of Nick Binger, but they are so far from that they're maybe, I don't know, nipping at the breeze as he ran past him. I don't know what.
No one even has 20% of his stack. It's pretty sick.
Well, by my estimation, there's a little over 700,000 in chips that don't belong to Binger at the table.
Yeah, he has 2/3 of the chips in play.
So Binger's raised. Could this be the first chink in the armor here as Gary will... Now Gary raised, Binger re-raised. And Frank will make the call. That's Frank Gary, and a man with 2 first names. And we'll see a flop. It's Ace Jack 8. Ace Jack 8. Binger bets. Gary raises. And Binger will call. And now the turn card, and it comes out of 4 of hearts. Binger checks. And it looks like Gary were wishing this were the no-limit round. And he will bet out 24,000, and it's like Binger's preparing to call this, and he will do that. No raise from Binger, just a call. And the river card will come, and it is a tray of hearts.
Looks like it might be ace-queen against ace-king here. Looks like they both have pretty strong hands on this flop.
From Binger, and a 24,000 chip bet from Gary.
I call.
And Binger will call.
2 jacks.
And it looks like a jack.
Wow.
3 jacks for Frank Gary, and Binger will take the first dinger to his stack, although not a big one.
You can't fault Binger for that at all. Strong hand pre-flop, strong hand after the flop. Just a cooler for sure.
I thought it was very interesting because Binger slowed it down after he kept getting raised by Gary. He called instead of re-raising and maxing the bet out on each of the betting levels. So clearly Binger was getting some alarm bells ringing in his head there about the constant re-raising.
Yeah, I think he knew that if Gary just had ace-queen there, he probably wouldn't be, you know, putting in too many more bets. So, you know, Binger played it smart. And I also know that Binger's more of a no-limit player, so I think he's willing to push the edges a lot more in no-limit than he is in limit.
Now I'm kind of pissed off again.
Well, Frank Gary still counting his chips from Fort Myers, Florida. He will fold. They're looking at Chris Rentz from Ireland right there. Kinnegad Island, he will fold. Now to the gentleman from Bochum, Alex Jalali, will raise. 2 bets. And in the small blind, and Binger will call. We are heads up, and surprisingly enough, Binger is involved again. It's ace, jack, 5. Jalali bets. I think Binger has a decent hand here. Binger will call, and we'll get a turn card, which comes along. It's a 9 of spades. Jalali checks to Binger, who will bet. And Jalali, at this point, will raise.
Nick does not look too happy about this.
No, he does not. And I think with that check to him from Jalali, I think he saw that as possibly weakness, and he put out a bet and then just got re-raised. And Binger will fold, and Jalali will pick up 60,000 chips, and Binger's lost a little under 200,000 in the last 2 hands. But
yeah, he still has a commanding chip lead.
Still got a million chip lead over, or 900,000 chip lead over the next guy, who is Frank Gary. Now you're looking at Frank Gary, who will, Frank will be first to act here. He is under the gun. Once again, it's limit hold'em here, folks. He will fold. Chris Rentz will fold. Jalali will fold. Now to Binger. Actually, now to Nick Binger, and he will more than likely not fold. He's in the small blind. He will make it 2 bets. Tamayo will call, and we probably have our 2 best players in this pot together.
Yeah, and just out of nowhere, Tamayo has went from the second biggest stack to the small stack, although he's, you know, not super short.
Queen, jack, deuce. That's the board. Binger bets, Tamayo folds, and Binger will pick up a net gain here of 24,000, and will start to claw back some of the chips that he's lost in the last 2 hands.
And Binger flashed the Queen of Hearts there.
Thanks, Chris.
He's clearly trying to show that he has some hands in his, even though, you know, he hasn't been showing all of his hands, so I don't know if the other players will see through his ploy that he's only showing his strong hands.
Well, a bracelet not just at stake, money not just at stake, bragging rights very much at stake, and there's no place where bragging rights are more in effect than the World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Let's get an update.
Hey, thanks, guys. Significant change in the fight for Player of the Year. Jacobo Hernandez is at the top of that list, but David Benjamin is hot on his heels with only 2 points separating them. Barry Greenstein has a firm hold on spot number 3, while Eric Lindgren drops to 4th, and Daniel Negreanu rounds out the top 5. We will keep you up to date on this very competitive race as it happens. Here in the Amazon room, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Aaron. My name not in the Player of the Year race at all.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, Not a good year for you so far?
No. I'm going to be the first guy to win the main event and Player of the Year without ever actually entering a single tournament.
Wow, that would be impressive. I don't know if you can pull it off, though. I don't like your odds.
Really? What are you prepared to give me for it?
I'll give you 2 to 1.
2 to 1?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to think about that. All right, Rent raises, and Gary folds. Action now to Chris. It's Binger and Rent. And the flop is a tray 5-8. Had to count the little dots there. Chris bets, and Binger will call, and we'll get a turn card. Don't have to count the dots on that one. It's Queen of Clubs. Rents will bet. Binger will raise. Remember, Rents only had 249,000 chips at the start of this hand. And that's... He's not exactly exuding strength, is he, Justin?
No, and this is a spot where even though it's 24,000 to call, he's basically making a 48,000 decision because he knows if he calls in this spot, he'll probably have to call the river as well.
Now, he does, I believe, make the call. And Rents now has 153,000 chips behind. And we'll see a river. It's 4 of clubs. And that completes the 3 clubs. Rents checks. Binger bets, and as you said,
yeah, you call the turn, you got to call the river.
And he makes the call. Well, Chris Rents will pick up a nice pot off Binger, and Binger will take another hit to his stack.
And that is exactly why, if you call the turn, you also have to call the river.
Well, as Chris Rents adds up his chips, let's hear from our 9th place finisher, David Sorger.
Hey guys, here with David Sorger. He is our 9th place finisher. And David, I guess just starting from the first hand, you kind of got the feeling that it wasn't going to be your day.
Well, I just played the hands that I got. I was in on 2 hands, or 3 hands, I guess. The first hand, he paired the ace on the board, and second hand, I obviously won it uncontested when I went all in. And third hand, well, that was the insta-call for me with ace-jack suited, and I ran into big slick suited, and there's nothing you can do.
Exactly. So now early on, you did play those first couple pots, but what was it? Were you just not seeing any cards, or you decided to wait until the no-limit part of the event?
You know what? It's not a matter of limit or no limit. I just play the cards, and you know, I played the best hands that were dealt to me today, and you know, it wasn't in the cards, but I'll be here next year.
Right. Absolutely. Now with Nick Binger.
Yes.
I mean, you know, early on, it seems he's just catching cards left and right. He's on fire right now.
You know what? I mean, Nick's been playing well. I played with him at a couple of different tables yesterday, and you know, all the guys there are solid players. I mean, we're all here for a reason, so you know, everyone there, I think, has an equal chance at winning this tournament. So
right now, this is your first tournament in the World Series. You've come out here before, but first tournament ever to make a final table. I think you got to be a pretty happy guy to walk away even in 9th place.
Absolutely. I mean, it's you know, I mean, to be honest with you, I think I'm just as good as anyone there, but you know, the odds are obviously against you. We started with 731 players. To be 9th out of that kind of a field with all the pros that were playing in that field, I mean, I can't be disappointed.
David Sorger, congratulations. He is our 9th place finisher. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Thank you, John. In the meantime, Nick Binger won a small pot, and now Binger is in the big blind. Tamayo has raised and will re-raise Tamayo. And Tamayo will call.
That's generally a very strong play, raising from the big blind rather than just calling. Usually indicates a pretty big hand.
And it's ace, deuce, king. Binger checks. Tamayo checks. And the turn card comes a jack of diamonds. Binger bets. Pardon me, checks. Tamayo checks, and we get a 10 of diamonds. Interesting board here. King Ace Jack 10. Binger bets and Tamayo folds, and a 42,000 chip gain for Binger, and Tamayo drops down to close to life support levels here at 136,000 chips, and Binger showed pocket queens.
Yeah, for the river and straight. So Binger did have a big hand before the flop, but
I was never ahead.
no reason to put more bets in the ace and the king.
Well, you can see, folks, Binger's taken a bit of a hit to his stack, but look at Tamayo now, 136,000, and Jalali, 202,000. Still, the other players are all struggling.
I think Nick played that hand well. After the flop comes ace king high. He knows that it's smarter to check, maybe show a little weakness, maybe his opponent will bet. He's probably not folding, but if he bets, he's never getting called by a worse hand either.
Well, Binger bets and Tamayo calls, and once again it's the Binger Tamayo. Sounds like a Binger Tamayo, Binger lettuce and Tamayo sandwich, but
yeah.
We get a 3-5-10.
And of course, Binger finds himself out of position against Tamayo again.
3-8-5, excuse me. And Tamayo will call. My eyesight is terrible. And we'll get a turn is a 5 of spades. So now we have 2 5s on the board. Action first to Binger, who will check to Tamayo. And the river card comes along, and it's a king of clubs. And if Binger was strong before, did this hit him? And he's certainly reaching for chips and will bet 24,000. And Tamayo will call, and looks like a pocket pair for Binger. And looks like Tamayo hit the king.
Wow.
Tamayo hit the king on the river, and as lucky as Binger were in terms of the cards got in the first prior to the break, it looks like things are not breaking his way now, although he still has a commanding chip lead.
I think that was a big mistake on Nick's part on the turn. I don't know if it looked like he went for a check raise there, but I don't think Tamayo is going to be betting with just overcards. I think it's much better for Nick to bet with a hand that he knows is the best hand. And, you know, if he's up against 2 overcards, make him pay if he wants to see a river. I think Nick cost himself that pot by not betting the turn. Against a more aggressive player, it might make sense to check raise there, but I really don't think he has reason to believe that Tamayo is going to be betting a large percent of the time on that turn.
Right. Tamayo now to 196. You will fold. You're looking at Frank Gary. Man from Fort Myers. Bing on the button is already raised. Gary in the big blind, so this is just a completion bet for him. We couldn't have, well, maybe we did. Ace, Jack, 8. Binger bets. Gary raises. Binger calls.
Wow, how drastically things have changed for Nick. He's just hammering over the whole table, and now it seems like they're all taking shots at him.
Tray of diamonds now on the turn, and Gary, who, keep in mind, is out of position, will bet out, and Binger really is starting to look a little frustrated.
Yeah, and who can blame him? He's lost 5 pots in a row. How many has it been? It looks like he's not going to win this one either, as he tosses his cards away.
Binger will fold, and Binger now holding still just over half the chips. About exactly half the chips. Well, there's another event going on, the Pot Limit Omaha. Let's get an update from the rails.
Hey, thanks, guys. The Pot Limit Omaha High-Low Split 8 or better started at noon today, and it brought this past week's final table runners-up Chris Bell and Matt Wood to the Amazon room looking for another shot at that elusive bracelet. You'll also see here Greg Pappas and former Player of the Year Jeff Madsen all contending in the Amazon room. I'll keep you up to date on all the latest as it happens, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Aaron. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on ESPN 360. Nick Eber and professional poker player Justin Bonomo bring you the action from this $1,500 mixed hold'em event.
And Binger does not slow down at all. He raises and Gary calls from the small blind.
It's 6-5-8-6. Ace of diamonds, and Frank Gary checks. Binger checks. And it's another ace, an ace of clubs on the river, and action now to Frank Gary. Checks. Nick bets out.
Seems like a value bet to me. I don't think Nick would think he has that much fold equity in the spot after checking behind on the turn. I think if he wanted to bluff, he would do it on the turn, not the river.
Oh, Binger again takes a hit here. The sevens of Gary will best the sixes of Binger.
Yeah, so even though it turned out badly for Nick, I think that's a pretty standard value bet, and I think he made the right play at betting that river. It's just unfortunate that he was up against a slightly better hand.
Well, things have not gone the way of Binger. He's never. Well, Jalali, Rents, and Binger in this pot. Binger raises 2 bets now. And we have 108,000 chips in the pot. This is another big pot building here, and Binger could hope to get the best of this pot. And Chris Rents will fold. Now, Jalali will call. We're heads up now going into the turn. It's a 9 of spades on the turn. Both players check, and Binger stares down Jalali, and it's a 10 of clubs. And look at this, 5, 7, 9, 10 with a tray, and Alex will check, Binger will check, and it's 6-5 for a pair of fives, and Binger will show nothing and will lose the pot. And Binger goes under $1 million.
Wow, this is just disastrous for Nick. Even though he still has the chip lead, he's just been bleeding chips. And other than that,
about a third of his chip stack right now.
Yeah, he made that one mistake with the pocket nines, but it seems like he's been still playing fairly well. Hope it doesn't get to him and mentally upset him.
There you can see, folks, Nick Binger, who has eliminated every other player at the table so far. The chip leader still, but the mighty has fallen, and Binger losing about a third of his stack.
And Tamayo, who was in second place when Nick had his commanding chip lead, has fallen into last place. It looks like Tamayo has raised this pot and has been 3-bet by Chris Rent.
Well, the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball is getting interesting in that final table. Renson, Tamayo. Tamayo, wow, look at this. Tamayo bets, Rents raises, Tamayo calls, and now we have a 5 of diamonds on the turn. Tamayo checks to Rent, who bets, and Tamayo now will call. And a 6 of hearts, and Tamayo checks. Rent has been called every time he's bet, and he's going to bet, and let's see what Tamayo does.
Call.
And he calls. And Tamayo shows a pair of queens. Queen 10 for a pair of queens. And Tamayo will take chips off of Rent, about 96,000. And we'll get a little healthier and move up to 300,000 in chips. And, well, the players that were on life support, Justin, are no longer on critical life support. They've got some play left in them, although not an enormous amount.
Yeah, Nick has kind of been passing the chips around, unfortunately for Nick. As for that last one, I'm kind of surprised that Tamayo took so long to call with the queen.
And you can see there the fates of one Nick Binger, but still very much a chip leader at this point. 3-1 over them, almost. Now Nick Binger in the small blind.
Yet again, Binger against Tamayo. And Tamayo has yet to give a pot up before the flop against Nick.
And he gets the call, and we're heads up to the flop, and here it comes. It is a 10-5 king, 2 diamonds. Binger bets. Tamayo will raise, and Binger will call.
Well, Binger's very frustrated there. You can tell by the way he's just throwing his chips
king
in.
of hearts. Binger bets. Tamayo just calls now. And what if that king slowed him down? It's a 6 of spades on the river, and Binger will bet. And Tamayo will call. And it's king 9 for trip kings for Binger. And Tamayo will muck his cards. So Binger takes a nice healthy pot.
I'm shocked that Binger wouldn't 3-bet the flop with his pair of kings. It's a very strong hand, heads up. It seems like he might have been scared that it wasn't the best hand until the second king rolled off on the turn, but I think it's a generally better play to just go ahead and 3-bet on the flop.
Well, he will pick up 96,000 chips, and Tamayo will drop down to just above the 200,000 chip mark. And Binger recovers to over $1 million now. Nick now on the button. Will raise. Makes it 2 bets for 24,000. And Tamayo re-raises to 3 bets, and the Tamayo Binger show continues. Meanwhile, Frank Gowrie, sitting in between the two of them in the big blind, will fold. So now Binger, Tamayo again, and Binger will call. We go heads up.
This is a standard 3-bet by Tamayo before the flop.
Queen 4 king, all clubs. Tamayo bets.
Good limit players will play very aggressively from the small blind. The big blind will have such a good price to call for one more bet that you want to make it 3 bets to kind of price them out.
10 of clubs. Both players will check to 4 clubs, and the jack of diamonds. So 4 clubs and some serious straight possibilities. Jonathan checks, and Binger's going to bet here, cheeky. And Tamayo will call, and jack of clubs for a nice flush.
That's the second time Nick has shown the jack of clubs for the club flush.
We're now going to go to no limit hold'em, folks. 4,000, 8,000 the blinds now.
And if I was Nick, I would be extremely happy that we were going back to no limit. I got to be honest, and I think Nick made a few missteps in the limit hold'em portion, and I know that he's a lot more comfortable as a no limit player.
Oh, 4,000, 8,000 of the blinds. This is no limit now. Binger still our chip leader. Let's put up the leaderboard. And there you can see Binger chip leader. Frank Gehry 399, Jalali 268, Rents 255, and Tamayo 136,000. Jalali folds, Binger raises. How difficult is it to switch games like this, Justin?
If you're experienced in both, it's not too difficult. I think a lot of players generally have trouble with one game, and it's not so much the switching back and forth. It's that if they're less experienced in one game, that game is always harder to play. I'm sure Ninger feels super comfortable switching back to no limit here. Well, the other players at the table, they might realize that instead of playing for half or a third of their stack every hand, especially if they go up against Nick Binger, they might be playing for their entire stack.
That's true, and that makes the big stack more powerful.
Exactly.
It's 5-4-9. This is Rents and Binger. Rents in the big blind. That's first to act.
This is the third time we've seen a blind lead out with a bet into the pre-flop raiser. It usually isn't that common of a play, but we've seen a lot of it at this final table. Binger's trying to decipher exactly what that means. Nick, of course, did it earlier with 3 6s. Does Chris have a strong hand, or is he just making a feeler bet to try to figure out where he is? And Nick makes the call.
Yeah, Binger will call, so 87,000 in the pot. It's a queen of clubs. Spades, excuse me. Queen of spades. Rents bet 60,000.
To me, it looked like Chris knew he was making that bet before the turn card even came. Didn't look like he was really doing much thinking. I'm always looking for kind of subtle pieces of information like that.
And Binger will fold, and Rents will win the pot, 65,000. Well, there you can see Binger raising 22 out of 44 hands pre-flop.
Yeah, it was working out for Nick until the last 30 minutes or so. He has just been bleeding chips.
But had the chips to bleed.
That's true.
And that's what's important.
He is still our commanding chip leader despite all that. I think psychologically, the fact that he's bled chips is kind of an argument for the other players to play more hands against them. They just see every time someone plays a hand against Nick, they win the pot. So that factor of being afraid of the big stack isn't quite as in play.
That's a deuce 6-10. Binger, Gehry, and Jalali. And is Nick Binger playing too many pots, Justin?
I think it's tough to say. We can't really see his cards, but it does look like he is, losing the majority of the pots he is playing. And I think it might not be a bad idea for him to slow down a little bit. Of course, he could just have a big hand here, and we'll see.
Binger will win the pot and show 3 deuces.
Wow.
Just didn't get any action on it. Flops a set, and when you're holding deuces, that's what you're praying for. You're holding deuces to flop the set. That's
no
what
better
it's all
flop
about.
than that.
That's right. In fact, you're holding deuces, and you're hoping that the flop comes down ace deuce something, and that someone's sitting on something like an ace king.
Exactly. I'm actually kind of surprised that Nick would make a bet on that flop. Seems like it would make more sense to, let a jack, queen, or king roll off, give someone a higher pair. It was kind of a dry flop and wasn't too likely to have hit one of the other players. Well, and even though Nick won that pot, he is not happy with that result of just taking it down.
Well, Rentz has raised. Actually, now to Binga. And he will call. And it is an ace 8-6, 2 hearts. Binga checks. Rents. That's 36,000.
And Nick is actually in position here. I don't believe he checked. I think Chris was first to act with the bet.
Oh, and Binga raises and Rents folds. And looks like Nick Binga's saying enough.
Yeah, the aggression is starting to pay off for Nick again. We'll see if it continues. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong about that hand. Chris was actually the button, so Nick was out of position.
Well, action continues here in the $1,500 mixed hold'em event, Event 41. We are currently in the no-limit phase of this event. Nick Eber here bringing the action alongside Justin Bonomo.
The announcer is making fun of Nick a little. He just announced that Nick has folded his first hand of the day.
Well, action now to Tamayo, who will call. So now we've got Jalali and Tamayo. It's Trey, Queen, Jack on the flop. Jalali checks. Tamayo checks, excuse me. $28,000 is the bet from Jalali. Born in Tehran, currently living in Bochum.
I'm all in.
Oh, look at this. And Tamayo moves all in.
Change a bit. It's just kind of a playing value bet with a 6 there. Get this? Okay, man, keep shooting.
Could we get down to 3 players here?
Well, we're still at 5, so...
Oh, pardon me, 5 players. Yes. So it's unlikely we'll get down to 3 players here, then, Justin.
That'd be pretty tough.
Yeah. Although we did it yesterday with 2 players eliminated in one hand by our eventual winner.
It's a little bit harder when there's only 2 players in a pot,
The Magnificent Wu. That's what he called himself. The Magnificent Wu. Yeah. David Wu.
He came up with that nickname for himself?
Wu the Magnificent. And he was indeed magnificent. Oh, the call is made. Jalali calls. There's a pair of aces for Tamayo. And Queen 4 for Jalali, who has a pair of queens.
This is just a cooler for Jalali. You can't fault him at all for making this call. Tamayo played the hand pretty well. I like Tamayo slow playing the hand in the spot like he did.
It's a deuce of spades. And it's a 7 of diamonds. Jonathan Tamayo will double up at the expense of Alec Jalali. And Jalali will go down to 100,000 chips, and Tamayo will get a few more chips to play with and go to 273,000 chips. And Alex Jalali, just as you pointed out, Justin, just hit a cooler there. Top pair.
Yeah. I think Tamayo played it well, though. If he had raised before the flop, he probably would have just taken down the blinds. But, you know, he waited for Alex to flop top pair. And even if Alex does miss that flop, you know, Tamayo is still likely to get the, you know, continuation bet and make 30,000 more on the hand by waiting for the flop to move all in.
Well, what's interesting to this leaderboard as you look at it, other than the fact that Tamayo comes up off the basement and Rents and Jalali each drop down a place, is that if you consider the fact that Jalali and Rents and Tamayo are truly short stacked at this point with 273, 250, and 106 between them, and you think, well, what about if number 2 goes against number 1? You're talking about a rank amateur against Nick Binger with a serious Binger with a serious chip lead. Binger could not want a better position than that.
Of course, especially if most of the heads-up battle is in the no-limit portion. I'm sure Nick will be extremely comfortable no matter who he's up against.
But I would say Tamayo and Rents. No, Ace-King, another big hand for Binger. But Tamayo, Rents, and maybe to a lesser degree Jalali both seem to be relatively accomplished players. Jalali winning the Masters Classic of Poker in Amsterdam. Rents ringing the, pardon me, Rents has only his first cash in 5 tournaments. So Jalali and Tamayo, big online player, came 6th in the PokerStars Sunday Million. And Jalali won the Masters Classic of Poker, but...
And as we talked about earlier, Tamayo plays in a home game with Stinger, who's Brian Hastings, one of the top online players.
Works with Taylor Cavey, right?
Exactly, for card runners.
For card runners. If you haven't had a chance, folks, and you want to improve your game, I have to recommend Card Runners. It's an amazing product. It really is a very interesting product.
Yeah, I'm not an official sponsor, but I am a member, and I really enjoy watching the Card Runners videos. And even though I'm a professional player, I still have a lot to learn from those videos.
Well, look at this. So Binger's moved all in on Jalali, who's moved all in. So Binger giving Jalali some all-in protection here. But at this point, now Chris Rents from Ireland will make a decision, and he will fold, and it's Binger and Jalali.
Binger confidently flips over a pair of jacks.
It's Ace-King to Jacks, so...
Ace-Queen to Jacks.
Ace-Queen to Jacks, excuse me. So Binger ahead, Jalali looking for an ace or a queen. It's a precarious situation, actually, here, and 7-7-6.
Amazing flop for Nick.
Yes. It's an ace or a queen, and 6 outs here. And it's a king of hearts.
Little paint to
Who
make
eats
Nick
the cards.
sweat.
Yep. Jalali gets up out of his chair now, preparing for the return flight to Bochum. But it's a deuce, and Alex Jalali, originally from Tehran, late of Bochum, Germany, will find his way back to Lufthansa for the return flight. The former physician, or the current physician, will be able to apply $56,875 towards opening his own clinic, which was his goal.
So going into this table, we had a bracelet winner, an APT winner, and Jalali, who was a Masters Classic winner, and all 3 of those players have been eliminated. There are no players left that have won any major tournaments.
That is correct. Except for Tamayo, who was in my opinion, finishing 6th in the PokerStars Sunday Millions.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
That's impressive.
But
because I finished 11,353rd.
Yeah, and Nick Binger, of course, has lots of final tables and lots of cashes too, but neither of these players have any big wins. No one at the table does. But someone will walk away with one.
And Tamayo raises. Now action to Chris Rents. Tamayo's raised to 21,000. This table is going by quickly.
Mm-hmm.
We've now been at this for 3 hours and 5 minutes, and we're down to 4 players.
Yeah, well, the
we are
Binger
now down to 4 players.
The Binger train started off strong, was derailed for the limit portion of the last level, but it's back on track now.
Yes, it is. So it's Binger and Tamayo. Tamayo raises, Binger calls, and we have a deuce, a tray, and a 9. Action first on Binger, who will check. Tamayo checks, and the turn card comes along, and it is a queen of diamonds.
And it looks like Nick is about to take advantage of the weakness of the check, and he makes a bet of 32,000 here on the turn.
It's about what, 3/5 of the pot size, right? Give or take.
I don't. It says 82,000.
No, well, it was 50,000 before.
Okay, so it's more than half.
Yeah, more than half, right. And now Binger bets, and Tamayo, one cool customer, this Tamayo.
Yeah,
will call.
No fear at all. Very comfortable at the table. I've been really impressed with Tamayo's play so far.
I have 2. 4 of spades. So he plays in a home game with Brian Townsend. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he plays in not with Brian Townsend, with Brian Hastings.
Brian Hastings.
Stinger.
Brian Townsend, isn't he the other gentleman with card runners?
Yeah, Brian Townsend is ABBA, or what's his other name? SB Rugby Online.
SB Rugby, that's it.
Yeah.
Binger has bet, and Tamayo is getting pressured here because he just doesn't have that many chips. He will fold, and a big pot here for Binger, who will pick up a net gain of 60. That's not as important to Nick as the net loss of 54,000 is to Tamayo, who drops down to a little over 200,000. Let's put up the leaderboard. You can see for yourself here in the $1,500 Event 41, the mixed hold'em. Here's where we stand. And you can see Tamayo now the short stack. Gary 354, Rents 235, but Binger 1.3 million. And the Nick Binger show, you're right, Justin, got put on hiatus for a few minutes, but has come back in reruns with a vengeance.
Absolutely. Of course, in poker, anyone can win, but the odds are definitely in Nick's favor.
Well, 700,000 in chips for everyone else and 1.3 million for Binger. And Binger will raise and Tamayo will fold, and blinds go the way of Binger.
Yeah.
The next level, folks, is going to be 8 and 15 with betting structure 15-30, and then 5,000, 10,000 in the no limit round. And at that point, I think the likes of Tamayo and Rents and Gary, or less so Gary, are really going to feel pressured.
Yeah, the next limit portion is going to play pretty big. With 30,000 for the big bet, the players aren't going to have deep stacks, and one hand could easily knock a player out, other than Nick, of course.
Well, Binger's at it again, raising on the button.
No surprise there. We've seen him play more than half the hands so
action
far.
Now to Frank Gary in the big blind. He will fold.
I think instead of announcing that Nick raises the pot, we should announce when he doesn't raise the pot.
Exactly. Nick doesn't raise the pot.
It'll save us some time.
So I've seen this in a few events we've covered this year. Accomplished players with big chip stacks that are relentless. Besides the fact that they may take, and it's inevitable that you will lose some hands. You will slough off some chips and chip up other people. It's how do you come back from that? And we've seen it time and time again. The big stack will lose, claw back the small pots, and then start playing big pot poker again, and really put the pressure on the small stacks. And that is an art form that I've never been able to, never have a big stack. But
yeah, well, when you lose those hands, you really have to look at why you're losing those hands. Is it because the players are playing well and you're getting outplayed? If so, you should slow down. But I think in Nick's case, he was just unfortunate running into a lot of big hands. So, logically, if that's the case, there's no reason for him to slow down.
When you've got a seasoned pro like Nick, I mean, tilt is something you just don't see that often.
Right, for sure. He hasn't won a big tournament yet, so this could be his first time in that spot, but, you know, Nick has certainly experienced in many other spots that I don't see him having any problems with that.
Well, he has a bracelet. No, he does not have a bracelet, and neither does his brother.
That's true.
Although Michael did manage to pull, what, $4 million off the third place at the main event, so...
And he also tied the record for most cashes ever in a World Series last year with 8 cashes.
8 cashes. A really unbelievable performance and a difficult feat for anyone to beat.
Yeah, Mike is a very talented, very mathematical player. He's actually a physicist and very brilliant guy. And you can tell from the way he plays poker, too.
Now, is Michael the older brother to Nick or the younger?
I believe Michael is older, but I could be wrong about that.
So if Nick wins this, he can run around the house with bragging rights, even though it's only $200,000 compared to $4 million, and say, "Ha,
that's true.
Look what I got."
I think they'll be celebrating this one together.
No, I'm sure they will.
I'd be surprised if Michael didn't have a big piece of Nick's action here.
Binger will call. Binger and Tamayo once again, toe-to-toe. Tamayo the short stack. It's ace-5-7.
Tamayo has been the only player at the table who showed that he's not afraid at all to play against Nick. The other players have only really battled against Nick when they've had hands.
And Tamayo will bet 30,000, and Binger will stare him down a little bit. And he will call ace-7-5, 2 spades. And it is a 6 of diamonds.
Which puts a second flush draw on the board.
It gives you a 5-6-7 as well. Binger checks. Tamayo moves all in. We'll let you know how much that is here in a minute. It's 125,000 for Binger to call.
Which was about the size of the pot.
And you think Tamayo has an ace here?
I certainly think it's very likely. There's a couple of other hands he could have, like a spade or diamond flush draw. It's possible that he's bluffing here, but I don't think that Tamayo would be bluffing in this spot.
As you can see, they taught him this at Cornell, at Hotel Management School.
And as always, Tamayo looks extremely calm and comfortable.
Well, he had 177,000 chips at the commencement of this hand. If he doubles up, he goes to 344,000 or so and becomes our second, and moves into second place. And Binger will fold, and Tamayo will pick up a net gain of 58,000 chips, which is good for him. It could have been a lot worse for Binger. And Michael Chu finishing in 8th place, probably one of the more accomplished players at the table, but he did finish in 8th, as we said. Let's hear from our finisher.
Hey guys, back here with Michael Chu. He is our 8th place finisher. And Michael, you were telling me that last hand maybe you ought to have made a move sooner.
Yeah, definitely. I feel he was raising a lot of hands. With pocket eights, it's not the greatest hand. If he has 2 overs, he probably would call me. But yeah, I should have made a move before the flop. He definitely would have folded 10-5.
Now, in the limit portion, in the first half hour, it seems you were getting involved in a lot of pots. It just seemed like maybe there were cards coming up where you're like, oh, there's a flush draw on the board, I'm going to have to fold, or take us through that part.
Yeah, I mean, the very first hand, I had ace-king in the limit hand. Binger had ace-jack. 4 clubs came on the board, so basically I had to fold. I had no clubs. Yeah, I had a lot of hands. I couldn't flop anything, so yeah, it's kind of disappointing. But
and now you were the only bracelet winner at this table. Coming in here, obviously you got to think that you have a leg up on everybody, and you're kind of intimidating to the rest of the table, I would think.
Actually, I was more nervous in this tournament than the last tournament because I felt like the last tournament I had nothing to lose. This tournament, I felt a lot of my friends were going to come here, so I want to do well for them.
So you were feeling a little bit of pressure. Did that? I mean, how did that affect your play? Did it make you a little bit tighter early on, or you just weren't yourself?
Oh, no, it didn't affect my play. The cards kind of played themselves today.
Michael, appreciate it. Our 8th place finisher, Michael Chu. Guys, let's send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks, John.
And while you guys were back, Nick Binger has busted in 4th place. Okay, just kidding. He's still our commanding chick leader.
Very funny. Welcome back. Nick Gieber here, bringing you the action alongside professional poker player Justin Bonomo. Great to be with you here on ESPN. Both players will check, and looks like Rents will win the pot.
I'm good.
Interesting statistic. Want to thank our statistician, Adam Buchholz. The number of hands won since the start of the final table. Rents has won 7. Frank Gary has won 3. Tamayo 7. And Binger 25. And I think, Justin, that pretty much speaks for itself in terms of chip count.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Binger just hasn't stopped the aggression. Even after, losing that series of pots, he just picked it right back up and kept on winning more pots.
We got a raise. This time from Rents, the Irishman. Action now to Frank Gary in the big blind. Been largely quiet, Frank Gary.
I think I might have underestimated how loose Chris Rents has been playing. I didn't realize he'd won 7 pots already. Of course, that pales in comparison to Nick.
7-8 Jack, 2 diamonds and a heart. Gary checks to Rents, who will bet. 42,000 is the bet, and this may see off Gary, who's been playing pretty tight. And Gary will fold. Rents picks up the pot, and Gary moves from 400 and something odd thousand chips just a few hands ago down to 310. Now Rents has taken over second place, and as you mentioned, Justin, Rents showing an aggressive side.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive that Gary is still in this tournament, having won only 3 pots the entire time.
Well, he's not played much. He won that big double up, if you remember, early on.
Yeah, I guess he's mostly just sitting back, waiting for the payout scale to build up, and it's working out for him.
Well, 70,000 is his guaranteed payday right now, and it can go as high as 219,000 if he thinks he can win it.
Just climbing that ladder. And surprisingly, Binger raises the pot. Big shocker.
Now Tamayo on the button. Jonathan has a very stoic look about him, a very unamused look about him, and he will raise Binger.
I always admire that. I kind of play the same way when I'm at the table. Try not to get upset, try to always remain stoic. So I admire that in Tamayo.
Makes it 85,000 total. And Tamayo's been playing this game with Binger. I could honestly tell you that I would have no idea what range he could be playing with right now. He's in position on Binger. Binger's been raising him. He could just be pushing back with nothing.
I think with Tamayo's stack that he's investing, even though he's not moving all in, he only has about 120,000 chips behind, so he's basically committing his whole stack with that raise, which would lead me to believe that Tamayo had a hand he's willing to put his whole stack on the line with there.
And Binger did not as he folds.
Exactly.
Well, some good play from Tamayo, who cracks a wry smile. Jonathan, born in Houston, currently living in Humble, Texas. Nothing for us to believe that he is not just that. He's recently graduated from Cornell. He's unemployed. He's a golf fanatic.
And he's going for another pot in a row as he raises from the cutoff.
His intro to live poker came at Turning Stone Casino in Verona, New York.
That was actually the first place I ever played live poker at.
Is it 18?
Yeah, 18 plus.
And, well, the song does not remain the same. It now will move to No Limit Hold'em, 5,000, 4,000, 8,000.
No, we're moving to limit.
Oh, pardon me, moving to limit. We were on the no limit. Pardon me. No break. So, I'm confused, and that's all right. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll be right back with a brand new level here. It is the $1,500 mixed event at the World Series of Poker. Nick Ebert, Justin Bonomo. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to step aside just a couple of minutes and be right back.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit Start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's...
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker.
Shuffle up the deal. dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by Doyle'sRoom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Well, welcome back to the World Series of Poker. Great to be with you this evening here on ESPN 360. Nick Eber alongside professional poker player Justin Bonomo. We are covering the $1,500 mixed Hold'em event, and Justin, an interesting level that just went by with Nick Binger losing his chips, then gaining them back, and we only have, at this point, 4 players remaining.
Yeah, I think this next level should be pretty interesting. With 15, 30,000 betting limits, the stacks are going to go pretty quickly. Just 1 or 2 hands, and you'll find your whole stack committed.
Well, Irishman Rentz is on the button. Frank Gary first to act. Let's go back down to center court and catch up with the action. Chris Rentz raises. Binger folds. It's now Tamayo and Rentz. And we're going to see a flop. It's a 6-deuce-10. Tamayo checks. Rentz bets. Tamayo calls. And this is when it starts to get expensive right now. The queen of clubs. And Tamayo checks. Rentz checks. And it's a 8 of spades. Both players looks like they're going to check this. Well, Tamayo checks to Rentz, and Rentz could chuck in a 30,000 chip bet here. He checks his cards and just checks. It's a pair of 8s on the river for Chris Rentz, and Tamayo got rivered. I don't know how the tournament director knows he wins, because Tamayo had not showed his hand, but
well, he didn't. We don't necessarily know that Tamayo got rivered there. And limit hold'em, it's not that uncommon to peel a card off on the flop with a hand like even Jack 9 for Jack High. It's cheap enough that seeing that turn card is often the correct decision.
Well, Tamayo loses 45,000. Rentz gains 53,000, and it is limit hold'em, so it's 15-30. And as you pointed out, Justin, pots will get big in a hurry.
Exactly.
Binger on the button. Rentz has raised. That's called raising the rent. Binger will make it 3 bets. And now Rentz has to call. And all of a sudden we have 113,000 in the pot. I mean, this is pre-flop, so that's good
goes
numbers.
In there quick.
It's 5, 10, 9. Rentz checks. Binger bets. And Rentz calls, and here comes the turn. And again, this is where it starts to get pricey. It's a 7 of clubs. Interesting texture on the flop. 2 clubs and some straight possibilities. Rentz checks, and Binger will bet 30,000. And Rentz announces raise, so we'll make it 2 bets for 60,000.
And already we have 230,000 chips in the pot.
And what will Binger do here? Binger will rebet.
Wow.
So it'll now be 3 bets for 90,000.
Lots of action.
And Rentz will call. And this is a huge pot right now, folks. 323,000. And it's a king of clubs, completing the 3 to the club flush on the board. And Rentz checks, and Binger bets 30,000. Rentz will call, and Binger trip 5s for Binger, and he hit the set again.
That's the second baby set we've seen.
The second
from
baby
Nick.
set. And Binger will win a big, big pot here, folks, off Chris Rentz, who was getting close in terms of picking up a position as the second in chips. Now Rentz goes to under 200,000, And Binger, 1.5 million, has re-achieved the lofty heights he was at before he came off the rails a bit. And it was in, funny enough, the limit round, which was the same round that cost him in the last level.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time Binger has been over 1.5 million, giving him a new high for the chip lead.
Yeah, I think it was 1.4 something was where he was at before.
Right, just shy of where he's at now.
Just shy of that. 500,000, folks. That's about 500,000 or 600,000 about all the chips that are out there, other than those in front of Nick Binger at this point.
Yeah, there's 2.19 million in play total, and of that, Binger has just over 1.5 of it.
Now, Tamayo and Binger tangling right now. Tamayo raising, Binger calling. It's a tray 8 king. They played 9 pots against each other, these two. Binger winning 6 of them, and Binger's taken a net 228,000 in chips from Tamayo up to this point.
Which means this is pot number 10 that they've played against each other.
Pot number 10. Binger checks. Tamayo bet 150,000 and now, pardon me, 15,000, and now Binger has 15,000 to call. But he will decline. And interestingly enough, folded with the Queen 10. And I think Binger now starting to play some strategic poker, not just tactical poker, not wanting to get into a situation where he's going to chip up a guy like Tamayo any more than 275 where he's at right now.
Yeah, even though Binger has had gotten the best of Tamayo, he's very observant, obviously, and he knows Tamayo's just not afraid to play back against him.
Well, Mats Gavitin from Sweden finished in 7th place. Let's hear from our unhappy foreigner.
This is Harmony Krieger with Mats Gavitin, who just busted 7th place. Now, Mats, I know you're feeling a little disappointed.
Yes.
So take us through that last hand.
I raised with ace-5 of diamonds, and he called in the big blind, and then he led out on a paired board with the flush draw, and I raised him, intending to call an all-in because I thought a big part of his all-in range would be lower flush draws and 7s, and he wouldn't do that with queens really. And I would be ahead of that range, and then he had a 7, unfortunately.
Now, how is your style of play going in? Because I know a couple of people at the final table are playing pretty aggressive, like Nick Binger, of course.
Yeah, well, I didn't get many hands. I can be aggressive as well at times.
Yep. You can.
Just didn't happen today. I got awful cards really, and then I got that hand.
And this is your 4th World Series of Poker?
Yeah.
And is this your first final table?
It is, yes. So that was exciting.
And how many times have you cashed before?
3 times before, I think. Yeah, 3 times.
Okay, and are you going to play in any other events?
Probably the 6 Max event on Thursday.
All right, good. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Continued success.
Yeah, thanks.
7th place finisher.
Oh, thank you, Harmony. She was not intimidated by the giant Lobster Man T-shirt that he was wearing. Was it Crab Man?
I didn't catch that, to be honest.
Well, meanwhile, we've got a pot developing here, folks. Binger and Rents. 150,000 in the pot right now, which means Rents already committed for about half of his chips. On Binger will bet, we have a deuce 6 jack 9 ace with 3 diamonds. You can see it right there. And Rents will call 2 pair for Chris, and that will be good enough as Binger grudgingly concedes the pot to Rents, who will get some well-needed chips, and will have 266,000, saying that he thought he put Binger on a flush draw.
Almost a double up from that small
Almost
pot.
a double up. But Binger has a luxury right now because he has so many chips. I mean, these guys still don't have a lot of chips. I mean, 266, 275, and 285. It's not a great deal of chips.
They're really just playing for 2nd place at this point.
And we're getting some action now from the man with 2 first names, Frank Gary, who will bet, and Binger folds. And Jonathan Tamayo will call from the big blind. It's ace 4-5, 2 clubs, and a spade. Well, Tamayo's playing with a bit of fire here because Gary's been very, very quiet, and all of a sudden he's max betting these pots.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Gary didn't have at least an ace here.
Yeah, and it's a queen of diamonds. And he bets, Frank bets, and Tamayo very quickly calls him, almost beats him to the pot. And it's a 4 of diamonds on the river. Both players check. It's an ace-queen, is that right? Ace-jack, so we were right with the ace.
Well, I think Gary missed a value bet on that river, but, you know, as we've seen before, he's more of a conservative player, likely to shy away from those value bet situations.
And that was, for my opinion, a misread by Tamayo. I mean, if I can sit up here and read the fact that Gary's played about 2 hands, and that when he's max betting up the pot, that he's probably got something, begins with an ace and ends in something high.
Right, well, we haven't seen Tamayo's cards, so it's possible he had a flush draw there, in which case, of course, it's correct to continue on with the hand. Also, he could have had a strong hand like a worse ace, maybe ace-10 or something, although I guess since the board paired, that would have been a chop at that point.
By the way, the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball event, which is ongoing right now, is down to 3 players, and John Fan is currently our chip leader.
Who else is still in that tournament?
Joey Long and Shun Ushida.
Joy Long is one of those players that not many people know about, but he has finished.
Player. Excellent.
If I'm not mistaken, he's finished in the top 20 of the Player of the Year standings 3 years in a row now.
He's a very good player, and we covered him last year at a couple of final tables, and well as I believe he's won a circuit event.
He's one of those guys who just has cash after cash after cash, yet including some wins, but he's just not that well known of a player for some reason.
Another one is Doug Carley. Not a lot of people know Doug Carley, yet he was the most prolific cash player on the circuit tour last season.
I don't even know who that is, to be honest.
Well, you see, watch out for him. I think he likes it that way. Now Nick Binger will win another pot. Take that pot off Frank Gary, who just got the chips off Tamayo.
And Tamayo yet again finds himself as a short stack with 162,000.
He seems largely unconcerned, to be honest with you. I mean, I think, you know, we're at the point here where these stacks are so close, 166 to 266. You know, Tamayo, I believe, thinks he's a better player, but we'll find out.
Yeah, it's not that he's unconcerned with winning, because of course everyone at this table wants to win. I just think he's so comfortable with his cards that he has no reason to get nervous, even if he is the short stack.
And in the seniors event, Amarillo Slim, Tom Franklin, Avery Cardoza, Marshall Wagoner, Tom McAvoy, Men Win, all still in. 103 players left. Well, Chris has checked the turn, and Tamayo will bet it. Jonathan Tamayo will bet. Oh, look at this. Chris will raise 2 bets. And looks like Tamayo's going to... Is that going to re-raise?
I believe it's a
call. No, he
call.
just calls, yes. So 188,000 in the pot. We're going to see a river now, and it's a 6-7, Jack 10, 2 hearts, and it's another 7. This time a spade, and Rents will lead out, and we'll get the call from Tamayo, and Rents will show 4-5. King high.
Wow.
So it's a busted straight and a busted flush for Rents, and he's going to take a big hit to his pot, to his stack, and Rents now down to 146. And we talked about Tamayo's ability to read players, and it seems that he had Rents just about dead to rights on that one.
Yeah, that's a great call down, and that's not
a great call down. And he was aggressive with the call down, Justin. It wasn't like he noodled this for a long time. I mean, he knew what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he's been very quick with all his decisions, very confident. What we saw there was Tamayo raised pre-flop, Chris called, and the flop just went check, check. So I think at that point, Tamayo, when Chris checks again, Tamayo assumes that it's very unlikely that Chris has a big hand. And on such a draw-heavy board, you know, there's a great chance you're up against a draw.
You can hear the Irish brogue of Rentz. And Chris Rentz is on the button. Nick Binger in the small blind. John Tamayo in the big blind. And Frank Gary first to act. And he'll fold. Action now to Chris Rentz, who will bet 30,000.
And Nick has gone almost 3 whole hands without playing a pot, so looks like he's about to get back in there.
He must have had a nap.
Yeah, it's pretty long stretch of no hands for Nick. No, I don't believe
Binger
it.
folds and Tamayo folds, and Rentz will pick up a few chips.
This is the longest Nick has gone the entire final table without playing a hand.
Well, and he's been letting these 3 players, Rentz, Tamayo, and Gary, fight it out a bit amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, David Machowski finished in 6th place. Let's hear from the man from Dayton.
This is Harmony Krieger here with David Mikowski, who just busted 6. David, I know you're a little disappointed, but you were playing really well out there.
You know, I was short stacked coming in, and basically the one hand crippled me, but Nick Binger's just on fire and basically picking up a couple extra spots. I'm happy. First final table, I played real well. I got nothing to be ashamed of, and I'm a happy man. I mean, the bracelet would be great, but I'll take 6th place.
And you've been here before, obviously.
Yes,
is this your 4th World Series of Poker?
4th World Series of Poker, the first final table, but yeah, I played well all tournament. I mean, I was deep in every tournament, and I had cash in almost every tournament as well, so I'm happy, you know.
Now, who would you like to see win?
I'd like to see Nick Binger, yeah. You know, the guy's, he's a great guy at the table. He's talented on the cards, and, you know, the only other guy, too, is Frank is in there, too. He's pretty tough. He might hang in there with him, but the guy keeps getting the cards. No one's going to stop him.
Now, were you playing aggressive?
Me, I had to play aggressive a couple hands. I was going to wait till the no limit, but in the limit, you know, I caught an ace on there, and I don't know, I just followed out. Made a mistake there, but that's okay. I'm happy.
Well, you're going home with a nice payday. Now, I know you were looking for that bracelet. Are you going to play any other events to try and grab that?
I'll be back for the main event. Yeah, definitely. So I'll get one of these days, though. So
good. And I will see you then, and hopefully we'll see you at another final table.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
6th place finisher, David Mikowski.
Can I say hi to my daughter?
Absolutely.
Olivia, Madison, Lori, all my friends back in Dayton. Hey, I love you guys. I'll be home soon. Right.
6th place finisher, David Mikowski. Back to you in the booth.
All right. Dayton Dave, which is well to all his family, as we do. And we come back to the table where Frank and Chris are in a pot now, 60,000. We're going to see a flop.
That was scary.
Previously, Tamayo winning about 75,000 in the last hand. And it 6 King Jack.
I know, that was, I know.
Gary will bet. Rentz will call, raise. 2 bets from Rent. And Gary, noodling his decision now, will make it 3 bets. And gets re-raised again. It's now capped. It's 4 bets. Chris Rentz makes it 4 bets. And Frank Gary, with 2 first names, thinks hard and long about this. It's only 1 more bet. He's almost has to call this at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard to put in 3 bets and then fold to a 4th. You almost never see that in limit.
And it is capped at 4 bets, right?
No, in these tournaments it's been capped at 5 bets.
5 bets, excuse me.
I was so glad when
But Frank can put a stop to it by just calling, which is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So now we'll see a jack of diamonds. So now we have 2 jacks, and look at this. A check to Rentz, Chris Rentz, and Rentz will bet 30,000, and Frank Gary from Florida. We had Dayton Dave and Florida Frank. And we may as well. Nick Binger, born in Florida. Well, Everglades, Nick.
A lot of Florida representation at this final table.
Absolutely, and Frank will call, and now comes the river.
And Gary does not look too happy about this.
No, he does not. It's a 7 of clubs. Frank will check, and Rents looks like he didn't get what he wanted or is concerned about. He will check. King 6 for kings and jacks. King 8.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he will out-pick him. Oh, my. And Frank Gehry will take a large number of chips off of the Irishman with a kicker.
Well,
because he got counterfeited on the turn.
Yeah, Chris
right.
had flopped 2 pair there and was counterfeit on the turn.
Correct. And Rents will now go to truly life support. Let's take a look at the, well, you can see it there on the ticker, actually, on your screen. Binger with 1.3 million in chips. Tamayo 350.
Usually is.
Frank Gehry now 461. And check this out, folks. Just go out. You're not going to see it on your ticker, I guess. I'll tell you. Irishman Chris Rents now has 41,000 chips.
And to all the internet dorks out there, I have to point out that Mike Binger has 1.337 exactly in chips.
Well, I think you should point out that that's Nick Binger, though.
Oh, did I say Michael?
You said
oh,
Mike Binger.
Man,
See,
sorry,
I got
Nick.
you.
Can't believe I did that. So I'm curious, Nick, do you know what 1.337 means?
No.
I'll leave that one for the internet dorks out there. It's kind of a secret between us.
What's it, some statistic of something?
No, the numbers kind of spell out 1337 LEET, elite.
So if you did the calculate 710-77345 spells out Shell Oil. Is that what you're getting at?
Pretty much.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought.
There was some guy on Jeopardy who once bet 1337, and the audience went wild when he bet that out. There's something the internet dorks appreciate.
What does it spell?
Elite.
Elite.
Like elite.
Oh. Not something dirty or anything.
No.
Because that would have been funny. Well, Chris is on the button now, and he's, oh dear, he will fold. But he has 33,000 chips left, and he's not looking like a happy man, having been counterfeited and then out-kicked. And Tamayo gets a walk, and if I'm Nick Binger, I want Frank Gehry to get all of these chips.
Yeah, that would certainly be the best possible heads-up match for Nick Binger.
Tamayo has shown he's unafraid to go head-to-head with Binger and not afraid to play poker. Not that Gary's played badly whatsoever, so if you're friends and family of Frank Gehry, I mean, no way denigrating his play whatsoever. He's just been quite quiet at this table up to this point.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, you don't best a field of 731 players or 728 players without being a quality player.
Right, and as you said, Gary's just been playing tight, waiting for cards, and that's exactly the type of player that you want to play against heads up, because you can totally take advantage of their tightness.
Meanwhile, Binger has raised. Tamayo re-raised. Pardon me, Binger raised.
Yeah, Binger raised, Tamayo re-raised, and Binger called the 3-bet.
Correct. And now we'll have a flop, and it's the Binger-Tamayo show. I think clash number 11, I think.
Tamayo being 4 out of 10.
2 bets for Binger. 2-bet Binger, they call him. And we'll get a turn card. It's an 8 of diamonds. Tamayo checks. Binger will bet, and Tamayo will call. We're seeing this, a lot of this. Tamayo shifting position, and then an ace of hearts. Tamayo comes out betting. And Binger doesn't look real happy with that ace, actually, that just hit.
Nick just knows that Tamayo hit that ace, it looks like. Which means Binger probably had a smaller pair, maybe flop top pair like jacks.
Binger's just, well, is he saying, do I want to chuck 30 grand after this?
I suspect he will. It's really hard to fold in these spots and limit hold'em.
Or was Tamayo just representing that he hit that ace? Cagey character, this Tamayo, Jonathan.
It's always possible, but I don't think Tamayo can expect to fold often enough that he would want to bluff
Tamayo
here.
shows an ace. Ace 8, turned and rivered, 2-pair. And Tamayo gets over the $500,000 chip mark.
Wow, seemingly out of nowhere.
Well, you hear the cheering for Cornell University. Must be a whole range of former Cornell graduates, and
this is going
the
to be...
hotel management program must be exporting fans here to the table.
This is going to be a very crucial hand. Rentz is posting 15 of his 33,000 in the big blind. He's pretty much committed to play his whole stack with any 2 cards here.
And looks like Tamayo, the aggressor here. And Rentz is all in.
And if I'm not mistaken, Chris hasn't looked at his cards yet.
No, and it's an ace something for Tamayo. Looks like an ace 6. 4 8 of clubs for Rentz. Ace 7 for Tamayo. Well, Rentz is alive.
Yeah, he has live cards. I think he's committed, and I think he made the right play by sticking all his chips in.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
King 8 8. Look at this, folks. It's a 10, and that's a boat. Well, finally, no boat. Excuse me. That's tripped 8s, though. You'll excuse me, folks. My eyesight's not great, and I have to look at the cards coming out. It's a little grainy, so doing the best I can, but short of LASIK, you're just going to have to deal with this. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on ESPN. It is our pleasure to bring you the finest in poker programming here on ESPN. Nick Eber alongside Justin Bonomo. And we bring you poker the way I believe it was meant to be watched, uninterrupted, hand by hand, not edited. You get the passion, the excitement, the exhilaration, the boredom. You get it all right here. The extremes of all the emotions when you watch one of these poker matches start to finish.
Yeah, I always prefer it like this. I think it's boring just watching, ace, king, all in versus queens every hand, and you never get to see the real hands in between where there's actual strategy involved.
And that's really why this is so important. If you play poker and you're watching this, and I assume if you're watching more than 20, 30 minutes of this, you're a poker player. You can learn a lot from this. You can see the different styles. And when people say poker's a game of luck, not a game of skill, I would challenge any one of those people to come watch one of these matches from our perspective and tell me that this is a game of luck and not a game of skill.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
certainly luck involved, no doubt about it. But
every decision you make, there's different options. You have to weigh all the factors. Poker is not an easy game to play well.
Now Frank Gary showing pocket queens, getting 23,000 chips for them, which is unfortunate. But Tamayo 460, Gary 461, and Rentz 66. Well, Nick, one of the few brother teams, Nick Bingham, his brother Michael Bing, also a player. Let's hear more about the Binger boys.
Hey, thanks, guys. Michael Binger is playing here at the $1,500 Pot Limit Omaha event, the same time his brother Nick is playing at our broadcasted Limit No Limit final table. When asked why he chose to play in the noon event instead of cheering his brother on at the final table, he said, "I want to win a bracelet after my brother does." That's the latest here in the Amazon room. Sending it back to you guys in the booth.
And you said there were no sibling rivalries, Justin.
I got to be honest, if I was Nick...
There he is right there.
Oh, I wonder if he just busted.
He must have just busted. Or on break, but... I can tell you my sons have a great sibling rivalry between the two of them, but when push comes to shove, they're there to support each other.
Yeah, my brother and I can be the same way. So here we have yet another Nick Binger against Tamayo pot. Nick raised and Tamayo's 3-bet. Binger, of course, is Tamayo's right, so he's been out of position in just about every single pot they played against each other. But he still won the majority of them.
Tamayo and Binger clashing again. Tamayo's one cagey character. I tell you, I like him.
Yeah, I like
Ten of
Tamayo
spades.
too. I'm friends with Nick, so I got to root for him to win.
Of
but
course,
I hope
but-
Tamayo comes in second.
Oh, ace-7. Look at that for the straight. Written straight, but holding the ace. And Tamayo not a happy camper with that hand. Oh,
Wow.
pocket kings. Wow, and Tamayo loses a tough hand for Tamayo. And we'll now go to $1,000 antes, 5,000, 10,000, no limit hold'em. And while they're counting chips and getting ready for the new level, let's hear about the seniors event. The Alta Cuckers playing right here at the World Series.
Hey, thanks, guys. Day 2 of the $1,000 seniors event is well underway with 99 players still remaining. They need to get down to the final 9 tonight, and it's looking really good for our chip leader, the man who placed 3rd in the event number 3's Pot Limit Omaha, Gregory Alston. Veterans Men the Master win, and Captain Tom Franklin are also doing very well as they are still in the top 10 of the leaderboard. That's the latest here in the Brasilia room, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Aaron, and good timing as Chris Rentz is all in from the small blind. This is the no limit section, folks, and I think we're going to shake out here pretty fast. Chris Rentz is all in. Binger will call, as indeed he's obligated to with any 2 cards, really. 7 deuce for Binger, but he has the overcard with 5-6 of diamonds on Rentz. But, you know, anything can happen, and the Irishman has survived the bullet one time. Can he survive it twice?
This is an expert read. Nick just knows he's 7 high was good. Of course, I'm just kidding,
You're
and he
joking.
called because the pot odds were in his favor.
Of course. 4 King Jack. No help. It's a 10 of clubs. No help for Rentz, and the Irishman is going to need a 5 or a 6, and he's not going to get it. He's going to get a queen, and the 7 will just, and I mean just, play in this hand. And Chris Rentz will be eliminated in 4th place, and at this point, Binger has eliminated every single player at the table.
Wow, that's impressive. That's not easy to do.
Rentz, Jalali, Mikowski, Gavatin, Chu, Sorga, all victims of one Binger.
Yeah, this has just been a one-man show the entire time.
It has been, with the exception, I mean, Gary's played tight and really hasn't put himself in a lot of dangerous positions. And Tamayo is just totally unafraid of our chip leader and is willing to go head-to-head. But Binger, 1.45 million. The other players, well, they have other stuff. They have 700,000 between them. So they got half of Binger's chip stat.
Yeah, and Tamayo has been playing back against Nick, but Nick has had slightly the best of him.
As we saw with the King 8 was the critical, was a very important hand here.
Right, and the A7 wasn't too small of a pot either.
Yeah.
He folds over to Nick in the small. He raises, makes it 30,000.
Well, Binger makes it 30,000, and I'm wondering if in this no limit round, Binger may actually, get heads up.
It's certainly very likely.
We will be heads up to this flop.
Well, we're heads up to the flop now. Binger and Tamayo once again, and
Flop is 10 of hearts.
10 deuce 7. This kid is awfully hard to read.
Nick checks.
Yeah, very composed.
Binger checks.
Jonathan checks. Turn card, please.
Both check. And we'll
Turn
get the
card is
turn.
the 4 of
It's
hearts.
a 4 of hearts on the turn, so now we have a 10 deuce 7 4.
Nick checks. Jonathan checks.
Both players will
River
check,
card, please.
and the river card comes along, and
River card is
it's an
the
8
spade.
of spades. And Binger will check, and Tamayo checks grudgingly.
Hands, please.
And Binger shows
Nick shows Queen Jack.
Queen Jack,
Jonathan shows King 6.
King 6,
nine,
and
nine,
Tamayo will win the pot, 83,000. Yeah, I don't think he thought he won the pot when he checked the river.
Yeah, he probably assumed that Binger had ace high when he raised before the flop and then didn't continuation bet. I'm surprised that Nick wouldn't fire a continuation bet there with the Queen Jack after missing the flop.
This kid Tamayo's played the same game, whether he has no chips or a few chips. And it'd be interesting to see what would happen if he had a big stack to play with.
Yeah, I'm sure he's, experienced as an online player, knows how to adjust his game. Seems like he's playing very, very well.
Nick's got the rest.
Everyone cracking a smile as the tournament director announces the chip count, saying it's 400 and something, 300 and something, and Nick has the rest. But Nick will win this pot with that small raise. Keep in mind, when he came to this final table, Nick Binger was not the chip leader, nor was he the sole guy with the same number of chips. 405,000 Mats Gavitin had. Binger had 339, and Frank Gehry had 332.
Yeah, when we started this final table, we had 9 stacks that were all fairly close to each other.
Yeah.
But just right from the gates, Nick kept, got hand after hand and, just one pot after pot.
And got action on those hands.
Exactly. And he got lucky a couple times when he needed to and played well in a couple of other spots, and it just completely worked out for him.
Well, if you've played poker, and I'm assuming most of the people that are listening to this broadcast do or have, there's nothing worse than getting a great hand, not getting action on it. That takes skill, and Binger's managed to get the action on the hands more times than not.
Exactly. We did see the one set of deuces that he flopped and got no action on, but, every other big hand so far, we've seen him get lots of action.
There you see it, folks. Binger 1.4, Frank Gehry 400,000, and Tamayo 354,000.
And of course, at this point, obviously Nick hasn't won yet. He's actually in a spot where it would start to get dangerous for him if he were to double up another player. If he were to double up Gehry would have 800,000. Nick would have just under $1 million. So they would be very close if that were to happen.
Absolutely.
Makes it 25,000. Will be additional 15,000. Jonathan decided to make the call.
Jonathan Tamayo, Binger's raised to 25,000. Tamayo now has a decision to make and says raise.
He announces a raise.
And we'll raise. He puts in the 25,000. Now the decision, how much to raise.
He raises additional 65,000.
65,000 more for a guy whose starting stack was only 354,000 at the beginning of the hand. So he's now put in 85,000 or thereabouts.
This is a big raise coming from Tamayo.
So this represents a sizable stack portion for Tamayo.
No, it was actually an interesting race from Nick Binger. The last time he raced, he made it 30,000, but this time he only made it 25,000 despite being out of position.
Binger will fold, and Tamayo will win 27,000. And Tamayo's either smiling, thinking I won with nothing, or darn, I had the trap set and he didn't fall into it. But from that smile, I'm inclined to think that he maybe played back a Binger and won.
I think Tamayo is the type of player that wouldn't really convey what he had in his hands by a smile after a hand. But it certainly could have been either way.
Nick will start this hand with the button and the action.
No, it's button for the Binger. Binger on the button. He will raise to 25,000, excuse me.
So it looks like he's going to stick with that raise size of 25,000 despite his first raise being to 30,000.
Jonathan fold. Frank fold. Nick will win the blind.
And one thing you often see in these tournaments is that the no-limit portions, a lot of the times, just uneventful pot after uneventful pot. We haven't really seen a big pot with a lot of action yet. But limit is opposite, where very quickly the hands can get very huge. And I think this has been a final table where a lot more has been determined by the limit portion than the no-limit portion.
Well, if you're listening to us on the affiliate stations of the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, we welcome you to our simulcast broadcast of this World Series of Poker final table. We are broadcasting.
Frank folds from the small, Nick calls from the big. Let's see the block, please. Flop is king of spades, 10 of clubs, ace of clubs. Nick checks. Jonathan checks. Turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades. Nick checks.
Well, apparently Sports Byline will be joining us here in a moment.
Jonathan bets 35,000. Nick makes the call.
Oh, Bing and Tamayo again. 103,000 in the pot.
River card is
It's an ace of spades.
Nick checks.
One thing I've noticed in a lot of these pots is Tamayo has played pretty passively against Nick. We haven't seen him bet with the worst hand yet, or if he has, he's taken down the pot without a showdown. I wonder if Nick has picked up on that a lot, or if he's focusing on the fact that Tamayo is just not afraid to play pots against him. I think Tamayo acknowledges how aggressive Nick is, and he's more likely to just check and call rather than bet out and try to bluff Nick off the pots.
Well, we welcome you to our broadcast. If you're listening to us on the affiliate stations of the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, you are listening to live simulcast coverage of ESPN's final table broadcast of the 2008 $1,500 mixed Hold'em event here at the World Series of Poker. Great to have you with us. We have 3 players remaining out of an original 9 at this table. Jonathan Tamayo is with us, and Jonathan is from Humble, Texas. He has 447,000 in chips. We have Frank Gary from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and we have Nick Binger from Las Vegas, Nevada. And Nick Binger, the runaway chip leader right now, 1.3 million in chips. Tamayo 447,000, and Gary 401,000. Folks, this is mixed Hold'em, limit, no limit. So you play half an hour at limit, then half an hour at no limit. We're currently in the no limit round, and right now on a board of 9-8-8 on the flop, both players have checked. We now have a deuce of diamonds on the river. I'd like to welcome the Sports Byline Broadcast Network's newest affiliate in Atlanta. And Tamayo will fold, and Binger will win 32,000 net chips here for another takedown. And the Nick Binger show continues. For those of you who may not know Nick Binger, you may know his brother Michael Binger, who finished 3rd to Jamie Gold 2 years ago at the main event of the World Series of Poker. Both players accomplished pros in their own rights, and we are seeing very much the Nick Binger show here today.
And Nick is no stranger to the final table. He has had many World Series cashes and many final tables, although he's still looking for his first big win.
Nick Gieber here, bringing you the broadcast alongside Justin Bonomo, professional poker player. And we do want to welcome WQXI Sports Radio 790 in Atlanta to the mix. Thank you for joining us at the World Series. Thank you for being a part of the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. We're so glad that you're with us here as we continue to bring the World Series of Poker action both to your television and to the airwaves. Binger will win another pot, and he is chipping away slowly but surely at the chip stacks of Tamayo and Gary.
And it seems like Gary has not changed his strategy at all. He's still playing very tight, very conservatively. The last time I can remember him playing a hand, he showed down queens, and it was taken down uncontested. He seems perfectly fine sitting back and letting the other 2 battle while he gets blinded out.
He raises, makes it 30,000.
Well, next up on the pay scales, 84,000. Tamayo, meanwhile, is raised to 30,000. Action now to Frank Gary, a retired software engineer from Fort Wayne, Indiana, currently living in Fort Myers, Florida. And he will fold. And now to Nick Binger. And Binger and Tamayo have been clashing most of the afternoon.
Yeah, and especially now that Gary's just sitting back, folding hand after hand. I predict these two are going to get into, many more pots together. As long as they're both still in, of course.
He announces the raise.
And I think Gary's happy seeing this. He's been playing tight, and he's more than happy to see that the other 2 players aren't sitting back either. they're fighting for it. They're fighting for first. So Gary's chances of finishing second are really high at this point.
Jonathan Gold. Nick will win this toss. Updated chip counts for y'all. Nick has 1.427 million.
All right, well, Nick Binger, 1.4 million. Frank Gary, 383,000. And Jonathan Tamayo, 379,000. We're going to welcome into the booth another member of Team Bodog and a good friend. And a very interesting and amusing fellow. We're going to get him set with a headset and a great poker player as well. And we are sending audio out, apparently, to get him a headset. Because when you're Jean-Robert Belland, you need a headset. And,
I don't know about that. He's loud enough. He might be able to get through without the headset.
And if you are listening to us on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, Nick Eber here alongside Justin Bonomo, and we're bringing Jean-Robert Belland into the booth. Jean-Robert, a professional poker player, but you may have seen him in a small, unimportant little show called Survivor China. And let's get him on the air here, or we're working on that right now.
That was an awesome season of Survivor, I have to say.
We need to get him on the air. Is he live? No, I think I hear him now.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now, Jean-Robert. Can you hear me? This is great radio and television, but we will do it nevertheless.
I can't hear me. Yeah. Oh, I can hear me a little bit now.
Okay, fantastic.
All right.
Well, Jean-Robert, so far we've been seeing the Nick Binger show. And you surprised?
Well, Nick, it's interesting. I was sitting with Michael in the Omaha today, and he was talking about how Nick has only been playing for 2 years, but he's actually surpassed Michael. Well, I'm sure he's claiming that, but I don't know if that's necessarily true, that Nick's better than Mike. But Mike's saying that Nick's actually better than him, even though he's only been playing for 2 years. That's pretty strong.
I think that's just a little bit of modesty from Mike. Mike is a very strong player. Not to say that Nick isn't.
Yeah, I was thinking it is modesty, but even if they're anywhere in the same league, that's a strong comment.
Absolutely.
Well, what we're seeing here at this table has been nothing short of the Nick Binger show, but it's not over until the fat lady sings, and I'm not dressed in drag, and I'm not warming up right now. There's still poker to be played. However, at the levels at 5,000, 10,000, at the no-limit level, which is where we're at now, the pressure is certainly on Tamayo and Gary as our small stacks, and no-limit hold'em is Binger's game, as we've discussed.
Absolutely, and as we've seen, Gary is just sitting back even with the pressure on him. He's not afraid to let his stack blind down as the other two battle it out. He's hoping to just, find a free trip to second place.
Now, Jean-Robert, we have a very interesting blog. Your video blog is up at the WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. Is that correct?
Yes,
it's called Surviving the World Series of Poker?
That's correct. That's correct. It's actually a lot of fun. I was watching them again yesterday with some friends, and we were just getting a hoot out of watching them. We just talk about basically nothing, but it's like a Seinfeld episode of the World Series of Poker. Just the daily goings on here, and the frustrations, the excitement, and just the different aspects of everything about the World Series. I really enjoy the blog myself. I'm really enjoying doing it. I'm so glad you invited me to do that.
Well, we're glad to have you doing it, and certainly a very popular feature at WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. It's called Surviving the World Series of Poker with Jean-Robert Belland. Meanwhile, folks, if you're listening to us on the radio, if you're listening to our simulcast, in your car on your way home, when you get home, get onto ESPN360.com, quick like a bunny, and you can see this broadcast in all of its glory. And the pace has slowed down a bit, guys, which I'm surprised because this is the no-limit level, and we have one huge stack.
Well, the blinds are actually bigger in the limit portion, and I think Gary has been taking advantage of that, just sitting back, folding 5,000 or 10,000 at a time. He's played just incredibly tight here. I can't stress that enough. But Tamayo, on the other hand, is completely willing to play back against Binger.
Well, here we have Binger, who's raised to 25,000 now. Tamayo has re-raised him to 80,000.
Well, and Gary still has his cards. It looks like he has a big hand and is thinking of
Frank Gehry now has a decision to make.
Yeah, if he's tight when it's folded to him, he must really have a hand here to be thinking of playing back against not only a raise, but also a re-raise.
You're watching and listening to live coverage from the 2008 World Series of Poker. This is the $1,500 no limit event, and Frank Gehry will fold.
Well, Tamayo probably feels really good about that fold because, you know, he's re-raising. He knows Nick's range could be anywhere, so he might just be on a stone cold steal right there. I'm sure he feels good about the big fold coming out of
the
Gehry
tight player.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if Gehry folded the best hand there. Although Tamayo certainly could have a huge hand here as well.
And Binger is going to call this raise. And we now have 173,000 in the pot. We're now heads up to the flop. And here it comes, folks. It's a tray Jack 10 rainbow. And first to act is Tamayo, who was in the small blind, although only 3 players remain. Tamayo will check to Binger.
And even if no more money is lost in this hand, this is a pretty big pot already, and it's going to be a crucial one for the tournament.
And Binger is going to bet. And that looks like an $80,000 chip bet.
I'm all in.
Oh, and look at this. Tamayo is all in. And that's a big move from Tamayo, who wasted no time in pulling the trigger on the all-in move. And now the question is what Binger have good enough to call?
It's what, another 189,000 for Binger to call here? Is that right?
It's 189,000 now for Binger to make the call, but he would be essentially doubling up of the 2 remaining players, the more aggressive of the 2.
Looks like Binger's doing some math to himself. Tamayo could have any number of hands. You know, he did re-raise before the flop. Sure, he could easily have, you know, a pocket pair of 10s or better. 10s or jacks, of course, would be a set. But he's also, you know, smart, aggressive player. He's smart enough to make this play with a hand like King Queen, which is just, you know, 2 overcards in a straight draw, or even Ace King or Ace Queen. It's unlikely that he has absolutely nothing here, but he could easily just have 2 overcards. And of course, I didn't even mention hands like, you know, King Jack, King 10 that have flopped a pair.
Wow, Tamayo's looking Binger dead in the eye. He's not. I don't know if that's an intimidation look or a curiosity look.
Well, it certainly got to Binger, and he will fold. And Tamayo will pick up a net gain of 172,000 chips. Will go back over the 500,000 chip mark. And
that was a very crucial pot for both players involved. This is the lowest Nick Binger has been in a while, and the highest Tamayo has been.
Well, Tamayo certainly looked confident there.
Yeah, we've seen that Tamayo's not afraid to play poker. He's very calm and very collected and isn't giving away much information with body tells. He's very comfortable at the table.
Binger wins the pot. We'll get back 7,000 chips.
And Binger shows the ace-queen to encourage the players to keep folding to his blinds. Yeah, I'm sure by now the other players have seen through Nick Binger's play, though. I mean, he's basically only been showing his big hands, and of course, you know, 2/3 of the time he's not showing any cards at all.
6 deuce is a monster.
You know, it's interesting, and I always advise people whenever they ask to just never show your hand. A guy, you know, as good as a Nick Binger, when he's showing the hand, he's trying to deliver certain information, misinformation maybe, and you know, some of these pros might be good enough to show their cards and deliver the message they intend. But for most of you folks just starting out, I definitely recommend just never showing your hand. I mean, pros are sharp and they'll pick up on it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I almost never show my cards.
Oh, Binger will raise. Makes it 25,000.
Of course, no surprise there. As tight as Gary's been playing, I would expect Binger to raise his blind every single time, no matter what his hand is.
And Gary will fold.
You know, I've just come to this table watching now, but I mean, how often is Nick raising that button in this three-handed action?
I would assume he would 100% of the time. If I was in his seat, I certainly would.
Yeah.
I mean, Bobby, since you've been here, has Gary played a single hand?
I have not seen Gary play a hand, and you were just talking about how he wasn't playing any hands. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, the last time I can remember him playing a hand, he raised pre-flop, everyone folded, and he showed queens. And that was a while ago at this point.
Seems like he's just conceded to be happy with second place.
Pretty much.
Well, I think the disparity of chips has got something to do with that, and
well, wasn't he pretty close to even with Tamayo a few minutes ago?
Yeah, he was ahead of Tamayo not too long ago, but the blinds have really been eating up at him.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Gary was not happy about that pot that Tamayo won against Binger.
Mm-hmm. Wow, man. It's so interesting, Justin, because I know if you or I were in Gary's spot right there, you know, we would not be happy with second place, and we'd be thinking about how can we get that first place money and the bracelet for sure. You know, second place would still be frustrating right there.
Yeah, I would kill to have an image as tight as Gary's, you know. You'd be able to just steal every blind, and the players would never play back at you.
You know, and what you're saying is so true, and something that different players fail to realize or recognize is, you know, your image. You know, every hour, couple hours, you know, I always think it's a good idea to reevaluate what's my image, or what are the players at the table perceive that my image is right now. Do they think I'm playing tight? Do they think I'm playing fast? And then you got to capitalize on that.
And you can see there the ESPN360.com chip tracker, and you can see the relative fortunes of the three players remaining. No one really coming close to Nick Binger's chip stack, but it has been up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I love seeing that graphic. Nick Binger's all over the place, but Gary, on the other hand, he had one huge pot where he doubled up at the beginning, and then since then it's been a pretty steady decline.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is characteristic of the ways they've both been playing.
You see, right now, you know, it's like you guys are saying, Gary hasn't played a hand. Any kind of re-raise or raise that he makes is going to totally, you know, just take it down. I mean, I'd be honest with you, if I had a hand like ace-queen or 2 sevens, even 2 eights, and I was facing Frank's raise or re-raise, I'd be a little intimidated to play.
Yeah, of course. Those are normally monster hands three-handed, but against Gary, you know, he just stole the blinds a couple minutes ago, and that's the first hand he's played since he stole the blinds earlier with queens, which was, what, 30 minutes ago or something? Now, Tamayo has actually been playing a lot of hands at the table. Until the past 5 or 10 minutes, he's been kind of tight. My guess is that doesn't really mean much other than the fact that he's been getting a few cold cards. And, of course, he raises again right here.
Well, Gary's going to the tank in the small blind here. I mean, what does this mean? Looks like he's got this fold demeanor going. There we go. Fold as usual. Guaranteed fold the best hand.
Binger kind of shows a four just to say that I'm only folding because I have absolutely nothing here. If I had a real hand, I'd play back against you.
Right, right, right.
There we see Tamayo has played 29 of 99 hands dealt. And Nick, not only has he played more than 29 hands, he's won more than 29 hands.
Not that he's played 99. He's actually seen 29 flops. So, right. You know, that includes, I mean, it's probably more hands that he's played if you include the pre-flop hands that he's just taken down.
Right.
Yeah, Justin. So, you know, I got to tell you, welcome to Team Bodog. Really glad to have you on board. I mean, wow. I think we got a great team. That was exciting for me to see both my teammates, you and Dave, at a final table right there early in this series.
Yeah, that was a great moment for Team Bodog. I wish one of us could have taken it down, but we were still both at the final table. It was great.
Right. You take second in that event?
Yeah, I got second.
Right. Wow. I would have liked to see that heads-up match.
Yeah, I love having a smaller, more prestigious team. I think it's only 4 members: you, myself, David Williams, and Evelyn Ng.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. We don't blend in with the crowd. They treat us like superstars, and so far I'm really happy there.
Yeah, I love it, and I think we can make some noise. We're going to make a lot of noise in this industry.
So my ears must be deceiving me because I heard that Gary is about to re-raise here. I don't believe it.
Well, he's got the chips in his hands.
Wow. This must be a huge hand after a raise and a call.
Wow. Binger looks a little bit disgusted right there. Wow.
That's a look of someone that has a normally strong hand, but is up against what's probably a bigger hand.
Yeah, pretty easy fold in that spot. I mean, like I said, maybe not ace-queen, but definitely hands like an ace-jack or 2 sevens is an absolute, must fold for Nick when Gary's played. Is that the first hand? This is the first hand I've seen him play.
Yeah, he stole the blinds once.
All right. Well, guys, we're going to go to break right now, and we'll see you in a minute, I guess.
534. 534.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
I played in every World Series of Poker since it started in 1970. I won 10 championships, 10 bracelets. In 76, I was heads up against Jesse Alto. He raised, and I called him with the 10 deuce of spades. When a deuce fell on the turn, I moved in on him. I caught another 10 on the river and beat him. The moral of the story, don't be afraid to go out on a limb. because that's where the fruit is.
For more trusted winning advice.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Wood raises. Wu gets up off his seat and repositions, rubs his eyes, sings Hallelujah.
200.
Says re-raise. I'm pretty sure he did. Nope. He will just call.
Let's see the flop, please. Flop is queen of hearts, tray of spades, deuce of hearts. David checks.
$670,000 in the pot. Queen trade deuce. That looks about to $500,000.
Matt, that's 500,000.
Oh, 500,000 and Wu will fold.
That keeps on chipping up and up and up.
And yes, he does, without really ever seeing showdown. You can see what they're playing for. It's 300, oh, not quite. It's about $260,000 difference between second and first.
242.
242. And David Wu announces raise.
David's raising. Camera's on Matt, who's already looked at his cards.
Yeah.
And I think is not interested.
Right. And there's the raise. $375,000 more, and there is the man who has to make the decision. And he will fold. And Wu wins a pot and starts to attempt to bring the momentum back to his side of the table, because it has clearly been on the side of Wood up to this point.
I agree. The chip lead is right at 2-1 now.
Well, the call is made, and we'll have a flop. It is Jack, King, Deuce. Jack, Queen, Deuce. Wu checks, and Wood will bet. Looks like 300,000.
300,000.
And Wu
David Folds, Matt will win this pot.
Wow, David folds and Matt wins the pot. A very odd series of events there. Strange way that hand unfolded.
David calls from the button. Matt checks his option. Let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of Hearts, 4 of Spades, Queen of Spades. Matt checks. David, that's 200,000.
Well, Wu bets 200,000 now, and Wood will fold. And it's 5.4 million to 2.735.
Again, we're back on the 2-to-1 chip advantage. Matt has the small blind on the button. Comes in for a raise.
He raises, makes it 360,000. David does make the call. We will see a flop. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 4 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 9 of hearts. David bets 175,000.
Well, this is developing into a big pot, 925,000. As you can see, Wu is bet. Now it's up to Wood to call. It's a 459 on the flop, and it looks like it's going to be about $500,000, if not more.
An additional 500,000.
It's a big raise, and we get a re-raise from David, who seems intent on stopping this and stopping this now.
Yeah, he's in effect all in here.
1 million is the re-raise.
Matt has.
Leave him with 600,000 behind. like this move from Wu. We haven't seen enough of this. He's not pushed back on Wood enough.
Well, I guess I would generally agree with you, but he's kept it small. That's been his strategy, honestly. His stabs are small. We haven't seen him go out of line with we haven't been sure that he's gone out of line even once yet. I don't think this is a bluff.
Maybe Wu has hit a set.
The raise of $1 million rather than the shove is yet another indication of strength here. If he had something as big of a set with that board that's not so draw heavy, he might not have re-raised here.
So I told you we might not have to wait till dinner.
Wood taking a look at what he's going to be left with here. Someone got something open-ended here, or two pair maybe?
Two pair makes more sense. I think it's probably just a real big 9.
I'm interested to think what Wood has, because he's been so active with the re-raising on Wu. And here we go. And he is all in. And at this point, Wu almost has to call him.
Yeah. Be surprised.
This is 685 more.
Hard not to call 6.
You got 10s beat. I got pocket 10s.
He's got pocket 10s.
That is all in for an additional $685,000.
Who has pocket 10s he'd be calling now? I think Wood's on a draw.
You think Wood's on a draw? No.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Two pair for Wood?
I don't know what he has. I don't think it's a draw.
Am I just going to have to get lucky?
I said before I thought it was a big 9. But this is a classic verbal free roll if he really has 10s.
Wow.
A verbal free roll meaning
Unreal,
you predict something that you don't want to be true. If you're right, then you look like a genius. If you're wrong, you're thrilled because you win the tournament.
It's 685,000 more into a 4.7 million. Getting 7 to 1 on this.
It's still a lot of chips. If he has 10s and thinks he's beaten, he's obviously drawing very slim.
Wow.
600 chips. 600,000 is a lot. He can protect his chip lead by folding. I would be incapable of folding pocket 10s here. In fact, I wouldn't have even considered it. That said, if you put yourself in Wood's shoes,
How much was it?
It sure looked like Wu had a hand like that.
685 more. That's so everything else is right. Everything's pulled in, and it's 6. And this is all my money. Only 685 more? I mean, what am I supposed to do, right? 685, right? This is 500, 685.
Well, and he makes a call. This could be it, folks. This is our ESPN 360 all-in moment. 9-6, so it's a 9 for Matt, as you predicted, Bill.
I thought it was a bigger one than that.
It was a bigger one, and it's pocket 10s.
Pocket tens were indeed an auto call, weren't they?
So he was stoic, but he definitely did not want that call.
Yeah, he didn't want that call, and Wu was never going to lay it down. It was the verbal free roll that I was
This could be all she wrote here, folks. This could be game, set, and match. And it's a queen.
It's a 9 or a 6. Exactly.
It's a 9 or a 6 at this point, or Wu will be our champion. And here we go, folks. It's a 4, and David Wu from Atlanta, Georgia, will win the bracelet in the $1,500 no-limit hold'em event here.
To be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I've won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
I played in every World Series of Poker since it started in 1970. I won 10 championships, 10 bracelets. In 76, I was heads up against Jesse Alto. He raised, and I called him with the 10 deuce of spades. When a deuce fell on the turn, I moved in on him. I caught another 10 on the river and beat him. The moral of the story, don't be afraid to go out on a limb, because that's where the fruit is.
For more trusted winning advice.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
All right, well, welcome back to Center Court here at the World Series of Poker. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast on ESPN360.com and the audio simulcast on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. Nick Geber here alongside Justin Bonomo, bringing you the action. We have 3 players remaining, Nick Binger, Jonathan Tamayo, and Frank Gary. Those are the 3 players left, and we will have some new levels. We'll start now with Limit Hold'em. 10-20 are the blinds, that's 10,000, 20,000, and the betting structure 20,000, 40,000. And at this point, Justin, I would say Tamayo and Gary are forced to act.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Gary play extremely tight, but now that the blinds are 30,000 in orbit, I think he's going to have to start loosening up his game a little bit.
As we say that, Frank folds from the small blind and over to Nick Binger in the big blind. And he will re-raise to 3 bets, and Tamayo will call. So now we'll get a flop, and it's 110,000 in the pot. It's Trey, Deuce, Queen, 2 hearts. Or is that 3 hearts? Binger bets 20,000 and gets a call. And now it's a king of spades. We have 3 hearts and a spade. Deuce, Trey, Queen, and King. Binger bets, and Tamayo will fold, and Binger will pick up a pot. And what's interesting, Justin, is that as I look at how many chips Tamayo lost in that hand, he lost 80,000 chips, and he came in with about 400 and something or other in the high fours, 490. And he barely played. He called a couple of bets and then folded.
That's the nature of limit late in these tournaments. Just, you know, a quick hand like that, even if it's over in 10 seconds, can still cost you a lot of chips. A lot of people think the limit player's smaller because there's no all-ins and no big raises before the flop, but the betting limits are so big, it adds up quick.
Well, Tamayo's out now. It's Frank Gary and Nick Binger, and Gary's on the button, and Binger has raised him. Gary has to put 20,000 more chips in to call. And we're heads up to the flop, folks, and here it comes. It's a 4 Queen and Trey. 4 Jack Trey, excuse me. 2 clubs. And Binger bets out. And action now on Gary, who will fold, and Binger will pick up a pot, and Gary will net lose 60,000 chips, and well, Binger shows pocket tens. But now in the small blind, the big blind, after posting, Gary only has 350,000 chips remaining, and Tamayo has only 394,000 chips remaining.
Yeah, well, if you look at that, Nick Binger has gained 170,000 chips in the last 2 hands. It's crazy how, I mean, we haven't even seen a river card, and already these pots are just so big.
Well, Binger raises on the button, and Tamayo and Gary both pull the eject handle and will lose their blinds of 10-20.
Yeah, it looks like Nick is going to continue his strategy to steal as many pots as he possibly can.
Keep the pressure on.
Absolutely.
First action here to Tamayo, who raises. Action now to Frank Gary, who is in the small blind, who re-raises, and this is a rare re-raise coming from Frank Gary. Binger gets out of the way, and now Tamayo makes the call. We are heads up to the flop with 140,000 in the pot.
It's been a while since we've seen Gary play 2 hands in one orbit. He's been really tight.
Jack, Jack, 4, 2 clubs. Gary bets, Tamayo folds, and Tamayo respecting Gary's bets here, an aggressive play on a player that has played few pots.
Yeah, Tamayo mucked his cards instantly. He had no interest in playing back against Gary.
Tamayo, the short stack, currently at 324,000. Gary mid-stacked at 410, and of course our big stack Binger with 1.45 million. Frank Gary's on the button now, and he's going to check his cards, and he's going to fold. Action now to Nick Binger, who will not fold, and he will raise. So it's 40,000, and gets a call from Tamayo. Ace-9-4, and Binga bets. Tamayo calls. There are 2 clubs, though, on the flop. We get a turn card. And it's an 8 of clubs, so the 3rd club is made on the turn. And Binga first to bet, and he will bet, and Tamayo will fold. And it seems to me, Justin, that, again, a net loss of 60,000 chips. Tamayo down to 264,000. I mean, he's folding his way out of contention.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way limit goes. You know, if all these pots are raised and re-raised before the flop, all of a sudden that's 60,000 a person. And if you miss the flop, you know, 20,000 if you want to call and see a turn card, and all of a sudden you've lost 80,000.
Well, Jonathan Tamayo is critically short stacked right now. Even if he doubles up, he's at 528. Bingo will raise on the button. Makes it 2 bets. Tamayo re-raises to 3 bets. Now over to Gary. Frank Gary in the big blind, who will fold. Now it's Binga and Tamayo one more time. Binga will call that extra bet, and we'll see a flop with each player vested 3 bets into this pot. It's 7, 8, 10 to spades, and immediately Tamayo bets. And Binga looks a little perplexed, and he will fold. And Tamayo will recoup 80,000 of his chips. And I like that play by both Tamayo, and I like the play by Binga, because Binga not going to mess around and not double up a player here that he doesn't have to.
I got to be honest, I'm surprised at how many of these pots are taken down on the flop. Since a lot of these pots are 3-bet before the flop, that's over 120,000 that you have in the pot on the flop. Usually it's correct, especially if you have 2 overcards, to just, you know, call one more bet and see a free turn card. But we haven't seen very much of that yet.
Tamayo's out of this hand, rarely. And now to Gary, who folds, and they give Binga a walk.
If I had to guess, I would say all 3 of these players are primarily no-limit players rather than limit players. But it seems like Tamayo is the most comfortable in the limit portion.
First to act is Frank Gary, who will fold. Then Nick Binga, who will raise. 2 bets. Tamayo will call, and it's a Queen-9 tray. Binga bets, and Tamayo quickly folds, and Binga will win another hand and take down a 40,000 net chip gain here. Tamayo once again skirting the outer edges of the very low 300s, high 200s in terms of chips, and Gary about 20,000 under 400 with 380.
Yeah, Gary has kept his chips pretty smooth this entire time. He doubled up once early, but you know, we've seen pretty tight play.
Binga will raise on the button and gets re-raised by Jonathan Tamayo, and Gary, who's in the big blind, is already in for 2 bets, will fold it. Pardon me, 1 bet. 4 bet. Binga makes it 4 bets and Tamayo calls. So there's a lot in this pot already, 180,000. Queen 4-5. Tamayo checks, and we've seen this before. Tamayo checks to Binga, and it's a queen again. Tamayo checks. Binga bets 40,000. And at this point, Tamayo getting essentially in for all his chips. And he will fold, and he's going to have nary few chips left. He's going to have 204,000 chips left.
Yeah, that was certainly a crucial pot for Nick Binga, who was at his new high point of 1.63 million.
I don't understand Tamayo. I mean, I understand a lot of what he's been playing up till now, but I don't understand getting that deep into a pot with 1 queen. If 2 queens come, does that really affect his hand that much?
Well, the thing is, he could easily have a hand like King Jack there. You know, Nick's raising a lot of buttons, so it's correct for him to 3-bet. and after putting in 3 bets, you can't fold to the 4th. Now you get a flop that's king high, and there's already so much money in the pot that it's correct to see a turn card and try to hit one of your 6 outs.
Your answers are much too make much too much sense, Justin. Couldn't we just be more emotional about this?
Okay, I could just say he read Nick, but not until the turn. That's why he folded.
Excellent point. No, and you bring up a great point that, I mean, limit is a very mechanical and game, and that there are defined odds for doing certain things.
Yeah,
you get priced into pots and into calls very, very easily.
Limit is certainly a lot more about the cards and a lot more about the math than no limit is.
And Binger gets a walk. Tamayo has to think the sun will come out. Tamayo. No. Bet your bottom dollar it's Tamayo.
Excuse me for not singing along.
That's right. Has been a fun table, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the Nick Binger show. He's put on a very good show for us. Just hasn't really slowed down once.
It has not.
And I certainly don't say that to criticize him. I think he's been playing very well this final table.
And look at this. Binger makes it 2 bets. Tamayo calls. Keep in mind, a bet is 20,000. It's 8 King Jack.
Raise.
Oh, look at this. Binger bets and Tamayo raises. Makes it 2 bets.
104.
Oh, and Nick is asking how much he has left, and it looks like Tamayo has about 104,000 behind.
I thought Tamayo looked a little overconfident making that bet. Oh, Binger will fold. Tamayo will pick up a pot, recoup some chips, and for my money, he looked a little like he was overconfident with that move.
I think that's how we've seen Tamayo in almost every pot. There was a hand that you actually missed while you were out at the booth where a lot of action, and Tamayo was actually staring Nick down.
Huh.
Tamayo's been very confident, I think, this whole final table.
Nick will start his hand with the button and the action. He raises, makes it 2 bet. Jonathan folds.
The raise is 2 bet. Tamayo folds, and look at this. Frank Gary may find that extra bet in his stack and push it in. And it's King Ace 5.
Oh, Gary wastes no time. He just leads out with a bet. Doesn't even go for the check raise.
Turn card is the 6 of spades.
Well, folks,
Nick folds. Frank will win this pot.
Frank Gary wins a pot, and if you're following along and you want to know what's happening in the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball right now, Shuna Shida is the chip leader with 549,000. Joey Long with 473,000, and John Fan, the short stack, at 150,000. John Fan winning his first bracelet this year. He is now one of 3 players remaining to win his second bracelet and be the first double bracelet winner here at the World Series of Poker. But he is short stacked.
Frank makes the call from the small blind. Over to Nick in the large.
Now Tamayo raises, Gary calls. We've got a family pot all of a sudden with 120,000 chips in it. And we've got a queen, ace, and a 6.
6 of diamonds. Frank checks. Nick checks.
Gary checks, Binger checks, Tamayo bets.
Jonathan bets.
Gary folds, and Binger raises.
Nick raises. Makes it 2 bets.
Makes it 2 bets.
Jonathan will make the call.
And Tamayo will call. Queen, ace, 6, 2 diamonds, and the turn is another ace This time it's the ace of hearts. So we have two aces, a queen and a 6 on the board, and we have two diamonds. Binger checks to Tamayo, taking a little bit of Tamayo's game. Tamayo bets 40,000, Binger folds. And Tamayo will pick up some chips here, folks, an extra 120,000, and will all of a sudden find some health that has been lacking.
That was a very interesting play by Nick Binger to check raise the flop like that and then not even put in another bet on the turn, especially with a card like the ace that doesn't really change anything. If Tamayo has an ace, he's already behind. I also thought Frank Gary's play before the flop was interesting. Normally you want to re-raise most of your hands from the small blind, but in this case he probably wants Nick to come along just to increase his chances of hurting Tamayo's stack.
Oh, Binger raises, and Tamayo once again wants to dance with him, so it's two bets and a flop. It's 4 Jack 10. Binger bets, Tamayo raises, and Binger will call. And here comes the turn. It's a Jack of hearts. Binger checks, Tamayo bets, Binger raises or calls here. Binger calls, excuse me, and we'll get a river card. It's a tray of clubs. Check and a bet, and a call, it looks like. And we'll see the hand. Queen Jack for Jonathan Tamayo. And Binger will relinquish some chips to Tamayo, who now has 500,000 chips and staring in just a few minutes at the no limit level, and that has to make him happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tamayo, it's been interesting. Tamayo's played so many pots against Binger. He's gone between 600,000 and even as short as 150,000 so many times, but every time he gets short, he just wins pots, and every time he starts to get big, he starts to lose pots. I'm sure he's hoping to break out of the pattern and start winning pots.
Binger on the button will raise, makes it two bets. Tamayo folds and Gary folds. I definitely think Frank Gary is waiting for the no-limit rounds.
504.
Actually, he's played more hands in the limit section than he did in the last no-limit section. He was extremely tight in the last no-limit section. In the last no-limit section, he played 3 hands. He raised before the flop and everyone folded, and he showed queens. There was a re-raise pot that he took down before the flop, and then there was one more blind steal before the flop. And those are the only 3 hands he played the entire no-limit section.
Last time I make a comment like that. Tamayo raises, Gary folds, Binger folds. And I think Binger's showing a bit of respect to Tamayo.
Yeah, I think Binger's come to realize that Tamayo is a good player and he's not going to back down. And, you know, they've certainly played so many pots together that, you know, Nick knows he's not going to have an easy time just stealing pots from Tamayo.
Well, you can see on the left side of your screen there, Jonathan Tamayo has presented the biggest obstacle so far to Nick Binger winning a bracelet. And from my estimations, a very solid player. We don't know much about his playing background, but the young man from Humble, Texas, and the Cornell University graduate is a avid online poker player.
Yeah, so far I'm definitely impressed with Tamayo's play. I haven't seen anything that I would consider to be a mistake on his part.
Ace, deuce, jack, 3 diamonds. It's Tamayo and Gary this time in a pot. Well, Tamayo checked, but Gary bet, and Tamayo immediately pulled the trigger. And
this is the second time we've seen Tamayo just fold his cards as fast as you possibly can against Gary.
Well, Bingham makes it 2-bet.
He makes it 3-bet. Frank folds his art.
Well, Frank Gary gets out of the way as Tamayo and Binga
4-bet. Jonathan calls.
start slugging it out here. It's already 4 bets in this pot before the flop, and here comes the flop. It's an ace-10 jack, and it looks like it's an ace-10 jack, all spades. Jonathan checks, Nick bets, and Jonathan will call, and now we'll get a turn card, which is a queen of hearts. Tamayo checks, and Binga will reach for chips, and will bet the minimum here, which is all he can do, which is
40,000.
40,000, thank you.
Pretty scary board at this point.
Yes, it is. And it's a 6 of clubs on the river. It's a check from Tamayo, and Bingo will bet and get a call. Queen Jack for Binger, and well, he will win the pot, and Tamayo will fold. I said if Tamayo rolls that over, that's a slow roll, and
yeah, absolutely.
Tamayo will lose 180,000 chips there, but largely seems unconcerned. He seemed fairly able. He seemed fairly competent and able to get his chips back.
Yeah, absolutely. Tamayo, I think, has enough confidence in his own game that the fact that he's at the final table, the fact that he's playing for a bracelet, just doesn't have that much of an effect on him. I'm sure he'd still love to win, but he's just more focused on playing his A game.
Well, we're into hand 120, and we hope you're enjoying this this match here on ESPN 360. I will say this. 3 players is actually playing a lot like heads up for me, because it's really just 2 players with occasionally another player sticking his head in there, and then everyone gets out of the way because they know he's got something.
That's certainly true. Gary has been extremely tight, and no one has been playing back against him the few times that he's chosen to play his hands. Yeah, we started with the Nick Binger show, but this is now starting to become the battle between Nick Binger and Tamayo.
And the funny thing is, from a chip perspective, I mean, Binga has over a 1.1 million chip lead over Tamayo, but Tamayo is dogged and determined, and Binga is determined not to double up and give a large amount of chips to a quality player like Tamayo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting how Tamayo has been in that same general threshold of chips and hasn't really broken out of it, despite playing tons and tons of hands. Usually when that happens, you see a player either go broke or develop a big chip lead. But Tamayo's been hanging right around like the 50-50 line of those pots.
Cheats. But that's impossible to do. So.
Right.
Well, it used to be. Is that when people were pulling cards out of their sleeves and, you know, all that sort of stuff? Like, oh, I've got to scratch my ankle.
And you got the pen marks on the back of the card.
And then you're wondering why they're 2 ace of diamonds. Why you have an ace of diamonds, yet there's one on the... Okay, I'll just get out of this game altogether.
Yeah, come on, we're not playing on a riverboat here.
Jack, queen, queen, deuce. And Jonathan Tamayo will win a pot, 60,000. We'll pick up some pots off Binger. This truly is like heads-up play, Justin.
Pretty much. I mean, Gary could go to the bathroom and it wouldn't really affect the play too much.
Nope. It's almost like last man standing. Gary may find himself heads up against either Binga or Tamayo. You just don't know.
Absolutely.
All right, well, Binga's on the button and will be first to act. And so, unsurprisingly, will raise to 2 bets. Tamayo folds. And Gary folds, and Nick gets a walk in the park.
This is somewhat of an unfortunate situation for Tamayo, because since Gary's blind is so tight, he doesn't really defend it that much. Nick is going to be raising almost every single button. And of course that means Tamayo is going to be out of position on a lot of the hands where Nick is raising.
It's a good point.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button. He will be first to act.
Tamayo came into this final table short stacked. Tamayo raises 2 bets, and it looks like Gary, Frank Gary, is going to call him, and so is Nick Binger, and we'll have a 3-way action here.
I would say Gary has at least 3 of a kind right now.
Which is something people coming to Vegas look forward to. 9-10 ace. Well, they both check to Jonathan, who bets 40,000.
20,000.
20,000, excuse me. 20,000. And now Frank Gary calls, and I'm surprised to see Nick raising. Jonathan calls. No, this is a big hand here because with Gary in, you know he has something.
Yeah, he has at least 4 of a kind, probably a straight flush at this point.
Yeah, exactly. and with Binger and Tamayo in, you have to assume they have a little piece of this too.
For sure.
So we could have that swing pot here, folks. It's already 240,000 in the pot. It's a deuce of diamonds. Then Gary will check, Binger will bet, and we'll get called by Tamayo, and Gary gets out of the way here. And the river is another deuce, a deuce of clubs. So any flush draws found their way to the toilet. Both players check. Jonathan has a pair of 10s and will win the pot. Nice pot for Jonathan Tamayo.
I'm surprised no player had an ace there. That just shows that Tamayo was just completely willing to play against Binger, and he's not going to, fold, not going to get out of the way.
No, and the player that hurt really was Frank Gary, who now all of a sudden has died or is dying the death of 1,000 cuts. He's down to 270,000 chips, and don't know that we've seen from him enough the same sort of skill that we see from Frank Gary in terms of getting those chips back.
You mean from Tamayo?
I mean, pardon me, from Tamayo. So
yeah,
this could be the death spiral of Frank Gary, but maybe we are mistaken.
Yeah, it's interesting. Tamayo's probably had around 10 double-ups this entire final table, while Gary's had only that one at the very beginning.
Binger's raised, Tamayo's called. Deuce 4-10. Nick bets, Jonathan folds, and will take down a pot. Well, there you're looking at ESPN360.com chip tracker.
Oh, that's just amazing to me. Just to look at how smooth Gary's green line is. Both the other lines have all their ups and downs.
Well, it's Tamayo and Binger. Ace-6 king. Bet and the call.
Turn card is the 4 of spades. Jonathan checks. Nick bets. Jonathan calls. River card, please.
Ace-6 king 4. The river is another 4, or ironically a foe. We double fold.
Jonathan calls. Let's see the hands, please.
Nick bets, Jonathan calls, and
Jonathan shows Ace-6 of hearts.
Ace-6 for 2 pair.
Aces and 4s. King kicker.
Aces and 6s.
Aces and 6s with a king kicker. And that, I believe, will be the best hand.
Yeah, it looked like Nick was holding his hand over the muck as if he was just bluffing and had nothing there.
And look at this, folks. Let's pull up the leaderboard if we can, because we have a changing game. Jonathan Tamayo is now 724,000 in chips and is closing the gap rapidly with Nick Binger. Meanwhile, Frank Gary, as we mentioned earlier, dying the death of 1,000 cuts. If Tamayo were to eliminate Gary, he would have 1 million and Binger would have 1 million too. And I think we would have an interesting final table heads up, because I think when it comes to limit hold'em, I actually think Tamayo is possibly the more skilled of the two players.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with that. And also it's interesting because I believe that Tamayo has the biggest amount of chips anyone at this final table has had, other than, of course, Nick Binger.
We're going to no limit now.
I believe at the end of this hand we will go to no limit hold'em, and I think that favors Nick Binger.
Absolutely.
Frank checks.
Binger bets now after the turn, and Frank Gary has been checking 200,000 in the pot. 80,000 of that belongs to Gary. He only had 250,000 chips to start the hand, so he's down to 170 if he mucks it.
Yeah, this would be a bad hand for Gary to lose. And it does not look like it's going to go his way.
No, it doesn't. Well, is this Gary? Is this Gary's last stand? You'll see a river card. And it's a 6 of hearts. Gary checks. And Binger bets. And Gary now is in a quandary. Big time. 105,000 of his chips went in. That's going to leave him with 145,000 if he mucks this going into the no limit round. But he is reaching for chips nevertheless.
But he does not seem too excited about it.
No, he doesn't. Certainly a lack of confidence.
He must have nothing, then just be hoping that, you know, he can beat Nick's bluff. Whether that be king high or ace high or maybe pair of deuces or something.
Well, looks like he's counting out.
And he's got his call lined up.
Yes, he does. This is essentially his tournament on the line here. This will not eliminate him if he calls and loses, but he will be severely crippled.
Even if he folds and loses, he'll still be pretty crippled at this point. He's lost a lot of money on this hand already.
And he calls.
He shows king high.
King high for Frank Gary.
Is it good?
And we're going to see here. And he will win the pot, as Binger cannot beat a king high. And I like that play by Nick Binger, though.
Wow, excellent hand by Gary.
Good call by Gary, but he really thought about that one.
It's certainly not an easy call to make. And that will give Gary, you know, a little second breath at this.
What are the blinds now?
We are now going to the no limit. It is 6,000, 12,000.
Small blind 6,000, large blind 12.
It's 612 with 2,000 antes. And Binger has $1 million in chips. Tamayo's 724,000, and Gary 410,000. I think Gary, you know, after winning that hand, has some chips. I question his ability to outplay either of our other two opponents. But the Tamayo Binger show is what really is fascinating me.
And Nick has dropped down to slightly less than half the chips in play. It's the first time in a long time that he's been this short. And when I say short, obviously he's still the chip leader.
Gary
left behind?
is raised on the button.
I knew he had air on that. Like, I had no idea he was capable of pulling down.
Getting a good look there at Jonathan Tamayo.
6 and 12.
If I'm not mistaken, Tamayo has asked for a chip count.
He's off for a count. Kelly Gary has about 410,000.
Now, no limit, it's very important to know how many chips your opponents have, so it's a good idea to get a rough count, even if you're not thinking about playing for an all-in pot.
Gary is raised to 40,000, and then immediately Tamayo wants to know how many chips he has. Now, if Tamayo comes over on Gary, Gary calls, and Gary loses, Tamayo will be the chip leader. Oh, look at this.
Jonathan moves all in.
Oh, Tamayo is all in. And knowing Gary's going to eject out of this, unless he has something really big.
Well, he's thinking about it. The cards haven't hit the muck yet. He might have a big hand. That's a pretty big bet. 370,000 more.
One would have thought he could have applied the same pressure with a slightly smaller raise.
Right.
I mean, the only way he's going to get called here is unless he's got aces. But then you have to think he would have played it in a more sophisticated manner like he did the time before when he had aces. So one would think maybe he has a very small pair and he's just trying to push him off his small raise.
That's possible. I would expect Tamayo to have one of those hands like a small pair where, you know, it's strong enough to raise with, but not
Right.
strong enough that he really wants action.
Right, that's what I think he probably had.
A hand like, you know, ace-jack or ace-10 is also possible in that spot.
Well, the tail of the chips, you can see it right there. 1,051,051 for Nick Binger, 774,000 for Jonathan Tamayo, and Frank Gehry, the short stack now with 368,000. Binger will start this hand on the button, and the action will also start with him.
So this is an interesting spot for Gehry, who appears to be hoping for second place at this point, because even though he's the smallest stack, we are in the no-limit portion again, and it is very possible that Binger and Tamayo could play a pot against each other for all their chips.
True.
Tamayo has shown no signs of being afraid to bust in third place and has been rewarded for it so far.
Well, Binger will win blinds and antes. And Tamayo is looking, he's always looked comfortable. He looks even more comfortable now as he's leaning on his elbow and nice drink of water, all in water. Well, there you can see it, the chip tracker, the ESPN360.com chip tracker, and you can see the relative fortunes of our three players. Note Tamayo in blue, how
that's pretty
he has
accurate.
managed
That's accurate
to
too.
bring up his chip stack to close that of Binger, but still not one player has actually overtaken Binger yet. Binger gets another walk.
About 750, 760, 620.
Well, folks, you're looking at center court here at the World Series of Poker. Nick Geber here, along with Justin Bonomo, bring you the action on ESPN. Always our pleasure to bring you the best in poker programming. Hope you're enjoying this, as we are enjoying bringing it to you. It is a little frustrating as it is somewhat degenerated into a chess match.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's largely just due to luck that Nick and Jonathan have just been kind of going back and forth without there being a clear winner in their battles.
Well,
Tamayo has had slightly the best of it.
7, 8, 10. Tamayo and Binger in this pot together. Binger bets 20,000. Tamayo folds, and Binger will get a few more chips. How frustrating is it, Justin, in this position where if you're Tamayo, you're thinking, you know, I'd much rather take the chips off Gehry. But every time I play at Gehry and try to get his chips, he won't play with me unless he has the nuts. At that point, do you kind of in a position where you just have to ignore him and maybe go for Binger's chips?
I think it's a spot where you still can go for both. You know, you can kind of pick away, make small bets at Gehry, you know, make small raises on his blinds and hope that he just folds. And if he plays back at you, you just give it up. You're still going to win the majority of the pots that way, but you'll never win a mountain of chips. And meanwhile, he's completely comfortable playing against Nick Binger, as Nick is playing against Jonathan. So, I mean, this tournament will almost definitely be decided between Nick and Tamayo and who gets the best of who.
Well, Binger raising to 25,000.
A very small
and
raise.
Look at this. Tamayo is going to raise him. And Binger's small bet there would have alarm bells going off in my head.
This is the second time we've seen Tamayo re-raise a small raise from Binger.
Yeah. Oh, and Binger's going to fold, so there wasn't anything too suspicious about that. It was just a small bet for a very marginal hand, obviously.
It's possible that Nick is going to start making that his standard raise. The last time we saw Nick switch from 30,000
no
to
idea.
25,000 as a standard raise, and he stuck with
Yeah,
that.
but I don't really know.
Of course, the blinds were smaller
I think
at
it
that
might be-
point. I think if he
Could be
did want to make the
Pakistani.
smaller raise, the logic behind it would be that
Could be
Gary is so tight that there's no
Pakistani or-
reason to make
I
a
don't
big
know.
raise on his
Maybe.
blinds.
I'm not sure.
And since
Don't.
Tamayo was in the small blind on Nick's button, that Tamayo's already out of position, and Nick doesn't really need to raise that much.
Well, lots of other events going around us here at the World Series of Poker. Let's get an update on a very exciting event, the horse event.
Hey, thanks, guys. As you can see behind me, tables are being moved to make space for the highly anticipated $50,000 horse event. Last year, they had more than 200 entrants and are expecting about the same this year. ESPN will be covering all the action from this 5-day event, so we will keep you up to date on this very elite event that starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. That's the latest here in the Amazon room, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the $50,000 horse, not
Yeah,
going to lie.
that'll be a good one, no doubt.
Last year they paid 16 spots, and I had the unfortunate pleasure of finishing 18th place, which is a $90,000 bubble.
That hurts, Justin, in a big way.
Especially since I had the chip lead the day before. I was not too happy with that finish.
Which of those games are you most comfortable with?
Probably Limit Hold'em. I spent about the first year and a half of my career as a Limit Hold'em player.
Raz, Stud, Stud 8 or better. I mean, these games you do play. You do play a lot of Stud, don't you?
Stud High is definitely my weakness, of course. I'm still comfortable with it, but not against, great players.
Right.
The other 3 games are pretty close together. The 2 split games in Raz. I think those are more mathematical games, and I'm more comfortable in those.
Well, wish you all the best.
Thank you very
much. Hope to see you
much.
at the final table. The Chip Reese Trophy, is that it? Or the Chip Reese Tournament now? Is that what they're calling it?
I'm not sure.
It's named after Chip Reese now, the late Chip Reese.
Certainly a great person to name it after.
Absolutely.
He is one guy that will always be universally, respected by all poker players.
And who can forget the Andy Block Chip Reese Marathon for the first 50K horse, which was played as No Limit Hold'em, that final table.
Right, they thought the TV viewers weren't savvy enough to have 5 different games, so they switched it to No Limit. And Chip showed that he's not only good at the mixed games, but he's also good at No Limit.
I'm not sure that from a television perspective it wasn't a bad idea. I think from a pure poker perspective, it's a bad idea to play the final table as No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, I know that event means a lot to the professional poker players.
Right. So I think TV would still prefer to show it as No Limit Hold'em, but I think that professional poker players now, that is the event to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
What may be even more interesting is play the final table as a final table of a game that you draw randomly. Can you imagine the final table instead is Raz?
No, thank you. Just keep it the way it is. It's perfect. I mean, the whole idea behind it was that the main event, you have all these amateurs winning, thousands and thousands of players. It's a crapshoot.
It's the pros event.
Exactly.
Yeah. 107,000 in chips go to our pro, Nick Binger. And yes, I do agree with you. It is the pros event. Should be played as horse all the way through. That is the game. Whether it televises well or not well, I think people will be interested to see pros playing for big money and great prestige.
Right. This is not... It's not really an event for the fans, not for the TV audiences. This is really an event for the pros. Unlike the main event, which is pretty much the opposite. But let's get back to this $1,500 event that we're watching the final table of.
Binger has managed to claw his way back to 1.13 million. Gary's down to 288. And Tamayo holding his own, as we've seen him do very effectively. I am super impressed with this guy.
Definitely.
I think Tamayo is putting on a lesson on playing the short stack. He's not short stack now out of the 3, but keep in mind, he came into this final table with only 238,000. After, we're now 7:30. After 5.5 hours of play, he's only added another 500,000 chips to his stack.
Yeah, exactly. Even when the chips were short for him, he wasn't playing scared. He wasn't trying to fold into a higher spot.
No, he wasn't trying to push on a whim or on a.
He just wanted to play poker, and he's played great poker, most of which has been against Nick Binger so far. It's been a great battle. Yeah, we were calling this the Nick Binger Show earlier. We might have to change the name.
To the Binger and Tamayo Show.
Exactly. No offense, Gary.
And the flop comes. It's deuce, tray 10, hearts, hearts, and a spade. Action to Binger. Checks. The Tamayo checks, and we'll see a turn, which is a queen of hearts. Binger will bet. And looks like Tamayo will fold. And Binger will pick up a net gain here of 34,000.
I wish I had 8 million. About 730.
Tamayo 757,000. Gary 278,000 and Binger 1.15 million.
Yeah.
Those are your chip counts. Your 3 players remain. The left of your screen, Jonathan Tamayo. You're looking at Nick Binger, our chip leader. And at some point here tonight, folks, this will come to an end and we will award a bracelet. I had been optimistic for an early finish, but my optimism is now somewhat dampened, as I believe if Binger and Tamayo get heads up, this could go a while.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm friends with Nick, and I was hoping that he'd just, plow through this tournament and take it down and win his first bracelet, but it looks like Tamayo's just not gonna let that happen. Definitely out of the final table, Nick and Jonathan have shown that they're the two that are really contesting this bracelet.
Well, Frank in the small blind announces raise, and that has to get the attention of the other players. 36,000, and Binger will, looks like he's going to play along here and extend everyone's misery if Gary should win this pot.
6-12. I mean, I can see a few cheap flops.
And the flop, deuce, king, queen.
I know that. I know that. I think Binger knows I'm about to change gears too.
First act is Binger, pardon me, is Gary in the small blind. He was the small blind. He will bet out. Looks like 50,000, if I'm not mistaken, no, 40,000. And Binger will, 50,000 and Binger will fold. And oh dear, Binger giving more chips to Gary, and that is not bode well for getting heads up.
Gary, of course, is still our short stack at 304,000. He still has a long way to go if he wants to finish anything other than third.
Well, I think with levels at, I'm assuming the next one will be 1530 in terms of the, with 3060 is betting for the limit round.
I'm not sure what the next jump is.
10,
That would
6,
be
8.
If that's true, that would be a pretty big jump.
Was it 1224?
We just played, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 2550 limit with something like 12 for the small blind. It'll probably be 13K, 25K for the blinds, and then 2550. Yeah, and we just had to confirm 2550 is the next limit level.
2550 on the limit side. Right?
Yep.
So it's 5100 as the betting.
Oh, no. The blinds will be 1325.
1325.
And the betting will be 2550.
And the bet from Tamayo is 40,000, and Binger, it's King Deuce 4-6 on the board, folks, and we're going to have a river card now. It's an 8 of diamonds.
Jonathan bets out 120,000. This is one of the biggest bets we've seen this entire final table.
This is. It's King Deuce 4-6-8 and 7-3. Well, no. Trying to work out what he could possibly have here. Unless he's got a big king somewhere.
Yeah, he could certainly have, you know, a king here. Some kind of 2-pair maybe. It is Tamayo's big blind, so he doesn't necessarily need to have a premium starting hand. And for once, Tamayo actually looks a little bit nervous. He's not giving the super confident stare down that we're used to seeing. I don't know if that particularly means anything or not. Oh, and it looks like Nick Binger's in turmoil over this decision.
It really does.
So I'm wondering if this nervousness from Tamayo is just an act or if it actually means he has a weak hand. I hope we get to see these cards. I'm really curious.
And Binger folds. And Tamayo wins a very nice pot and shows a jack of hearts.
Wow.
And had what we'd like to call bugger all, I would imagine.
It's very possible that Jonathan had nothing there. I guess that nervousness was not an act from Jonathan. I wonder if Nick has picked up on this and is going to start taking advantage of it. We've seen Tamayo in the past show a lot of confidence, including staring Nick down when he's had big hands.
Well, Tamayo has really closed the gap with Binger. He is now 240,000 chips away from parity. And this is getting very, very interesting. Binger will pick up a small pot.
Yeah, this is by far the biggest anyone's been other than Nick Binger in the chip count. So Tamayo is looking at a real shot of winning a bracelet here.
I wonder if Tamayo's been swallowing that Gamma O stuff they've been selling. And I tell you what, I was in the restroom, and I have to tell you, I'm amazed. Did you see that there's the Gamma O urinal cake?
No, I did not notice. I've actually been using a different restroom.
You have?
Yeah, they have like a little VIP players
Right,
lounge.
right.
They have their own restroom.
Right. The Gamma O urinal cake lights when you urinate on it.
Really?
And I wonder if it's actually analyzing your urine to see if your Gamma O is low or not.
Well, I need to start using that restroom now.
Absolutely. You can get a free urine test right there. All right, we've got lots of great poker for you coming up here on ESPN 360. Be sure to stay tuned as we bring you these following broadcasts, including tomorrow, the Alta Cuckers, the Senior No Limit Hold'em event. That's right, the old guys all get together and play a little poker. And I say that tongue-in-cheek, of course. But tomorrow, the Seniors event, then PLO split. We've got No Limit Hold'em with rebuys, six-handed No Limit Hold'em, and a shootout. We got everything for you here on ESPN. We try to bring you the absolute best in poker programming on ESPN. Meanwhile, back to the table. And of course, so we can do that because this is, Major League Eating season is not on right now. The hot dog swallowing contest will come up another
I would have
time.
made the wheel.
Now, if I'm up, that's July 4th, right? The big Coney Island hot
I
dog
believe
contest.
that is. Yes, I believe
I'm
that
pretty
is.
psyched. Let's see if Kobayashi can regain his title. I'm a big Kobayashi fan.
Kobayashi, the hot dog maestro.
Yep.
I don't actually believe he has a stomach. I believe he passes it right out through into a bag. And then at the end of the day, he just takes the 400 hot dogs in the bag. It's like a hefty garbage bag. Just throws it away.
The way he eats, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, Binger has raised to 30,000. And look at this. We're going to get another clash of the Titans here. Tamayo re-raises to 106,000.
And this is the third time we've seen this. Nick has raised smaller than his normal raise size of 35,000. And every single time, Tamayo has re-raised him. And I think Nick is very aware of the fact that when he makes these smaller raises, Tamayo has really been picking at them. Of course, it's always possible Tamayo has had a big hand every time, but it's not always the most likely scenario. And now, really, for the first time, Nick has, he has Tamayo covered, but still, this is almost his tournament life on the line. They're pretty close in chips at this point.
Well, Binger will fold it, and Tamayo is going to reach that parity point, or very close to it, with Binger. He is now less than 200,000 chips shy of touching the once untouchable Nick Binger.
And then we have Frank Gehry, who's still sitting there pretty quietly. I hope the dealer doesn't forget to deal him cards every time, forgetting that he's there.
Well, Frank Gehry, the man with two first names, is down to 256,000 in chips. And that is a problem now for him because Tamayo and Binger he could avoid one of the two, but it's going to be hard for him to avoid both of them without dying the bleeding death of 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, Gehry is a huge favorite to finish in third place. And I mean, he's really not changing his strategy. We just saw him give another walk to Binger. I think he really needs to start playing hands here.
And speak of the devil, here comes a raise from Frank Gehry. And he will raise to 35,000.
And as always, the other players get out of his way as fast as they possibly can.
Well, Frank Gehry from Fort Myers, Florida, is a retired software engineer who just sold his second technology company. He's used the funds. Now he is traveling around the country in his RV playing poker. Now, Justin Bonomo, I can tell you there's very few things in life I would like less than to travel around the country in an RV.
What kind of name is that?
You know, you got to do what you got to do. I got to be honest, that's not my ideal lifestyle.
Is it one of the ones with the expanding concertina sides? And
I don't know. I like having my king-size bed and sleeping in it every night.
Maybe an RV with a waterbed chock full of Playboy bunnies with a nice driver that's going to take you where you want to go, never-ending supply of movies or DirecTV on demand. I could take all of that.
I've kind of spoiled myself with first-class flying and staying in nice hotel rooms.
Absolutely. The RV experience, see America, through in an RV. Probably not for me, to be quite honest. But nevertheless, Frank Gehry, who's just sold his second technology company, I would imagine it's a very large RV.
I would hope so. And here we have Tamayo raising the button.
All right, well, since this level began, Binger has won 11 pots, an average of 57K per win, and Tamayo's won 6 pots with an average of 243,000 per pot.
Wow.
And that is the difference. Tamayo has raised to 35,000, and Binger has turned to act. Well, Binger called 7 deuce queen on the flop. Binger checked to Tamayo, who bet. He bet 50,000. There's now 132,000 in this pot. And Binger, the glasses are off. Binger will fold, and Tamayo will pick up another pot. Well, folks, that's going to wrap up this level. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, pay some bills. We'll be right back with a new level. I believe blinds are going up, and we will give you the details here when we come back. $25.50, I believe, the betting limits of the new level. Folks, don't go anywhere. Right back. We're going to got more action here at the World Series of Poker. Nick Geber and Justin Bonomo. Stay tuned.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Welcome back to Center Court here at the World Series of Poker. As we are getting ready to kick off at a new level here. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Nick Geber alongside professional poker player Justin Bonomo here on ESPN 360. Bring you the action as 3 players remain here in this $1,500 mixed hold'em event. This is limit, no limit, and we're about to enter a brand new limit round.
So I'm going to make a bold statement here. I haven't said anything like that, but I predict Gary will bust out during this level. The blinds are just so big, and the big bet's 50,000. He only has 5 big bets to play with.
So, well, Binger raises to 2 bets. That's 100,000. That's actually it's 50,000.
Yeah.
25.50. Excuse me. That's the betting limit.
Mm-hmm.
King, Trey, Queen on the flop.
That's a raise.
Binga bets, and Tamayo will raise. This pot's getting big fast.
Yeah, there's barely been any action. There's 181,000 in there already.
And Binga will fold, and Tamayo will finally, folks, we're going to put this up on your screen now, the leaderboard as it stands right now. Let's take a look.
Half hour.
And it's taken some time, but here you have it, folks. First and second are, for all intents and purposes, tied.
Wow.
Binga has gone from 1.6 million at his height, or 1.8 million.
Yeah, he was up just over 1.6 million.
Yep. He's lost 570,000 of those chips.
And Tamayo has done a great job just clawing his way up, almost the chip lead. One more pot and he'll have the chip lead.
And Binga continues his play, though, raising, and Tamayo folds, which is a good sign. He doesn't have to tangle with him. But Gary will make the call, and once Gary's made the call, 7 tray 6. And with Gary making the call, he only has 200,000 chips behind. Gary checks, Binga bets. And this is essentially it.
Yeah, if Gary calls down and loses here, he'll have very few chips left after this hand.
Gary does make the call, and we get a jack of spades on the turn, and Gary checks, Binga bets, and with 177,000 behind, look at this. Gary's going to make it 2 bets at this point, which is 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
And now 50K for Binga to call. And at this point, if he'd re-raised, Gary would have been left with nothing, and it's an ace of spades. And Gary...
Oh, Gary does not seem to like that ace.
No, he does not, nor does he like the third spade, and he has 77,000 chips left, and I think at this point he has no option but to bet, and I think Binga will re-raise him, right? Will raise him, probably?
I think...
or just let him...
Only if he hit the ace. I mean... Gary has so few chips, there's no way he's ever folding with only
27,000 chips behind, to be exact. This could be it for Gary, Frank Gary, or not. Binga could double up Gary. Binga looks irritated and tired.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Nick's spot before. It's not fun to have your bracelet just slip away from you like this. And unless he wins this pot, he will no longer be the chip leader.
Binga gives him the devilfish stare.
And it's painful to look at Nick Binga right now. You can tell he's just not happy. He's sickened.
Well, Gary doesn't look overly comfortable to me. It's 50,000 more to call. He almost has to call it. It's 50,000 into a $419,000 with a chip pot. And Binga will fold. And do you like that fold?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough to say without knowing Nick's cards, but definitely looked like Gary had the best hand there.
Well, we have a new chip leader, folks. Let's take a look up on the leaderboard. We do have a new chip leader. It's just taken all day. But finally, Jonathan Tamayo takes the chip lead position from Nick Binga. And Binga has, well, moved surprisingly close to Frank Gary in terms of chip count.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit bunching up on the chip counts.
Well, the deuce to 7 triple draw is, we're going to be playing down to a bracelet today. So let's get an update from Aaron Coscarelli.
Hey, thanks, guys. When getting deep into these World Series of Poker tournaments, the blinds become so large, it's easy for players to trade the chip lead within just a few hands. John Fan, although no stranger to the tournament felt, is a prime example of this. Within just 6 hands alone, he's managed to drop from 600,000 to just about 250,000. That's the latest here in the Amazon room. Sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Well, Binga gets a walk and moves up to 810,000 in his chip count. And what was the Nick Binga show for large portions of this day has, well, fallen by the wayside, as it is now the John Tamayo show. And Binga will raise and will get called.
Despite losing the chip lead, Nick has not lost his aggressive streak. Still keeping the pressure on.
So Binga wins a pot. Pinga wins a bot. And he draws the line closer now to Tamayo.
Oh, it's very close. They're within 50,000 of each other.
One bet.
This is anyone's game at this point.
Ooh, and Jonathan re-raises. Gary folds. Binga calls, and once again, the two big guns will clash. And what if Gary's thinking, you know, if I sit tight, I may get heads up here?
I think that's what he's been thinking all along, and so far it's been working out. He's had a couple of really close calls, but he's managed to survive them.
Well, Binga's made the call, 25,000, and we'll see a turn card of a deuce of spades. 6-6-10. Deuce of spades on the turn. We do have a turn card. It is a deuce of spades. You're just not seeing it on your screen. There it is. Tamayo bets and Binga folds. And I wonder if Binga's lost the plot here when it comes to Tamayo.
I mean, Nick is still playing well, but, you know, like I've said before, I'm really impressed with Tamayo's play, and I really think that he wants this bracelet, and, you know, he's playing well enough to deserve it. But I certainly would not count Nick Binga out of this. He's still a very good player, still has a lot of chips.
Well, Nick Binga is 26, Tamayo is 22, and I'm pulling for Frank Gary at 42. Hope for us old guys yet.
I don't know. I got to be honest, don't really like Gary's chances of winning this the way he's been playing. Not that he's been playing poorly, but he's been playing for second place.
He's been playing for second place. I concur.
And it's hard to really blame him for that. Second place is 140,000, with third place only being 85,000. So that is a really big jump.
Buys a lot of Geritol.
That's true. And of course, our first place prize is just under 220,000.
I imagine how you could spruce up the RV with 120 grand. Not those big ones, you know, those big tour buses. Those things close to $1 million.
Yeah, all the players were asked what they would do if they won the bracelet, and Frank Gary said if he wins today, he plans on taking a few days off. Those are pretty big plans, the whole few days off.
Huge. Nick Binga says he'll buy some new jeans and play more poker.
Still a bigger plan than taking a few days off.
And Jonathan Tamayo, though, says he's just going to chill for a couple of years. 22 years old, a student, unemployed. A couple of $100 grand goes a long way.
It's true. Very true.
And Tamayo, Binger's raised. Tamayo's called. So we'll have a tray 9-7 on the flop, and now the turn comes a 9 of spades. Binger checks. Tamayo will bet. And Binger will call, and at this point Binger's stack is down to 10 of hearts on the river. Binger checks.
You really got a 9, bro.
And
9's good. Out of 10.
He bets. And it looks like he hit a 10 on the river. 10-8 of clubs. Oh, Binger outkicks Tamayo for a big pot. And let me say, they came into this hand 739,000 and over $1 million. And Binger, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Check this out, folks. That could have been a swing pot. Because here you'll see on the leaderboard, Binger has just regained the chip leadership.
Yeah, Tamayo was just up over $1 million for a very short while there, but he has since lost it.
And I wonder if that will give Binger confidence in playing back at Tamayo, because he seems, really, Justin, I'm reading the body language, and I'm just seeing a lack of confidence. Not when it comes to playing Gary, when it comes to playing Tamayo. It's like this guy has his number.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick is not happy at all with the way things are going. And I don't think that one pot will be enough to change it. But, you know, Nick is still a very solid player.
Absolutely.
And even if he is a little frazzled, I would not count him out by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I just think confidence is so much of your game, particularly, you know, tired. You played late last night. They're playing late today so far. And they've been at this now for 6 hours and 5 minutes. It's a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And another big thing is if you're thinking about, man, I was so close to winning a bracelet. Am I going to lose it? You're focusing on that rather than on the hand itself. But generally, if you're confident, you know, you're in the zone, you're focusing on your opponents and the cards and everything that matters.
Well, now Binger can relax because Gary and Tamayo are scrapping. Ace-deuce tray. Oh, look at this. Gary came out with the raise, and Tamayo immediately folded. And that will add 75,000 chips to the stack of Gary, who now has 466,000 chips. I mean, he is not out of this thing yet.
No.
Score one for the old guys.
If he can double up, he's practically the chip leader. If he doubles up through Binger, he would be the chip leader. Of course, with his style of play, it's going to be hard to find a double up, but it's possible.
Well, as you saw then, all he has to do is sneeze raise, and everyone will fold.
Pretty much.
But the no-limit round, a lot of things are possible.
Absolutely.
Binger gets a walk. And we'll now have 114,000 chips more than Tamayo. But folks, we're looking at after the flop here, when we're looking at turn and river betting, 50K a bet. So that's a couple of bets.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only 2 million chips in play, so 50,000 goes pretty fast.
Well, Frank Gary on the button. Announces raise. 2 bets. Binger goes away. Tamayo disappears. And Gary may be playing the most amazing strategy here. Now that he's firmly established his super tight image, maybe now he'll open up his game a bit and start raising more and picking up more of the blinds.
I wouldn't count on it. It certainly would be a good strategy.
So it would be a good story, though, wouldn't it?
He's had a couple of spots where he could have done that earlier, and so far hasn't really taken the opportunity.
Yeah, he really does only seem to have one game.
Yeah, pretty tight. And we've also seen that he's been playing more pots in limit than a no limit, which is definitely correct since the blinds are much bigger in limit. Although even still, in no limit, his tight strategy is still hurting him.
Hurting him all the way so far to third place.
Yeah, might hurt him all the way to second place, 140,000.
Wish I could get hurt like that quickly. Hurt me, Bonomo.
Yeah, but just to be safe.
They have a misdeal?
Yeah, I know, no. It's fine. No problem with it.
Well, they're going to have a misdeal, and I'm still trying to get hurt for 140,000, but not having any luck. Binger on the button.
Isn't there some rule about how many logos you can have? He's got three
think
full tilt logos in plain
there is
view
a
right there.
logo, and I think he is in violation of that rule. But being the fine people that we are, Justin, we will not push that issue.
It's very lenient of you.
As I might add, you are sponsored by BowDogLife.net.
Thank you for throwing that out there, Nick. I'm a very happy team pro of Team Bowdog.
As was Jean Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Good to have all you guys. Yeah, good to have all you guys with us. You know, you can look at Tamayo, by the way, talking about online poker. You can look at Tamayo, and you can see, here's a guy, he's young, he hasn't played a lot of brick-and-mortar events, but you can see how seasoned this guy is by playing online at sites like BowDogLife.net and FullTiltPoker.net. You can train a lot online for these events.
He looks more like a Bowdog player than a full tilt player
think
to
so?
me, but that's just my read. Yeah, but he's certainly playing very well and certainly very confident about his game.
If he wasn't a Bowdog player now, he should be. Well, look at this. 3 nines for Tamayo. Will deliver a blow to Binger, who will lose 125,000 in chips. And Binger and Tamayo will swap places. But again, it's not so much like breaking news as it was before, because I imagine we'll see this a few times.
Yeah, Nick is just not happy at all. He's sulking. He's just upset that, you know, he had that monster chip lead, 1.6 million, and it's, you know, all gone right now.
Well, he got hit by the deck to some degree, and I think the deck is hitting him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy come, easy go.
Absolutely. You know, it's funny. We talk about online poker and, you know, the situation of how you can get a lot of experience. Also, the training sites we mentioned earlier, I think card runners and that sort of play. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do to really improve your game. And I think if you want to reach the next level, you've got to work on your game. I mean, Justin, you mentioned it yourself. You consider yourself a pro player. You are indeed a pro player. But your game is ever evolving and ever learning.
Yeah, I'm certainly a student of the game. I've always said that poker is even more complicated than chess. And as such, you know, anything I can get my hands on to improve my game, I'll do. You know, whether that means, you know, I've read dozens of books. I've spent hundreds of hours reading poker forums. I spent even more time than that discussing hands with friends. And, of course, a lot of time just playing the table and then afterwards analyzing the hands in your head. And it's very rare that I'll even take a shower in the morning without thinking about a poker hand that I played the day before.
Now, Binger and Gary getting it on now. And Gary has 366,000 chips left, because Gary's got to decide whether to make this call. If he makes this call and does not do anything more at the end of it, well, he's going to fold. And Gary now, once again, finds himself back down at 366,000. Binger picks up a 75,000 net gain. And Binger and Tamayo sort of staying level with each other. And the question is, who's going to pick off Gary and his chips? And he's not making it easy.
Yeah, this battle for second place has all of a sudden actually turned into a battle for first place.
True. Gary folds. Action now to Binger. And Binger raises 2 bets, and Tamayo calls. And the flop will be a Jack-7 tray. Binger bets. Tamayo folds, and Binger picks up a well-needed pot. And now Binger has retaken the lead by 1,000 chips. It's like a tennis match, although played by snails.
Yeah, this is the second time Binger has had Tamayo by exactly 1,000 chips. Just shows how close this game is.
Although they all have Gary covered by about 3 to 1. A little less, maybe. Think about limit hold'em. Well, look at this. Jonathan and Binger. 3 bets for Tamayo, and Binger repops it. 4 bets. It's 4 bet. This pot is now 4 bet, and it is a big pot already at 225. And we get a flop, and it's a Queen Jack 6, and Binger immediately reaches for chips and bets and gets called by Tamayo, which I find very interesting that he did not raise him. It's an 8 of hearts. Yeah, Tamayo checks to Binger, and I think Binger may have this pot. He just gets called by Tamayo. And we have a 7, and now that may change things a bit. Tamayo checks and Binger bets. I think Tamayo's going to raise him here is what I think.
No, he's not thinking about raising, just thinking about calling. I think he's probably wondering how likely it is that Nick has ace high at this point and whether or not Tamayo should make kind of a hero call.
Or actually he's thinking about folding.
Yeah, he's debating. He's not thinking about raising.
Yeah, he's going to fold it, and that is a huge pot for Binger. That is going to spread the gap, and Binger goes over $1 million now, and Tamayo 1.14 million. Let's put up the leaderboard. You can see for yourself where we are. I totally misread that, Justin. That's why I'm the announcer and you're the expert commentator. 1.1 million for Binger, Tamayo 731, and Gary 341, and some form of normal service is being resumed here with that hand, where I think Binger played that with the confidence that we saw him playing in the earlier rounds.
And of course, this hand means that Nick Binger has more than 50% of the chips in play once again, which is always a crucial mark to be over.
Nick Geber here alongside professional poker player Justin Bonomo. Great to be with you today.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's always great to be here.
And you are welcome anytime. It's great to have your expert analysis and chipper personality as we get into hour number 473.
Oh, thank you very much, Nick.
All right, 3 players. We have a family pot, although I think at this point the family's a little strained, to be honest with you. 10-4 deuce. Both players check, and another 10 of clubs. Yeah. Well, Gary checks. Binger bets 50, and I would be surprised. Oh, look at that. Both players fold, surprisingly enough, and Binger will win the pot and go to 1.2 million in chips. Tamayo now down to 688. And I wonder what sort of mental effect that big pot has had on Tamayo.
I think Tamayo is cool and collected enough that he can handle it. I wouldn't be surprised if it really affects his play much at all.
Meanwhile, very quietly, Frank Gary has moved to under 300,000 chips. 291.
Well, I wish I could just jump in Gary's seat and play some of these hands that he was folding.
Well, he obviously has been playing, well enough to get to this final table and then get to 3. But he saw his way through 800 players, 780 players. But I guess just playing super tight.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough to say whether or not he played this way the whole tournament. Obviously, once you get to the final table, all of a sudden the pay jumps become huge and sudden.
Right.
So it makes a lot more sense to play that table at the final, play that style at the final table.
Well, next player out will get 84,000, which also buys a new satellite dish for the RV. Well, Binger raises and picks up this raising. He's not won it though because Gary is still in this pot. And he will make the call, and Gary currently with only 240,000 chips behind, which represents 5 bets.
Mm-hmm.
King, king, tray. Frank bets.
That's an interesting lead out. We see
Yeah,
a lot of random lead outs here at the final table.
And look at this, Binger raises. Frank calls. And we get ready for turn card as a jack of clubs. Frank bets. We apologize for that large, loud noise. You would be not surprised to hear that was the arrival in the booth of one Jean-Robert Belland. Nick Binger lays it down, and Frank Gary, the man with two first names, will gather some more chips and move to 400,000. Welcome back, Jean-Robert.
Frank Gary's played a hand. Has he started to play some hands, boys?
He's been playing a little bit more in the limit than he has been in the no limit, but he's still been really tight.
Okay. Let's see.
So, Jean-Robert, I heard a rumor today that you dressed up, you grayed your hair and your beard, and that you tried to get into the seniors event. Is that true?
Wow, I'll be there soon enough.
And you even rented a Rascal scooter, I heard, to drive up there.
Wow. Yeah, you know, I actually have a few friends in that tournament. So, you know, Tom Franklin's still in there with some chips. And Jerry Stenstrom.
Is Men the Master still in?
Men the Master was still in when I looked about an hour ago.
Well, we've had 6 lead changes from the start of the day today, but no one but Binger and Tamayo has actually held the chip lead. So those two guys, it's like that old cartoon, Wacky Races.
Is that right? Tamayo didn't have the lead while I was gone just now, did he?
Yes.
He did. He
took the lead while you were gone.
Wow.
Tamayo and Binger have been bouncing back and forth.
Wow.
Folks, we've got Bingo and Tamayo. Binger and Tamayo in this pot together, and it's 313,000. Binger is bet, and Tamayo is going to make the call. Tamayo's actually bet, and it's 50,000 more for Binger to make this call. And he will fold, and he will give some chips to Tamayo.
And he's showing something. What's he showing?
He's
Is
showing
that
a
a stone cold bluff? 8 high.
8 high.
Wow,
and
nothing.
This is the second time we've seen Tamayo show a bluff against Nick.
With no pair and no draw. Isn't that correct? Or did he have a flush draw?
I know he had no draw. And I think Tamayo is sensing Binger's irritation and I don't want to say tilt, because Binger's nowhere near tilting, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that Binger is frustrated. And I think Tamayo is just trying to just needle that frustration just that bit more with that show.
Yeah, Nick is certainly very frustrated right now.
But, you know, I still think it's a very, very bad idea for Tamayo to be showing his hands like that, you know.
Yeah, Nick has been giving Tamayo so much credit. He could just keep on bluffing.
Right.
Right. I was going to say, I mean, of all players to do that with, that's not the one.
No. You know. Especially if you think a person plays as well as you or better, it's a very, very bad idea to show cards.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we've got Tamayo and Binger in this pot now. It's a tray 6-6. They both check. Here comes the river, and it's a queen of diamonds. We've got 150K in the pot. Binger checks. Tamayo bets, and will Binger look him up? And he does exactly that.
Wow.
Queen 5 for another river hit for Tamayo, and you saw the frustration on the face of Nick Binger.
Wow.
Yeah, that face said it all right there.
And Binger has now lost the lead to Tamayo, who regains the position of chip leader. Yeah, I think Binger could use a break, actually.
Did not think that that Tamayo would be bluffing right there, right after showing a bluff the last hand. You know, seems like most likely Nick had a jack there.
Well, this is good news for Nick Binger. We are going to 8 and 16,000 blinds at no limit with a 2,000 ante.
Yeah, and this does tend to favor Binger, who I think is the better no limit player. Justin, I think you and I probably in agreement that Tamayo is as good, if not possibly a better limit player than Binger.
Yeah, I think, you know, Nick's only been playing for 2 years, and I think that's almost exclusively no limit experience. I don't think he's really played much limit. But I think both of these players are excellent no limit players.
Binger's on the button. Tamayo's on the tamale, and Gary's in Indiana.
I have no clue what that means.
Nothing. I'm tired. I'm rambling. Gary is in Indiana, by the way.
Okay.
You never heard of Gary, Indiana?
Yeah, I've heard of the city.
It's a cultural metropolis.
Really?
There's an exotic dancing bar there called Fanny's. Want a good time? Find yourself over to Fanny's, if it's still there. I believe it's been almost 30 years since I visited Fanny's, but, you know, I'm sure some of the dancers are still there.
You might be a little young for this, Justin, but there's a famous musical called The Music Man, and one of the songs in that musical, one of the theme songs, called Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, definitely too young for that one.
Well, if you've just tuned in, you're watching our live hand-by-hand coverage of the $1,500 mixed hold'em event. That's limit and no limit. Right now, we're in the no limit level. We have Michael Binger, Jonathan Tamayo, and Frank Gary. Binger from Las Vegas, Tamayo from Texas, a place called Humble, Texas. I'm told it's pronounced Humble, but let me tell you, you got to be humble to live in Humble. So Tamayo from Humble, Texas, and Gary from, I believe, Fort Worth, Florida. Or was that correct? Fort Myers, Florida. Fort Worth is in Texas also. Isn't everything in Texas? And I'm joined in the booth by professional poker players Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Ballonde, both members of Team Bodog at bodoglife.net. Gents, we are getting ready for the stretch run here, and I have to admit, this race is getting pretty exciting.
Yeah, it looks like a dead even race. You know, Binger's got 904,000, Tamayo's got 926, and then Gary's a little bit back there with 363,000. Who do you like in this match after what you've seen there, Justin?
I got to be honest, you know, when we started this final table and Nick won those few pots right at the beginning, I thought for sure Nick would just dominate the final table. But Tamayo has played really, really well, and I'm very impressed with the way he's been playing so far. Could go either way.
Looks like his confidence is beaming, and we did see a glimmer of frustration coming from Nick there. So, wow, you know.
I think Nick's been in this situation before, been at the final table, and has had it slip away from him, and he kind of feels it happening again.
Yeah, he had an enormous chip lead earlier, did he not?
Yeah, he had 1.6 million, about 75% of the chips in play at one point.
Well, look at this, folks. We've got another big clash here. 6 ace 4, a jack. Binger checks to Tamayo, and we very rarely see Tamayo check, but we do now. And it's a 10 of hearts. And whoever's got the most heart is going to win this. And will Binger, he will check it.
I just can't see this being a bluff here. Looks like a thin value bet.
85,000 is the bet from Tamayo.
It's a very small bet. Well, Tamayo does look a little bit nervous here. We've seen he's had weaker hands when he hasn't shown as much confidence.
And Binger makes a call and looks. Oh.
Wow.
And he has the king of hearts for the nuts.
Bad read by me.
And Tamayo wins a big pot. And now Tamayo goes to 1.1 million and Binger goes to 706 million. And, you know, one thing that I've seen as a constant throughout this, Justin, in our discussions of this, is that I mentioned I couldn't read Tamayo at all, and you said you had difficulty reading him, and I think Binger's having enormous difficulty reading him as well.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, he's an online player. He's played probably, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of hands, and he seems to be very confident. I think he's just, you know, concentrating on playing his game, concentrating on the cards rather than thinking, ooh, I'm bluffing here. You know, he's in the zone.
Wow, extremely confident. It's unbelievable. It's very rare that you see somebody that you've never seen at a final table before have this kind of poise and confidence. Very impressed by the young lad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll be very impressed with all these players if we can get this wrapped up here in the next 30 minutes. We'll make my dinner reservation.
Well, they're moving some chips for sure. They're definitely moving some chips. This Gary is going to have to make a play pretty soon here.
No. Binger raises, and we'll.
With all those lead changes, Gary had to be pretty live for second place recently. No, at least one of the boys has been all in for sure. No.
I don't think we've had an all-in with Binger and Tamayo in a long time.
A lot of the lead changes were in limit, so there haven't been any real all-in confrontations.
Oh, I see. Wow.
But yeah, I believe Gary, like a vulture, is waiting in the tree to pick over the carrion of the person that finishes in third.
Yeah.
And he will then move up to go heads up. So he is the poker vulture.
Yeah, we haven't really, this whole tournament, we haven't seen many big all-in confrontations in the no-limit sections. We've seen a couple of the short stacks go against each other all in pre-flop, but that's been about it.
Well, it didn't take us long to get down to 3 players, honestly. Once it did, ground went from full speed ahead to all stop.
Yeah.
And it's been slow going ever since. But it's been interesting poker because we've seen so many lead changes, as you point out. And right now you're looking at Tamayo, who raises, and the ever-tight Frank Gary makes the call. And Binger also looks like he likes what he sees.
Might be even contemplating a raise here. Oh,
you got that look that my sister had when I finally beat her at Scrabble. She then got really angry and kicked the table over and declared it a misgame, misdeal, mistrial, whatever it was. Tray 6 king. Gary checks. Nick Binger checks, and Tamayo checks. And we're going to see a turn, which is a 5 of clubs. And now action moves to Gary. Who checks. Binger will bet. And that's an 80,000 chip bet.
Just a little over half the pot.
Action now to Tamayo, who really doesn't like to disengage from pots with Nick Binger. Have you noticed that?
Hey, he's not too willing to back down when Nick has been betting. But he's been playing well.
He does now. He backs down now.
He's been generally making good reads and making the right calls when he has been making the calls.
Good look at one very frustrated Nick Binger.
And that Tamayo just eyeballing his first bracelet out of nowhere. 1.1 million, and Binger's behind with 734.
Yeah, Tamayo is now the one with over half the chips in play. And poor Gary has never even been close.
Gary's trying to consider if he's going to be risking a significant portion of his stack for this pot.
I mean, you can see, folks, the difference not as big as you may think it is. Binger 607,000 behind, and Gary 296,000 behind. If Nick really has a very strong hand here, he may have picked just the right amount to get the action.
No, that must be backwards. Binger must be 206,000.
No.
And Gary 607,000 behind.
No, that's right. Binger started the hand with 734,000.
Oh, I see.
I know when you were in China, things were upside down, but...
Oh, that's how many chips we have behind him. Okay. I was confused.
It doesn't say chips backwards, Sean. It says chips behind.
Yeah, if Gary were to somehow win this pot, and honestly I don't think it's too likely, he would be right up there with Binger in the chip count.
Well, you see, now Gary's got himself in a bit of a pickle now because he's shown so much weakness.
He's going to fold it.
But even if he decided to play right there, it'd be kind of an easy pickup for his opponent when he showed that much weakness.
That did work to his advantage in one of the limit hands we had. Gary pretty much telegraphed how weak he was on the turn when he checked and thought forever before calling Binger's bet. And then on the river, Binger did fire another bluff, and Gary thought about it for a good 3 or 4 minutes, but then called him off with king high, and it was good.
Well, folks, there you can see the ESPN360.com chip tracker, and you can see the number of lead changes we've had now between yellow and blue, between Binger and Tamayo. And loads of action here, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We got a raise. I'm thinking this is going to go to a dinner break here because we have 3 players, and I think at the end of this level there's a dinner break.
Oh, then I hope someone busts.
They are apparently going to take a half-hour dinner break in 18 minutes. And I believe that what has happened here is Tamayo has asked for a count of Gary's chips.
Yeah, this is interesting.
We
Gary
saw this before, right?
Yeah, and neither time has Gary answered him with the chip count. Instead, both times a floor man has come over and started counting off Gary's stack for him.
And I actually like that move from Gary because sometimes good players can tell, you know, strength or weakness by just the tone of your voice, and voice inflections. You know, when people ask me for a chip count, even though I've been playing for some time now, I still prefer not to say anything. I might count my chips out in front of them, but I try not to say anything. Prefer to let the dealer or the floor person handle the chips.
Well, Nick re-raises, and it looks like Tamayo goes away, and he really puts Gary to the test now. Frank moves all in, and Nick looks sick about this, doesn't he?
Oh, I can't imagine Nick folding at this point. There's so much money in the pot. He's getting almost 3-1 to call here.
So, was it Nick that asked for the chip count, or was it Tamayo?
No, it was Tamayo.
Because that's very strange for Tamayo to ask for a chip count before Nick's acted.
Well.
You caught me making a move. And 161. I call.
Wow, Nick looks like he's embarrassed to throwing a call.
And he
did not want to show
makes
this
the
hand.
call, and it's pocket kings for
He's
Frank.
about to show like a 9-5.
9 deuce of clubs for Binger. This could be a Binger meltdown here.
Caught with his pants down.
He has cracked kings once before.
Wow.
Well, 9 deuce of clubs. 5-8 tray.
It's looking bleak for Nick.
It is not looking great for Binger. Tray of hearts, and that's going to do it. Binger will double up Gary, and I think Binger's got to get his head back on straight and start playing some poker.
Well, you know, sometimes you're going to get caught with your pants down. You know, all the moves you do doesn't necessarily mean that was a poor play. It just
well, Michael Binger is now the short stack, and since reaching the lofty heights of 1.8 million in chips, he has been on nothing but a downward spiral. He has lost chips to Tamayo in a back-and-forth battle with a very good player, but he's just doubled up a player who has been playing ABC poker and would never push in unless he has something very strong. And I think there you saw that we are once again proven that Gary is playing ABC poker.
Well, I think what's happened is that Nick has decided that Gary's folding range was so enormous that a re-raise was almost guaranteed to take down the pot. You know, because Gary has not been taking any kind of stand, and you can see the kind of hand that he decides to take a stand with. Actually, 2 kings. But by then, Nick was already pot committed. I don't think he meant to get his 9 deuce into such a pickle.
I don't think this dinner break can come fast enough for Binger at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think Nick realized that even though Gary has been playing extremely tight, when he has played hands, he's generally gone all the way with them, including his king-high call down in the limit hand we saw earlier.
It's a good observation, Justin.
Tamayo's smiling.
Yeah.
He would love nothing more than to see Binger go out in third.
Absolutely. He would love to be heads up with tight Gary.
And it looks like Frank Gary is the new nemesis of Nick Binger.
Wow. And that puts Binger in third place.
10 jack tray. And he checks his cards again and checks. Binger bets 55,000. Nicely applying some pressure here.
Yeah, I'm sure he saw Gary do the whole card check when the 3 diamond board came out, which often means if they don't have a diamond, they'll just fold.
Frank does make the call, though, and we will see a turn. This is the no limit round, folks, so turn card comes along. It's a deuce of diamonds, and Frank moves all in.
Wow. Instantly moves all in. Doesn't even contemplate trying to trap Binger for more chips. That's a big bet, too. He bet more than the pot.
Wow, he sure did.
And Binger's got to be a little sick also.
Got to be.
Although he's only invested 100,000 or so actually in this pot. He could easily get away from this.
Well, we did talk about how sometimes you got to capitalize on your image. Now, I mean, this would be a great spot to for Gary to be actually snowing.
That's a look that says, really?
Well,
I mean,
it would be because, I mean, right now I'm looking at this from. I just can't see Gary having anything less than a king of diamonds right now.
I can't either. I
Yeah.
think he's got a king or an ace of diamonds.
So,
That's the way I'd look at it.
So, I mean, if he is bluffing, I mean, take it down, take the pot.
Yeah, if he's bluffing, this is an excellent play coming from him. But I just don't see it.
I don't think he's capable of it, but
I wonder if Nick can see it, because Nick is not in a normal frame of mind, and this is what I mean. Nick needs the dinner break in a big way.
Tell you what, I think Nick knows he's going to fold, and I think he's frustrated because this pot will solidify him as our short stack.
Well, imagine how sick you would be here if you were Nick and you had the king of diamonds in your hand.
If I had the king of diamonds in my hands, I may well make the call.
Yeah, I would. I don't even know what I would do.
Now, if
well, because there's you could always hit the 9 of diamonds, right? or the queen.
You'd have to have
the queen of diamonds. He's going to fold it. There's no way he's calling.
And if Gary is bluffing right here, it'd be hard not to show this one.
Yeah. Oh, please show the bluff.
No, he does not have a bluff. I feel very confident he does not have a bluff there.
Yeah, it's hard to show the bluff when you have the nuts.
Look at our new chip counts, Nick.
Yeah, let's bring up the leaderboard, and my times, they are a-changing. Wasn't that Bob Dylan that said that? Anyway, there you can see Jonathan Tamayo, 1 million in chips. Frank Gary, 717,000. And Nick Binger, well, he's down to 435,000 with the dinner break looming and Limit Hold'em coming up with big, big levels, big blinds, and betting structure. Binger could be in some trouble. I would think, Justin, that he's going to look at this one way. You can see his chip tracker. You don't need to see that to know that he is down from 1.6 million down to 435,000.
And there on the chip tracker, you see Nick's progression throughout the day. Started off as just, one of the other stacks right in the middle of the pack. Spent most of the day at over 1 million and
looked like and by the way,
almost all gone.
I want to point out Binger has eliminated every player at this table with the exception of these two.
Well, I will say that Binger will definitely play the short stack the best of the 3 players out there. I mean, I would imagine that he knows how to play a short stack as well as anyone.
Yeah, as long as he can get over his frustration with his normal A game, he'll have a great shot.
Justin, I think that is exactly right. I mean, looking at Binger, you can read his body language. You don't have to be a poker pro to read that body language and see frustration, irritation. He feels that it's slipping away, as you point out. We have dinner break coming, and I know No Limit's probably his stronger game, but, he's not playing it well this level. And I think he'd be better off just to let dinner come, play Limit as best he can, get more chips up, and then go forth and conquer. But meanwhile, Tamayo has put on a masterclass in patience here.
Sure has.
Very impressed.
Boy, I've been in that spot with Nick where you're a big favorite to win, and you just watch it slip away.
Yep.
It's so brutal.
Been there, done that. Not fun. And if he does make it to this dinner break, it's going to be 30 painful minutes for him.
Well, I mean, you look at what happened with Matisow the other day. He was on the verge of a major, major meltdown. Dinner break came and calmed him down, and he ended up winning the tournament. He was almost guaranteed a third-place finish in that one.
Trey 7-5. Tamayo bets. Binger calls. It's the queen of diamonds on the turn. Binger will bet 40,000. Let's see if Tamayo's going to push back at him. He's got that look.
Well, I think Tamayo's picking up on some weakness.
Yeah, I do not give Nick credit for a big hand here.
This would be embarrassing if Nick has a big hand, because I kind of think Nick looks really weak right there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a king of spades on the river.
Well, the flush on the flop gets there. That makes it somewhat interesting. Nick appears to be contemplating that river card.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting when the first player to act is trying to get a read on the guy behind. And that seems to be what Nick's trying to do right now. He's trying to figure out what kind of holding Tamayo has. Or he's acting like he's trying to figure that out anyways. Ooh. Got a bad feeling about this, Nick.
Me too.
Don't do it. Don't pull the trigger coated dinner like. Yeah, there you go.
King 8 of hearts.
Wow, that would have been a great one to fire.
Wow, absolutely.
Pair of kings.
Oh, man.
Oh, my. And that's a good confidence booster right there. It's only an 80,000 chip gain for Binger, but, you know, a big confidence booster coming up to the end of the level.
Well, to be honest with you, I got to tell you, I think that Binger missed an opportunity to bet right there. Because it certainly looked like he was weak. He hit his king, and it's like, you know, time to get paid with my, you know, he knew Tamayo was ready to call him down. That was, I think that was actually a bad check.
There's Andy Block.
I completely agree. I think Nick had an opportunity to gain a lot of chips on that river.
Funny thing is, right here, where Nick is right now, where he missed that bet, I would be very frustrated being in his spot right now.
Yeah, me as well. I would not be happy about winning that pot. And I think what happened was, since the flush card came, it kind of scared Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are underestimating how much his confidence has been hurt, and I think just winning that small pot will pick him up.
Yeah, I think Nick is a guy who goes way beyond, you know, just winning pots, losing pots. It's winning maximum, and that king flush, everything the flush gets there, it looks so suspicious. He was going to get paid off for sure. He might even gotten an ace high payoff at that spot. I definitely wouldn't miss that bet.
Yeah, I completely agree. And a lot of times it doesn't take just winning chips to build your confidence back. It takes playing well.
Make it 150.
Oh, and he gets Binger bets 55. 10-den jack ace on the board, and look at this.
I hope Binger has a 10.
Tamayo seems pretty strong here.
Wow, Nick doesn't look like he wants to back down.
Well, Tamayo seems strong when he has nothing and seems weak when he has everything. He seems to be the full package right now.
This could be very dangerous. Nick does not look like he wants to back down.
Oh. And he's going to do just that. And that, I like that laydown. I like that laydown a lot. He's down to 400,000 chips, admittedly. But that was a very easy situation to let frustration get a hold of you.
And
agree?
If I were Michael right now and I'm watching this, at the dinner break, I would tell Nick he needs to put on a hat and some sunglasses because, in my opinion, Jonathan's picking stuff up on him. He really is. I really think that this Tamayo has got a little bit of a read on Binger. And, you know, even from here in the booth, you know, we can just see on his face his confidence levels. And, yeah, he needs to be showing a lot less right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He has the sunglasses right there. I don't know why he's taking them off.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about Gary getting a read on me, but this Tamayo kid, I mean, He seems quite seasoned for a guy I've never seen before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Nick Binger gets a walk. Now, what would be interesting is if Binger were to double up off of Tamayo, he would have 800,000. Tamayo would have 700,000, and Gary would have 677,000.
Well, that would give Nick just a very slight chip lead.
But it would be a very different game going into the limit hold'em rounds where all players would essentially be even in chips.
Absolutely.
But he would have to double up, and right now he doesn't seem to be in a situation to do that. Jonathan Tamayo gets a walk. And now Tamayo has over half the chips in play right now.
It's so interesting. You know, you're looking at these three players and very, very little information on this Frank Gehry and Jonathan Tamayo. But, you know, you don't see too much going on in their facial expressions like you do with Nick in this spot. Yeah, definitely needs to be putting those sunglasses on right now.
Yeah, another thing that could help Nick is just taking a 20-second break, walking a lap around and trying to, you know, shake the frustration off. Something I like to do every now and then if I get particularly frustrated.
Here goes Tamayo putting the pressure on him. Putting the pressure on. Wow, and Gary goes into the tank.
Puts the chip protector on his cards.
Wow. Binger raises, Tamayo re-raises, and look at this, folks. Well, Gary's still to act.
Several things could be going on here. He could already have a huge hand and know he's going to be playing and think about how he's going to play it. Or, well, he decides he just doesn't want to get involved.
Gary folds, action back to Binger. What does he have? What does he have? And he will fold.
Well, the brutal thing about Binger's spot right there is he may know. He may very well know that Tamayo just might be just putting on the pressure and may not even have a hand, but he still has to let go because now he's so short stacked. He doesn't really have room to make a play without committing the rest of his stack.
Well, he's going to have even less room when we go to limit here.
If he went to limit right now, he'd have 6 big bets.
It's not looking good for Nick Binger, folks, who ran away with this table for easily the first, well, for the first 6 players eliminated, all eliminated by Binger. But this kid, Jonathan Tamayo, has proven that Cornell hotel management graduates are to be feared at the poker table.
Wow, I'll tell you what. And this Frank Gary's patience is paying off, it seems, you know.
Absolutely.
The guy wasn't playing a hand. And now he looks in pretty good shape to get himself a second-place spot at least.
Actually, in his bio, Jean Robert, he specifically said that what he would like to do if he wins or comes second, invite Jean Robert on a cross-country tour of America in his RV with him.
Interesting. Yeah. If we can pass by the Rhino and pick up a few few fans, I might be down.
I think you'd be all right with that. I don't think he had that sort of thing in mind. Binger folds. That will do it at this level. And folks, welcome back to the booth. Nick Eber, Justin Bonimo, and Jean-Robert Bellonde. Well, we've seen quite the high drama here as Nick Binger has relinquished almost all of his substantial chip lead, is now the short stack at the table. Jonathan Tamayo showing really some excellent poker skills, now the big stack, and Frank Gehry is sitting in second place with 645,000. Players are going to take a dinner break. I'm told it's going to be about half an hour. We're going to take a break as well. We're going to step aside and come back with more action when play resumes here.
I think it might be actually 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
45 minutes
All
is what
the
they're
better.
saying.
We will come back when play resumes here at the World Series of Poker. Till then, stay tuned.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
To be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
Played in every World Series of Poker since it started in 1970. I won 10 championships, 10 bracelets. In '76, I was heads up against Jesse Alto. He raised, and I called him with the 10 deuce of spades. When a deuce fell on the turn, I moved in on him. I caught another 10 on the river and beat him. The moral of the story, don't be afraid to go out on a limb, because that's where the fruit is.
For more trusted winning advice,
A Ferrari.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
All right, well, folks, we welcome you back to the World Series of Poker. We are bringing you live coverage of the $1,500 mixed Hold'em event. That is mixed between No Limit and Limit Hold'em, and we have quite a show for you tonight. We have 3 players remaining, and quite a story that goes along with it. Good evening, everyone, on ESPN. Great to be with you. Nick Gieber alongside Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Bellande bring you the action. Let's go right back down to the floor, center court, where action is continuing, and we'll bring you up to speed here. This was the Nick Binga show for most of today. About 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, one of the great final table poker meltdowns took place. And Binga went from having 75% of the chips in play to being our short stack now at 357,000. John Tamayo has 1.1 million, and Frank Gary has 645,000. We are going to go to a new level right now. This is Limit Hold'em. Do we know what the level is?
I believe it's 30,000, 60,000.
It's 30,000, 60,000.
Yeah, the blinds are 15K, 30K.
And these are huge blinds. And you're looking on the left side of your screen at Jonathan Tamayo, who has played a very patient game and a very good game against someone who I would say is arguably the best player at the table, which is Nick Binga, and was the best player at the table. To put things into perspective for you, Binga knocked out every player so far at this final table, 6 of them. But this guy Tamayo has stayed with him, and you can see there 1.2 million versus 615,000 and 357. And where we are today is that Nick Binga is very close to finding the rail. So we bring you up to speed, and we will get going with the action. And Frank Gary raises. Binga continues the frustration, shows 9 deuce and folds. And I'm sure one of the things that Nick's going to say when we talk to him is that, for the first large period of this tournament, the cards fell his way, and then they stopped doing that. And I think there's certainly a lot of truth in that from what we've seen.
Yeah, I actually got to talk with Nick during the break, and he did acknowledge that he made a few missteps. He said there were a lot of marginal spots where his decisions were very close, and he didn't feel like he was making the best decisions in those spots that could have gone either way. And I got to be honest, going into the final table, it looked like Binger was likely to be the favorite to play the best at the final table. But I think Tamayo has played by far the best poker of anyone at this final table. I've been really impressed by his play.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
It's a strong statement, and looks to me to be exactly correct. You ran into Nick on the break, Justin. How was his demeanor?
I actually got to talk with him at both on the start and the end of the break. At the start of the dinner break, he just couldn't have been more upset. Imagine how you'd feel. You're so close to winning a bracelet, and it just slips away. Mm-hmm. And, I told him, there wasn't much I could say, but I told him, keep his head in there, just keep playing as well as you possibly can. And he had dinner with his brother and a few of his friends, and I think they really helped get his confidence level back higher. Right. At the end of the break, he was ready to play more poker, ready to concentrate on the game.
Well, it looks like a pot brewing here.
Yep, this is it.
Now, he is wearing his sunglasses, Justin. Did that come from you? Or
No, that didn't come from me, but it's a good sign.
It is a very good sign. Mm-hmm. And Frank, we now have Gary, Tamayo, and Binga in this flop, and the flop comes down a tray of clubs, king of clubs, and a 9 of spades. First act is Jonathan, who will check. Now on to Frank Gary, the man with 2 first names, and he will now check. And Binga will reach for chips, and will bet, and we'll get the call from Jonathan Tamayo, his nemesis. So we're heads up, and it's 5 of clubs now on the turn. Jonathan checks, and Binga will bet.
Wow.
Yeah. And this is it, essentially, for Binga. He's got, he'll make this bet here, and he will have 162,000 chips behind now, as you'll be able to see as this updates. Mm-hmm. And he will get the call from Tamayo. And it's an ace of spades, and Tamayo will check.
And this is always an ugly sign. You're out of the pink chips, and you got to reach for those yellow chips if you want to make a bet. Right. It's never a good sign.
And Binga will bet. Well, this is a good sign.
Yeah, definitely looks like Nick's a favorite here.
It depends what Tamayo may be planning on raising. But if he raises, he knows he's going to get called, right? because with 102, with 2 bets behind.
Oh.
And he calls.
Wow.
King Tray, 2 pair. And Binga will win a very nice pot, and I think we'll move to 582,000 total chips, and I think that may well give him the confidence that he needs. It's a great way to come back from the dinner break.
Absolutely.
He now is a 1 double up away from being the chip leader.
I also liked how Nick took like 6 or 7 seconds before he made his bet on the end there. You know, that little pause, you know, before you make any decisions. It's a great thing. It's when players are playing well.
You know, let's focus in on one thing on that last hand. How much discipline did that show from Tamayo not to come in with the raise? Because it was obviously he was going to get called.
On which street? On the river?
Yeah, on the river.
I don't think he was ever contemplating raising.
He just
there.
didn't have anything, you think?
I mean, he probably had like a weak 1 pair hand, and you know the standard play with that and limit is to just check call. You don't see many check raises on the river like that after you've been against the aggressor and have been more passive in the hand.
Well, Binga picks up a pot and immediately gets ready to tangle with the tightest player at the table, Frank Gary. And they are almost identical in chips. Binga's come out betting again, and Gary now has 30,000 to call. And Gary could not have, and he's going to fold. And yeah, Gary could not have been happy to see Binga winning that last pot.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, Gary, as we've seen all night, is just trying as hard as he can to get in second place, just folding, folding, folding. Right. So the last thing he wants to see is the short stack double up.
And the funny thing is, Justin and Jean-Robert, is that we saw, keep in mind, Michael Binga came to this final table very much mid to short stacked with 339,000. He went on an absolute tear, particularly in the limit hold'em rounds. And we're starting, you know, and then it seems that in the last 2 rounds of limit hold'em, he lost all of that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, at first it didn't even matter how much confidence he had. He was just, you know, catching cards left and right. You know, anyone would have won a ton of chips with that. And not to say that he wasn't playing well, because he was playing great, especially at the beginning. But, you know, things just turned on him.
Well, we're heads up now. Tamayo and Frank Gary, and it's 5 ace 7 rainbow, spade, diamond, and heart. And we've got a bet and a call, and a 10 of hearts on the turn. And look at this. Tamayo always checks to the player who bets, and then, well, Tamayo now folds. But we've seen him do that a lot, particularly with Binga, where he will check to Binga, let Binga bet, and then Tamayo will come behind and just smooth call it.
Yeah.
Check call.
It's a straight. Tamayo seems like a seasoned limit hold'em player, and I think he knows when he's supposed to be betting and when he's supposed to be checking. You know, one of the most underrated plays in limit hold'em is good checking. And I think Tamayo's playing it probably as close to correctly as possible.
Well, for the first time in a long time, we have no players with 1 million chips. But it is getting close now with all 3 players. Binga will fold. Tamayo will bet. It's a raise. 2 bets. That's 50,000. And Gary re-raises, makes it 3 bets, and gets the immediate call immediately from Tamayo. And
3 bets from Gary, Justin. What kind of hand are we looking at here?
I'm wondering what he ate for dinner during that dinner break.
Aces suited.
He had his Wheaties for sure.
We'll get different play after the dinner break, don't you?
It's possible.
And look at this. Frank betting out with a deuce 5-5 on the flop. And Jonathan will raise.
I think this is kind of a test raise. Let's find out if Gary just has 2 overcards. You know, it seems like Gary's the kind of person that can be blown off ace queen, ace jack right here. like Tamayo's play.
Well, it seems if he wants to re-raise, it would be a good position to do it when it's still 25,000, right, as opposed to 50.
Well, it's 30 and 60.
Oh,
but
excuse
yeah.
me, 30. You know what I'm saying, 30,000.
But yeah, I mean, if Gary has 2 big overcards, he can't really fold in this spot. He has to peel and at least see a turn card.
I think he's.
I think he's going to get ready to
he
fold.
He doesn't necessarily know what he's doing.
Yeah,
Justin,
that's true.
And I think Tamayo knows that. And Tamayo, obviously, if he has an overpair, he's going to have to call down. But I think Tamayo knows he can get him off a hand like King Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10.
Yeah. Even if Gary has something like Jack 10 in this spot, not that he could have that hand, it would be correct to call one more bet and see a turn card before folding.
Absolutely. And this is where
and he folds.
Experience. I mean,
yeah.
That right there, it may be the worst laydown we've seen here. I mean,
yeah.
Even if Tamayo produced a 5 later on, it would still probably be a very, very incorrect laydown.
Well, Gary donates 120,000 chips to Tamayo, who goes back over the 1 million chip mark.
I tell you what, I'm continually impressed with this Tamayo's play. I don't think he misses a beat.
Well, I want to ask him where he came from, but I can tell you it was Cornell University, where he recently graduated with a degree in hotel management. He's an unemployed golf fanatic, but he does play in a home game with Brian Hastings, which probably means he's seen a lot of poker.
And Gary once again has returned as our short stack. He's down to 495,000 in chips.
And well, while we're waiting, let's get an update from the deuce to 7 triple draw.
Thanks, guys. In the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball final table, John Fan was the short stack with only 60,000. Now, earlier he was overheard talking about how he was card dead. Well, Fan's tournament life isn't dead yet, as he was resurrected as the chip leader once again. With his stack climbing to over 560,000, let's just say the cards are falling into place for him once again. Keep it here for more updates to come. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Harmony. And we will go back to action here at center court. Where we will get a call from Frank Gary. And Nick Binger will raise and make a 2-bet. And Jonathan will call. So we have a family pot here. Frank will call. 3 players to the flop, and along it comes. It's a trade deuce 10, 2 spades and a diamond. Binger bets. Tamayo folds, and Frank Gary will make the call. 240,000 in the pot now. It's a 5 of hearts on the turn. Binger checks.
I didn't think that Nick was going to like a 10-3 deuce flop. There's 2 over.
Oh, look at this. Frank bets and Binger has calls before Frank has even finished putting his chips out. And 7 of hearts on the river. We now have a big pot. Both check, and it looks like a tray. And the 3 will win it, and I'm not quite sure what Binger was playing with there.
Very interesting play by Gary. I mean, limping the button is generally the sign of a very weak player in Limit Hold'em. And I'm surprised to see a player as tight as Gary limp the button with King 3.
Well, that hurt Binger. That cost him 150,000 chips, and
even though Gary won that pot, that was another example. Questionable Limit Hold'em player.
Yeah.
Putting on the button with King 3 in a big out game. I mean, that's a guy that most Limit Hold'em players would love to play with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only took the pot down though.
someone turn his headset off before he takes it off. All right, and Gary and Tamayo now. Trey 8 king. And Tamayo bets and gets a raise from Frank, who seems to have changed his game a little bit, Justin.
Yeah, this is it. We've seen lots of bets and raises and speculative hands from him already. It's very surprising.
A deuce of hearts. And Jonathan checks, Frank bets, and look at this. Jonathan will call. We see a lot doing a lot of this, check calling.
Mm-hmm.
And a tray of spades. Jonathan checks, and you see now Frank has to wonder, well, if I bet, am I just going to get called or raised now?
Yeah, he'd almost certainly get called by
Yeah.
Tamayo if he were to bet here.
Well, I've got a question for you after this hand, Justin.
Okay.
Frank bets, and Tamayo will fold. The question is, when you are out of position, if you check to your opponent, are you essentially retaking the position? Are you retaking position? Are you taking position on? Because if he bets, you get an option. Then you can either call or raise.
Not so much. Generally, in limit hold'em, like since you're never facing big bets, it's often correct to just check and call down for all three streets.
Interesting. What is really interesting is that we have a new chip leader, and his name is Frank Gary.
Wow. Wow, I do not. I see it, but I don't believe it.
Frank Gary, very quietly, has changed his game and is now the new chip leader.
Man, this is the shortest our chip leader has been in quite some time. No player over 900,000 at this point.
No player out of it. Gary calls, and Bingo will call.
Another three-way pot here.
We have another three-way pot. And the flop comes. It's a deuce 8 jack. Frank will check and Nick bets, and now Jonathan will call. And Frank, after becoming the chip leader, will probably fold this. Allow him at least one hand as chip leader. We welcome back to the booth Jean-Robert Belland. And while you were gone, Jean-Robert, Frank Gary became the chip leader. A tray of clubs on turn. And look at this, Bingo will bet. Jonathan calls, and the river card is a 5 of hearts. Binger has 342,000 chips behind right now, and will bet 60,000. And now Jonathan Tamayo will call. And Binger will show top pair with a queen, and I believe that's going to win it. Tamayo looks a little disgusted with himself. Nice hand, very nice hand there for Nick Binger, who now becomes second in chips, and all of a sudden we have a small stack whose name? Jonathan Tamayo.
Wow.
And this
That's
is what I love about
incredible.
Limit when it's close, is that we get so many lead changes and swaps out. Right now, this is neck and neck and neck. I mean, we've got three competitors all dead even right now.
It really is, Nick. And I got to tell you, this is one of the frustrating things about poker.
And there you can see it, Jean Robert.
Okay. Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, look at how long they stayed so far apart and so separate, and now, wow, they're just intertwining.
Well, like I was saying, one of the frustrating things with poker is, you got a guy like Gary who has been completely outclassed by the play of both Tamayo and Binger, and making a couple of mistakes, playing way too tight for a while, and now he's right in it. Even with great structure.
Right in it. He's right in it as a chip leader.
Yeah, and he's got as good a chance as anybody to win a bracelet right now. I mean, and the structure is fantastic. It's not like you can say, well, the blinds were too big, although they are getting very, very big now.
We've got Gary and Tamayo going to tangle right now, and it's 10-9-6, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, this limit portion is certainly playing pretty big. 30,000, 60,000 is pretty big stakes.
Tamayo will check, and look at this. Frank Gary wins a pot again, goes to 870,000. And look at Tamayo now. Let's bring up our leaderboard, and you'll see what we mean. You can see it right there. Tamayo 576,000, Binger 747, and Frank Gary 870,000. And this table is, if anything, exciting.
I mean, this is incredible. Tamayo is close to 1.2 million just a few minutes ago.
And if you're pulling for any one of these 3 players, you are going through an emotional roller coaster right now.
Getting a good sweat today. Definitely getting a good sweat.
Well, Binger leads out. Well, excuse me, will raise to 2 bets. And looks like he'll get re-raised by Tamayo, who'll make it 3 bets.
Well, this is going to be a very key pot.
And let's see. Well, oh, look at this. Gary caps his cards and reaches for chips.
Wow.
And right now, those purple chips, an awful lot of them sitting in front of that man, Frank Gary.
If anyone was wondering, the pink chips are 5,000 and the yellow chips are 1,000.
I call them purple, but pink will
Pink,
work.
purple, whatever.
Frank Gary from Fort Myers, Florida. He's a retired software engineer who is traveling the road playing poker in his RV. A lifestyle that Jean Robert has often confided to me is his dream.
Well, this is a key pot right here, but Binger has to be thrilled about Gary having the chip lead as opposed to Tamayo, because he knows that he would much rather be heads up with Gary than with Tamayo.
Absolutely.
7-9 Jack, Tamayo bets, and
this putt could make us a new chip leader.
It could indeed.
That's a raise.
Binger raises. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Oh, and Tamayo will fold. Binger will win the pot, and that
lead
is going to give us a new chip leader, and it is Nick Binger who regains the chip lead for the 2nd time in about the last 15 minutes.
Look at his posture, Nick. I mean, it's like it's a new man.
Absolutely.
Nick Binger is a new man after dinner, and if you are pulling for Nick Binger to win this, as many people are, you can see he is revitalized, and probably a good lecture from his brother, some advice from friends, and the mark of a good player is one that can listen and learn.
Absolutely.
It's interesting. Even though I think Tamayo's played fantastic, and I would not be upset if he won a bracelet, I do find myself pulling for Nick Binger. I've just been in that spot, and I would like to see him pull this one out.
Yeah, Nick Binger's definitely my favorite. I've been friends with not only him, but also his brother for a few years now. Both, some of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and both very good poker players as well.
Certainly. And actually quite good teachers, believe it or not. I did a WPT boot camp with them recently, and their students got a lot of insight from them.
Well, we have Binger and Tamayo clashing right now, and we have King 6-7, 2 spades. Jonathan bets and Nick checks, and yeah, Nick's going to fold, and Jonathan will pick up a small pot. Doesn't change the standings right now. We're now 2 hands in a row without a lead change. Binger top of the table. Gary in the middle, and at the bottom in the relegation zone is Tamayo. But believe me, he is very much in this match.
Wow, it's just incredible to me that it looked like Gary folded like 15 hands in a row as the short stack and now finds himself right there, neck and neck to win it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how quickly that change happened.
That 2 kings hand was critical.
And Frank Gehry will fold. Action now to Binga. Binga will bet. Oh, raise, excuse me, raise. And we'll get the call by Tamayo. It's been a long day, folks. You'll excuse us if we skip some action here, but doing our best. 4-4 tray. And Binga bets and gets the call from Jonathan Tamayo. And it's a 6 of spades. Binga checks. Tamayo now will bet. And Binga will call. And I'm reading Binga's body language, and seems quite strong. 9 of clubs, Binga checks.
Now, when Nick checks here, he's actually checking the call, it seems like. You know, and Jonathan probably knew that, so.
Wow.
Look at that. And he hit turn and a river, which he seemed doing a lot on Binga.
Yes, he has.
And I believe Jonathan will win this pot.
Wow.
And that was a 210,000 chip loss for Binga. Doesn't give Tamayo enough chips yet to leapfrog our astounding chip leader, Frank Gehry.
Did I see that correctly, Justin? Oh, he called out of the big blind with the 9-6. Okay.
So
Binga
drops to the basement, and Gehry leaps to the top. That's about the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Tamayo turn and river on Binga.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he may not have needed that river. I'm not sure. I mean, Nick's expression looked like he hit him on the river, but I would think the 6 probably was good enough.
Yeah, I would assume he had the best hand on the turn.
Now Frank Gehry and Tamayo go head-to-head. And we'll get a flop, and it is a deuce 8-4, or if we're speaking ironically, foe. Oh, look at this. Tamayo bets, and Frank Gehry raises. Tamayo will just call. Now the turn card. It's a 6 of clubs. Jonathan Tamayo checks to Frank Gehry, who will bet. And Tamayo will call.
Have we ever seen Gehry bet like this and not produce a hand?
And the river is a tray of spades.
Ace high.
They both check. And a jack 8.
Wow.
And Frank Gehry, hello, is over $1 million in chips now. And Tamayo is our short stack once again.
You know, it's amazing because, again, Gehry drags a pot, wins, may help him establish his lead. But what a terrible check on the river, Justin.
Yeah, I knew you were thinking the same thing I was. You have to bet that river for value and limit hold'em.
It's not even within the realm of possibilities for either of the other two players to miss a bet like that. I mean, that's basically throwing away 60,000 in chips. I mean, 60,000 is a lot.
Well, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not confident he has the best hand.
Well, you should be if you're a good limit player.
This is limit hold'em. I mean,
blind versus blind. You flop top pair like that. The guy doesn't re-raise you. It's you have to value bet that 100% of the time.
I mean, it's disgusting.
As I said, guys, maybe he doesn't figure he has the best hand. I mean,
well, maybe he figured that.
Exactly.
Well, we figured a little bit differently over here.
Right, exactly. But that's the point. That's probably why he didn't value bet.
I mean, seriously, I'm just wondering how to get to 3rd place in this kind of tournament, usually requires a tremendous amount of skill. And
Tamayo will pick up the blinds and will leapfrog Binga now, put Binga back in the basement.
I mean, in the last 5 minutes, I've seen 3 major errors made by this Frank Gehry. Yet he is our chip leader, close to $1 million.
We're going to go to No Limit Hold'em here shortly, right after this hand.
We've been playing a half an hour since the dinner break already.
Yeah, it's really going by fast. This is fascinating action here.
This has been an enjoyable round.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just shocked at the way Gary's been playing. It's been so against how he's been playing the whole rest of the tournament.
Yeah. We've got Tamayo and Gary going to tangle now. And 9 ace 4. Tamayo will check, and Frank Gehry bets, and Tamayo folds. And all of a sudden, the tightest player at the table is coming out with all sorts of action and getting all sorts of massive laydowns and respect.
Definitely changed gears.
Gary has changed gears, which we, Justin, we've been talking about this for long before Jean Robert decided to drop in and join us. We're talking about how Gary actually just was ABC and didn't seem to have any other game or any other gear, and we've been proven wrong.
It's also possible that he's had major hands where he's, but he does seem to be showing a lot of speed. I think the fact that he has the chip lead has given him a lot more license to play a little more aggressively.
Well, Tamayo goes back to the basement, and Bingo will be middle, but we are now in the no limit rounds. And you know, the funny thing is, the guy that really did well out of the last no limit round, Justin, wasn't Binger or Tamayo. In fact, it was Frank Gehry.
Right.
Of course, that was due to one key misstep by Binger when Gary showed up with the kings, and Binger decided to try to bluff him off of it.
You know, Justin, I mean, you're calling that a misstep. I'm not 100% convinced that was necessarily a misstep. I mean, Gary had been showing so much weakness that, you know, there was a good chance that he's going to fold to a re-raise. I mean, he wanted to fold every hand.
Yeah, but we just haven't seen Gary fold many hands that he's actually decided to play. Usually when he decided to play a hand, he continued with it all the way.
You did say that. Yeah, you did mention that earlier. And, of course, when he re-raised all in, at that point, Binger's pretty much married to any hand because he's so priced in.
Right.
Well, right now, Gary has twice the chips of the two players that he is playing against, or close to it.
Just slightly under half the chips in play.
And Gary and Tamayo now tangling. And I will say in the limit rounds, Gary got the better of this matchup. 5-2-10. 5 deuce 10 ace with the jack clubs. And Tamayo will check, and Frank will check, and Frank will show 9-3, 2 spades. 9 high wins the pot, and wasn't much to that hand, guys. A lot of checking, but Gary will pick up another net gain of 26,000 chips. We are into hand 200, and we're not even heads up yet.
That's pretty strong. How many hands do most of the final tables get here?
We're usually about done by about now.
You don't seem too happy about that.
No, I'm actually enjoying this table. This is a lot of fun. I have found myself this year, because this is the 3rd year I've done play-by-play now for poker. This year I've really enjoyed doing the play-by-play on Limit Hold'em. For some reason, it is just those matches have been the most interesting and the most dynamic, with the most, as we discussed earlier, with the most showdowns and lead changes and swings. And I've enjoyed the limit rounds here enormously as well. But here, I'm looking at our statistician just said Gary has actually won 7 of the 18 hands dealt and gained 450,000 in chips.
That's pretty impressive for one level of limit play, just 30 minutes.
Justin, what is your strongest game? Is it no limit or limit?
No limit tournaments, definitely.
No limit Jean Robert, you too? No limit tournaments?
I like my no limit tournament game. But it's interesting that you were talking about how fascinated you are with the limit final tables, because the more I learn about Limit Hold'em, the more I realize how much I still have to learn. I mean, I'm very fortunate in that I live with my friend Joe Cassidy, and he's considered one of the top limit hold'em players in the world, and so I get to sweat him playing online all the time. And,
I got to say, I'm pretty jealous of that. He's a very strong player.
Yeah, I've sweat thousands upon thousands of hands, and I mean, I just learned so much, and I'm always asking questions, and it's just amazing how there's so much more to that game than you would think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when limit hold'em is played by very good high stakes professionals, the game goes very fast. Lots of bets, lots of raises. And these people are, value raising weak hands like bottom pair, and sometimes you're even value betting ace high a lot of the time. And one thing you see in tournaments with a lot more amateurs playing is that the game is played a lot more passively and a lot more tighter than you would see high stakes professionals playing it.
Interesting. Well, I did get to call Daniel Negreanu winning his bracelet, and that was quite an honor. That was limit hold'em.
Wow.
I'm sure that was a good show.
And that was a great match. So yes, this is going later than most, but it is a fascinating table. We got all the drama, everything you could want right here. The ecstasy, the agony, the exhaustion, the emotional highs and lows. We've got it all here. Fingers now raised. Tamayo got out of the way, and our chip leader now, Frank Gary. Just looking at Frank Gary, he just doesn't look or exude confidence. But he is our chip leader.
He sure is.
And he will fold.
It looks like a leisurely man that likes to drive around in his RV.
Playing poker.
Exactly.
Where did you get that concept from?
You were talking about how you enjoyed the limit hold'em. I'm going to put this out there, Nick, and I mean, that'd be great if you could do this, but the game I'm most fascinated by in poker is actually the no-limit single draw deuce to 7. And, man, I'm really hoping you guys air that one next year, because I think that is the most fantastic. I'm just so fascinated by it. I didn't play in the event this year. Did you play in that?
No, I don't really have much experience with the game.
Right, but I'm just fascinated because just every aspect of poker is in there. Betting amounts, bluffing, mathematics. I think that is the game, and I'm very, very drawn to that game. I played it, and I play it okay, but yeah, I'd love to see a final table called on that. So let's do it next year, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And that event always brings out the best players as well. You always have really tough final tables in that game.
Well, I'm told that we are heads up in the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball. I'm waiting to get confirmation of that and an update as to who it is. I believe it may be Sean Ishida and John Fan.
So that was
as Joey Long on life support last time I saw about 5 minutes ago at 93,000 chips. So if that is the case, we will bring you that information just as soon as we have it, folks.
Well, unfortunately for John Fan, he's in trouble there because that Shoon is one tough cookie in deuce to 7 triple draw, and in fact, his heads up triple draw is killer. In fact, the last time I played Shoon, he actually beat me out of $40,000 heads up. Yeah.
It is John Fan and Ishida heads up for the bracelet in deuce to 7 triple draw low ball. Now, that to me is a game I just don't even understand. So.
Yeah, so John Fan has an uphill battle there because that Shoon Uchida, he is super tough. Like I said,
this would be what, Fan's second bracelet of the World Series if he wins it, and that would clearly he would be the first double bracelet winner and would move quickly to the top of the Player of the Year standings.
And was a huge favorite to do that earlier because he had an enormous chip lead, but I think it's evened out a little bit.
Well, it depends who knocked out Joey Long. If it was Fan, then they're close to even in chips. If it was Ishida, then...
We got a big pot brewing here.
Yes, we do. Fan did knock out Joey Long, so they are very close to even in chips. Well, look at this. Gary has a big call to make here. As Tamayo has raised, we now have 419,000 chips in the pot. I wish both those players all the best as they battle heads up for the bracelet. We, however, are waiting still to go heads up. 3 king, queen, 2 diamonds, and a heart. And Frank Gehry will fold. And Tamayo will win the pot and will net himself exactly 700,000 chips. And we'll move to mid-stack. Bingo will go to the basement. And Gehry will go under $1 million in chips.
Every year, Nick, I come up with a player who I think is the best player never to have been on TV. And up until last year, that was Kenny Tran. And now I would say that there's 2 guys out there, basically this Shun Uchida and another guy named Chris Shuntil, who are the probably the best 2 players never to have been on TV. Incredible talent, both of them.
And typically, what events are they playing? I mean, if they're playing the deuce to 7 low balls, the problem is those generally don't get televised because non-flop games don't really televise that well.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
And that's the issue. That's really the issue.
Right. Right.
Well, we do have a battle going on now, again, with Tamayo and Gehry. Tamayo's now raised. Action now to Frank Gehry. In Fort Myers, Florida. Will fold. And Jonathan will win the blinds. Next pay spot is 84,000, and quite honestly, I think these players are all playing for the bracelet at this point.
Yeah, at first it didn't seem like Gehry cared at all about the bracelet, but wow, things have changed in the past 45 minutes. We've seen him really loosen up.
It has been great to watch.
Seems to be evening out just a little bit. I mean, nobody's over $1 million.
Yeah, we've certainly had a back-and-forth battle since the dinner break.
Absolutely, and you can see how tight this race is, folks. The difference between 579 and 888 is just a couple of bets away, and this is neck and neck. And as the blinds go up, these stacks just seem to get smaller and smaller. Well, Nick Binger noted that he's into yoga, kung fu, casually walking the earth, and he's got a very tight-knit family, and he loves his agent. So hopefully getting his agent to either work harder or reduce his fees with that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with his agent. Good guy.
Yeah, really nice guy.
It's Eric, isn't it, or Matt? Which one?
It's Eric.
Eric. Yes, Eric, a very nice guy. He's also Michael Binger's agent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Frank will win the blinds. And we're moving into a new tactical phase here, as I think the chess match has possibly started again.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the no-limit portions involve a lot more posturing, a lot more of the chess play, as you call it, where, stack sizes are very important, and it's a lot less about the cards than limit is.
And here's what they're playing for, folks. Third place, 84,000. First place, 219, and second place, 140. All of it better than a slap in the face with a wet fish on a cold Saturday night. But I think if you asked anyone, they'd rather take the 219 than the 84. Of course, the 219 comes with a bracelet. Well, Binger raises. Frank Gehry in the big blind.
In the three-way action, I think
this is
going to be the last level of poker playing in our three-way action anyways. I mean, the limit hold'em is going to be very little poker in that. The cards are basically going to speak. And, the way it goes is the way it goes. In no limit, at least there's still a little bit of maneuvering. It's hard to do the maneuvering in limit, especially when the blinds are going to be so big.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since the next limit section is going to be 40,000, 80,000.
Wow, enormous.
Yeah, I mean,
those are huge.
that won't really leave that much room to play with for these players.
Nope.
I definitely would lay probably 2-to-1 odds that someone will be eliminated here within the next 20 minutes.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, because it's right now 10:30.
I'll put a friendly 100 on that.
100?
2-to-1?
2-to-1.
All right, well, the bet is on, folks. 2-to-1. Bonomo says no.
No, yeah, I'm saying no. I mean, just a friendly bet, whatever. So when this clock hits 53.
All right, 53 it is.
Now we've got some sweat.
Thank God I don't have to be in this bet. Well, Nick makes it 55,000 for Nick Binger. And
Make it 175.
Tamayo is next to act. And he will re-raise to 175,000 total.
John Robert looking for a push and a call.
Wants to win that bet bad. That $100 really looks good to him.
This could be the quickest $100 I ever lost.
Well, action back to Binger, who has a big decision to make here.
Think about it, Nick. You know you're going to fold, but still think about it for 19 minutes anyway.
Well, Binger has his best Tom Cruise glasses on. As long as he doesn't start dancing in his underwear, we'll be all right.
Take your time, Nick.
And he's going to fold.
Good fold, Nick.
And Binger will go down to 576,000. Tamayo up to 745, and Gary up to 872. Good evening, everyone. We hope you're enjoying this poker broadcast on ESPN 360. Nick Eber alongside poker professionals Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Bellonde, both members of Team Bodog. And Binger is on the button. Jonathan Tamayo now in the small blind.
Things have changed a lot. We're, an hour ago, Jonathan's raise would have ended this spot right away. But now that Gary has some chips, his calling range here is going to be a lot greater. He's got position.
He doesn't have a lot more chips than Tamayo does.
But he still has some chips. I mean, it's not like one hand is going to necessarily eliminate him here. His calling range is going to be much greater than it was earlier.
Well,
but he still opts to fold.
He will fold. Tamayo will win the pot, and with that win, will move to 797,000, I think. We'll get that validated. In the meantime, all the old folks, they're playing here. The senior event ongoing. There's been a run on Geritol and Depends at the store, so let's get an update from Harmony Krieger as to the senior event.
Thanks, guys. We're making progress here at the $1,000 seniors event, and we need to lose 35 players in order for the final table to be set. Now, Greg Austin still holds on as one of the chip leaders, but Ed Clark is in the #1 spot with 390,000. Now, unfortunately, Captain Tom Franklin's ship has sailed, but Men Win is still the master representing for the pros. Keep it here for more updates to come. Back to you in the booth.
I wonder how long Tom Franklin's been saying, someone at some point is going to say that my ship has sailed, because it was inevitable. Thank you, Harmony. Meanwhile, Gary has raised to 50,000.
While I have Justin over here, I'm going to pick your brains, Justin, because I got to ask you. I mean, you're in a three-handed game. You're chip leader, even though it's close. And the small blind raises to 55,000. The blinds are 10 and 20K with 3K antes. You're in the big blind. I mean, what hand do you fold there, Justin?
Yeah, I would have to have a complete trash hand to fold, getting such good pot odds in position against a raise smaller than 3 times the blind. But at the same time, Gary clearly is not that experienced of a player.
Right.
We haven't seen him play that well after the flop, so it doesn't make a little bit more sense
And
that
Justin
he would
makes
play
a
tight.
great point, is that, what's a must call for Justin or myself is not necessarily a must call for a lot of players, because you need to be able to play flops very well if you want to have a big calling range. But still, I mean, basically it's like 8-3 and deuce 7 are the hands that I may not call there with. But, I think a hand like 9-6 or 10-7,
It's a thing of beauty in that position.
Yeah, I would call with 9-6 in that spot every time.
For
Doesn't
sure.
matter how good the player is, I'd still call in position.
Absolutely. Well, let's remember, it's not just 2.5 times the big blind. You also have ante money out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's definitely.
Are you talking about completing from the small blind, or
No, well, you're fighting. You're defending your big blind against the small blind. Against the button, it's completely different because he has position on you. But when you have position, I mean, I would be a lot more liberal with my calling range with a raise out of the small blind.
That makes
right
good
there.
sense.
Yeah, when you're in that spot, your pot odds are about 2.5 to 1, and when you also have position for the entire hand, that says a lot.
Well, Binger will take down little pot. Will net 36,000. And this is a marathon, folks, that you're watching, and it is pretty close to neck and neck here.
And in fact, to go along with what Justin and I were just talking about, against most players, I think that Tamayo's raise is actually not even a good raise, because he should know that, basically 80% of the hands out there are calling hands. But being that he knows who his big blind was in that spot, it was an effective raise.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he would make that same raise if he was out of position against Nick Binger.
Exactly. He would definitely have to make it 350 minimum.
Yeah.
Which might actually inspire him not to raise at all.
It's ace deuce 7, all diamonds. And we have Tamayo and Gary. Or Jonathan and Frank. Jonathan. Frank checked to Jonathan. Jonathan reached for chips, and I said I bet 90,000, and the cards flew across the table. And meanwhile, Gary has now relinquished the chip lead to Tamayo, who has retaken first place.
Nick, it's interesting that the things that we are talking about, when I came into poker 7 or 8 years ago, we've been talking about this stuff out loud. I mean, there are so many pros that would just be so upset and feel like we broke the code, and now new players are able to get so much information just sitting here and listening to. I mean, this is stuff that I wish when I was learning how to play poker that somebody had told me, oh, you know what, that makes perfect sense. I mean, these are key things in tournament poker that need to be understood in order to compete with so many players that are competing at the highest levels.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting with the internet, there's just been so much more sharing of information in poker, so many groups collaborating and talking about hands nonstop with each other. I think as a result, the game has really evolved to...
Yeah, but by the same token, though, what has happened to the great talent in Magic the Gathering? I mean, it's really just gone. It's all moved to poker.
The Americans had moved to poker, which is why the Japanese are now dominating the Magic scene.
Ah, is there big money in Magic?
It's not that big money, but for the 18 to 22-year-olds that play, it's actually a lot of money. The best players in the world, if you have a really good year, you might make $200,000 if you're the best player in the world.
Oh, well, maybe I'll take up Magic the Gathering.
How much do you make if you're the best player in the world at poker?
I don't know, it depends what year it is, right?
Well, I honestly believe that many of the money-makingest poker players in the world are not necessarily the best players. They're people that have great game selection and proper money management. I mean, I know players that are just above average players that are consistent big winners. They're playing in really good Hollywood games with big money guys that fly out. I mean, interestingly enough, Kenny Tran is one of the best poker players in the world, but even better than his poker playing ability is his game selection. I mean, if you ever get to see Kenny in a live game, you just watch the people. Watch the people he's up against. It's unbelievable. Movie producers,
live,
record producers. You watched him play?
I watched him play in England for when we were there for World Series of Poker Europe. I watched him play some live games. They weren't very big, but I mean, you know, I don't think there were huge games on offer. But he is one unreal poker player.
Certainly is.
I watched him make some moves in the tournament that I just couldn't believe. Because he told me what he had after the hand. And you just scratch your head and go, you did what?
Well, I mean, unless you saw his cards in the camera, Nick, I wouldn't be 100% convinced of what Kenny tells you.
No, it wasn't,
That's
wasn't
true.
live. We were standing at the rail watching him, sweating.
Okay.
Yeah. No, this was not an on-air situation.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Kenny has been known to claim things that he didn't necessarily have. That's all part of his great poker playing.
Yeah, he has a reputation as being someone that, you know, makes all these sick calls and crazy plays. But if you actually sit down and play with him, he's a very tight, conservative player.
Sure is.
I did get to call his bracelet, which was a great honor as well. I got to call his bracelet in the 10K Heads-Up Championship.
And you really got to give it up to Kenny for winning that. It's not that field was ridiculous, just filled with super talent and names that we don't even know about. They're just super online players. I mean, that making it through that kind of talent pool and winning that bracelet. I mean, that was a heck of an achievement, you know.
And the point I made during the broadcast was that was the real heads-up champion. There were no invited celebrities and good players couldn't come. If you had 10 grand, you were one of the first, 500 and something players, or however many it was that they capped it at.
Yeah, 256.
256. You were in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, meanwhile, we have a flop. It's a 5-8-9 rainbow. Tamayo and Gary seem to be the only ones tangling right now. Binga sitting on the sidelines watching some action. And it's a jack of hearts.
Yeah, Nick has been uncharacteristically tight for the past 15, 20 minutes.
Maybe it's good that he changes it up a bit.
Yeah, see, little did Jean Robert know, as soon as we made our bet of the player busting, I texted Nick, told him to tighten up. So we got 8 minutes left before Jean Robert will be shipping me $200.
Damn. But how long until the no-limit time is over?
Right, that's I was thinking that would include 10 minutes of limit hold'em. And when is that limit hold'em coming? Let's get to limit hold'em quickly, please.
Well, a pair of eight's going to win it, and Tamayo will win a pot, and we'll go close to 1 million chips now. And we have about 2 minutes, guys, until we get into the limit round.
So I'm going to get 5 minutes to bust somebody.
And it may happen because these stacks are small.
Well, this is brutal because Binger only has 537,000, so he's my best chance of somebody going bust, and I really do not want him to bust first. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation for me.
Yeah.
Can't really win here.
A friendly wager. Binger will start on the button and we'll reach for chips. Maybe he heard us saying just a couple of minutes until the next level. Makes it 50,000, and Tamayo has been his nemesis all night, is reaching for chips. Or called from the small blind. And the big blind is Frank Gary.
Yeah, and there we see again, only 30,000 more for Gary to
Gary
call
won't
and a
call.
three-way pot, getting great pot odds, but just doesn't care, just folds it anyway.
And it's a 9-4-6. It's an odd, kind of disjointed flop.
That's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Justin. It's like, that's one of the frustrating things with poker is misstep after misstep, yet he's still seeing some success here. Well, now he's actually fallen into second place.
Deuce of clubs on the river. And Tamayo checks,
Queen high.
Binger checks. And
Queen high.
Queen high and an ace high for Binger. And Binger will win the hand.
Let's go over to limit hold'em. Come on.
And that will give him some chips, 76,000 net gain.
And right now we only have a difference of 260,000 between our smallest stack and our biggest stack.
That's a good point. There's nothing in this. This is really going to come down to the limit round, I guess, who's going to catch the cards, right?
Yeah, these next 30 minutes are going to be extremely crucial for every player. The blinds are just so big, you can't afford to lose a hand.
And this is the last hand at the no limit level. Well, Binger gets a walk, and, you know, it's a walk he could use. We're going to take a quick pause here, just a couple minutes. We're going to step aside. Nick Gieber, Justin Bonomo, Jean-Robert Ballon. We're going to step aside and be right back with the limit hold'em rounds.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Well, welcome back to Center Court here at ESPN 360 and the World Series of Poker. And 3 players remain here in the $1,500 mixed event. That's No Limit Limit. Nick Binga, Jonathan Tamayo, and Frank Gary, and that is what it looks like from the beginning of the day. And as you can see, separation has most recently come to tangling. And we will go to the very expensive Limit Hold'em now. 20-40 are the blinds, with 40-80 is the betting limits. And not a lot of play for any of these players, Justin.
No, I mean, 80,000 is the big bet, and the only player with more than 10 big bets is Tamayo, and he's just right at 11. You know, anyone could get easily crippled or easily become a huge stack by this level.
Well, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast. Nick Geber here with Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Ballon, both from Team Bodog, joining me in the booth as we break this match down and work our way towards a bracelet. We are not yet heads up, but it cannot go on for much longer, folks. If it does, well, it'll roll into tomorrow.
And I'll be losing a bet. 20 minutes ago, I laid 2-1 that this match would be over in 20 minutes. But
no, you didn't say over. You said one person would be eliminated.
I said one person would be eliminated within 20 minutes. But there was an unscheduled break, and so you know, that ending time was supposed to be 55 or 56. So we're adding on 5 minutes on that.
It was supposed to be 53, but
it was supposed to be 53.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so.
So you got 45 seconds, John Robert.
I have how much?
No, so you still have about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, 2.5 minutes.
We had about 4 minutes left when the break was called.
Oh, I should have accepted your, was it 3-hand offer, 4-hand offer? Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, we got into a pretty big fist fight over the break because we couldn't agree to the terms of our bet.
The decision was that everyone watching ESPN 360 will get a free dinner courtesy of Jean Robert. Was that it?
Wow,
Probably not.
Giving away free money. And everybody's really close to even in chips.
Well,
so
we
I'm
do have a
big
raise.
dog to win this
Binga,
game.
well, this is an interesting hand here because Frank has just folded, and Nick is in the big blind here, and Tamayo on the button has raised, and Bingo will call, and we're heads up to the flop. Not much difference between these two players, folks. It was Trey deuce 5. And that is an interesting flop, especially for a player in the big blind.
I raise.
Bingo bets and gets raised.
Come on, slow down, boys. I got a bet to win.
I'm drawing completely dead here. I think if they go all in, I still can't. If they do the maximum raises every street,
No.
there it is.
You can get in 15 big bets since there's a 5-bet cap here, but that's extremely rare that that happens.
Right.
Now Bingo will fold, and Tamayo will win and go over $1 million now. And we do, well, we're starting to get some separation. And just to show you how wide these swings were, there was very little separating these two players at the start of that hand, 100,000, 120,000. And now, almost 400,000.
Yeah, with very little action. I mean, the hand was over on the flop after, a bet and a raise. Still, the pots get big so fast.
A swing of 260,000 chips between Bing and Tamayo on that one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Nels just raised. Everybody folds. Frank doesn't actually ever need to touch his chips. He could just say raise.
Yeah, of course. No one's going to call him.
No one's
Why pull him out?
And looks like I'm going to lose the bet. I need for somebody to bust on this very hand.
We could discover some unforeseen technical difficulties, Sean, if that would help you out.
I need for someone to bust on this very hand, otherwise I'm out $200. In any case, I do think that somebody will be busting out this limit hold'em round. It's really incredible that this game has lasted so long, three-handed.
Yeah, it has been a long time now.
But
and it was blinding. We were
watch.
down to three-handed by what, 6 o'clock, 6:30?
Yeah, about 3 minutes after I showed up, we had 3 players left.
It felt like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nick was just, on cruise control, just steamrolling over the table.
He steamrolled every single player that was eliminated by Nick Bingo.
It was a very impressive show to watch.
And the dealer just checking that none of the players have added cards to the deck. And we will get on with our next hand.
Has that ever been done at World Series final table here?
Not that I'm aware of, but we should ask a great World Series historian like Gary Wise, somebody that really knows the ins and outs of the history of the World Series.
I'll do that. I will ask Gary next time. I'm always curious about any kind of shady actions. The game is cleaned up so much, it's like, I think every once in a while I become naive and just assume that nothing shady ever goes on. But, you do have to be careful, especially newer players in the game. If you're playing cards not in like a casino or a controlled environment, I mean, things seem shady. Do have a look. Sniff around sometimes,
Well, there was that situation in Atlantic City where they bust that group out in one of the hotels that had rigged cameras and everything else in a room for a private game.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, it was not on the casino floor with all the security around.
Exactly.
So that is good advice if you're watching this broadcast and you're a casual player. If you're going to play serious poker, folks, make sure you're going to a serious casino to do it.
Absolutely.
Or poker room.
Last year I was invited a number of times to play somebody heads up in their hotel room or at their house, and I'm like, well, let's just play in the casino. And whenever they insist on not playing the casino, your antenna should go up. That person could be a card mechanic or have some sort of cheating mechanism.
You know what? I cannot reiterate what good advice that is to people watching out there.
The one I think,
if you're playing very low stakes with your buddies, that's one thing. But if someone wants to play some serious poker with you and it's not in a controlled environment where it's regulated, don't do it.
Absolutely.
I was in Prague once, and I was in one of these places that was maybe a shady casino, but we had a pretty honest poker game that was going on in there. And, I had a couple hands where I had like such a monster hand, and I'm watching these other guys call, and it was like a 5-card stud game with hands that just don't call right there. And every single time I'd have aces or kings, somebody would end up with 2 pair. And then afterwards, I'm watching one of the one of the guys in the game, he just keeps looking at the dealer's card, like the next card that's coming off the deck. And then I realized that the cards were all shaded some different colors, and they could see, like, the kings were a certain color, the queens were a certain, and just a slight shade. And I realized that this is how I was cheated. And I wanted, and there was really nothing I could do about it. I'd already lost my money. Yeah. And then the one I think that I got taken on most recently was that some sort of oil that somebody might be able to put on a card that they can see with their own glasses and nobody else can see, like an invisible oil. I mean, there's stuff out there. So, I mean, if it smells like something funny's going on, don't be afraid to investigate.
Yeah, you should always be careful when you have money on the line. I remember recently I made a bet with someone. We bet that one of the players in the tournament would bust in the next 20 minutes of the tournament. And then a break was called in the tournament, and the player I'd made the bet with tried to say that the break shouldn't count as part of the 20 minutes.
Oh, dearie me. Sean Robert. Hey. How can you take that sitting down, sir?
There's a difference between cheating and angle shooting.
Well, meanwhile, Bingo picked up 60,000 chips, and we're on to the next hand. I was playing some championship tiddlywinks the other day, and I noticed that my opponents seemed to have a stacked shooting finger. And I just got up and left.
Wow, okay.
Now look at this. This big, okay, we've got a big clash going on now. So Gary's raised to 120,000 now. And Nick Bingo gets out of the way. And he can only hope that this is a clash of the Titans here. Jonathan will call.
Yeah. To me, Jonathan's looking a little sheepish right here. He looks like Jonathan is clearly behind.
280,000
and is needing a flop.
It's ace 5 queen. Look at this. Frank bets out.
So brutal if Frank has a hand like 2 jacks or 2 kings to get a flop like that.
And Tamayo calls. We've seen Tamayo raise when he's very strong there. And Jack of diamonds.
Well, if he has 2 jacks, he wouldn't be too upset about that turn card.
No,
that's for sure.
Not. Frank will check. And Tamayo will bet. And now, I wonder if we're going to get a laydown here.
Man, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand he could have. He didn't have an ace. And if he has 2 kings, it's almost a must call here because he has a straight draw anyways, and he could have very well have the best hand with 2 kings.
Well, we've seen him noodle this and then raise before, but...
I guess he could have a hand like 2 8s or 2 9s.
Yeah, or even 2 10s here.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit sick. With 2 10s, I think I'd still take one more off.
Yeah. Yeah, with the straight draw.
There you can see their chips behind. Oh. 2 10s. Yeah. He's going to fold 2 10s. Which one of you said 2 10s?
Well, Jean Robert said 8s or 9s, which is almost the same thing as 10s. The only difference is you have a gut shot with the 10s.
I'm not quite sure what the tournament director just said. I will try to avoid it.
I'll note that for next time.
There's too much information for me when it comes to the tournament director. All right, well, Tamayo now is establishing a relatively commanding chip lead at 1.2 million. Bingo 469,000, Gary 492,000. Still one double up from a flip-flop position, but well, not quite a flip-flop, but from parity.
Yeah, it's really interesting how tight Nick has been playing this past hour. Haven't seen anything like it. It's like Nick and Gary have switched seats.
I can promise you this. When we get heads up, there will be very little play. this is not going to be a 5-hour heads-up marathon.
Security to the final table area, please. Nick will start this hand with the button. He will be first to act.
Raise.
Jonathan raises, makes it 2 bets.
Ah, Tamayo raises. And we'll get the call from Gary. Now heads up. And here we go. 8-7-4.
Bet.
Jonathan bets. Frank calls. Turn card. Please.
And we get a call and turn card. Big pot here, folks. 240,000.
6 of hearts.
6 of hearts. 4, 6, 7, 8. 3 hearts.
Check.
Jonathan check.
Tamayo will check and action now on Frank Gary. You're looking at Tamayo, but the action is on that man who will bet.
Call.
And Jonathan will call, and we'll see a river card. And right now, Gary with just 292,000 chips remaining. And the river is a queen of diamonds.
Check.
I can't quite see how that changes. I think Jonathan checks, and we'll get a check, and
Frank shows king high.
king high for Frank. And he will win.
And that was really interesting.
With king high.
Tamayo must have had a heart to call that turn there.
The only thing that makes sense to me.
And Gary will win 200,000 chips net, and Tamayo will lose 200,000 chips net. And this puts some clearance between Binger and Gary and Tamayo.
Well, it looks like Gary was actually making an attempt at a bluff there on the turn.
Jonathan will start his hand with the button.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out he was bluffing with the best hand. He gave up on it when Jonathan called him on the turn.
Jack deuce, Jack high flush.
Now you're looking at Frank Gary.
He's not folding. Jack high flush.
Will fold. And Binger gets a walk, a well-needed walk at that.
Yeah, her position is so big. If Jonathan had position on Gary, he probably could have taken a stab at that and won it on the river. Instead, pretty big pot goes over to Gary.
And it's also possible that Tamayo could have taken that pot down by just betting the turn, although I didn't see if Gary had a heart in his hand or not.
Frank will start this hand with the button. He folds over to Nick as a small.
Frank Gary folds the button. Over to Binger, who will fold.
Jonathan will get off.
It seemed to me that Gary just didn't even look at his cards before he folded the button.
Goes Michael Jordan. It is Goose.
Yeah, Tamayo. What did he show right there? A deuce something?
Yeah, deuce 3.
Yeah, you know, like I was saying, the best idea is never to show your hand, but like right there, what Tamayo's trying to do is trying to get Nick into that frustration mode again. You know, right there he shows the deuce 3 in the big blind because that's the first time Michael's folded to him out of the small blind in a long, long time. First time I've seen actually. And
well,
just to show him, hey, you folded a hand that I might not have called with.
Well, here's playing on the button. Binger will bet.
Yeah, this is the first raise we've seen from Binger in quite some time.
He raises 80,000. Gary in the pot.
Frank does make the call.
And he will call.
Will be heads up to this flop. Let's see the flop, please.
Heads up to the flop. Here it comes.
Flop is
9, queen, 6.
6 of hearts. Frank checks. Nick bets.
Being a bets, and Gary will raise one more bet on top of that. Binger will fold. And Binger will lose 120,000 chips and go down to the 349,000 level, which at this point, gentlemen, I would say is life support.
Yeah, I think if we saw that hand happen 2 hours ago, we would have seen Nick get very frustrated, but he's a lot more calm, a lot more collected right now. And, you know, I think that's a good sign, even though Nick is the small stack right now.
And that is the lowest stack he's had for a while, no?
It is.
That's one I've seen.
And he's now on the big blind.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button.
349,000. The next hand that Nick plays could very well be his last.
Tamayo raises on the button.
Frank fold.
And Nick's contemplating a call here. Again, thinking about the fact that this could be his last hand. He's also thinking about, well, if I wait this out, maybe I could, you know, slide my way into second place. These are all the thoughts that are going through his mind. But I would tell you that for Nick, more so than a lot of players, he's definitely not as concerned about second place money over third place money as he is just trying to get that bracelet. For some players, that money is going to make a big difference, and it should. I don't think that's the case for me.
Well, Binger will call, and we're going to have the flop. It's a 6 of diamonds, 8 of hearts, and a deuce of hearts.
Bet.
And get a bet from Tamayo after Binger checks. Tamayo bets 40,000 for Binger to call, and he has 269,000 chips available to him.
And what kind of hand can you fold right here, Justin? On a 6-8 deuce flop.
There's really not much. If you have 2 overcards, you have to peel. If you have any pair, you're definitely raising there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Nick could have had there.
I mean, it's really confusing. You know, I guess you have to have a hand like
maybe like 10-5 or something. Or just
well, gentlemen, as we watch Nick Binger fold, I have to interrupt with some breaking news from the Deuce to 7 event. We do have our first double bracelet winner of the World Series of Poker.
Well, congratulations.
John Fan wins the bracelet, and no doubt elevates himself to top of the Player of the Year standings with that incredible feat.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, there are many people saying we will never have another double bracelet winner.
What? Who's been saying that?
I've heard that from about 3 or 4 people that I've sat in this booth with.
Wow, do they have money? Because I'd like to make some prop bets against those guys.
I'll give you their names off the air.
The last time we had a double bracelet winner was with Jeff.
No.
Last year,
we've had Tom Schneider, Bill Edler. I mean, we've had Bill Edler was not a double bracelet. Tom Schneider was the last double bracelet. It was Jeff Madsen. Yeah.
It's been a while since we've had a year without one.
Yeah, it's true.
We've had double bracelet winner.
Yeah, but if people have been saying, well, the fields are so big now, and
wasn't there a year when like Lane Flack won 4 of them or something?
Yeah, Lane Flack's a madman, isn't he?
Scott Fishman won 2 the year
Okay,
before
well, let's get back to the action here because this is looking huge. Binger, this bet is capped. Binger is essentially all in here.
Looks like Binger's raised Tamayo's 3-bet.
Yeah,
Binger's 4-bet. And Tamayo, this is our first 5-bet of the tournament so far.
Right, and Binger has 109,000 chips behind here, so
yeah, they're basically all in at this point.
He's basically decided that he's going with this hand.
Yeah, of course the betting is capped, and that's the only reason why they are not all in at this point, but you can expect to see them all in on this flop in a second.
Binger getting his chips ready for the move. That is great news, though, about John Fan.
Good for him. Live games are going to be popping.
And it is deuce, 10-7, 2 hearts, and in goes the chips. And out goes the call.
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 Nick moves all in.
Looks like he likes it.
Uh-oh.
Wow. He's got
Pocket queen.
Please hold up.
Pocket queens.
Bad spot for Nick.
Now Binger has trays to Tamayo's queens.
Just queen on the turn. Let's end it.
Binger had to make a stand with the threes. He had no choice.
Queen on the turn. All right, all right,
10.
all right, all right, all
Very
right.
fortunate for Jonathan to pick up queens in that spot. I really feel for Nick right now. It's such a brutal spot to be in.
That's a jack, and wow, Nick Binger will become the first player eliminated at this table that was not eliminated by Nick Binger. And he will go to the rail in third place.
Should I move over here for heads up?
Is not going to soften.
Should I move to this seat for
It
heads
will
up?
not, indeed. And we have a new chip leader. Well, he was chip leader before. He's still chip leader. And we have Jonathan Tamayo, 1.4 million. We're going to take a short break here in the booth and come right back with heads up action. Don't go anywhere here on ESPN. This is the World Series of Poker.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
Insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest tournament in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by doylesroom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Well, welcome back to the World Series of Poker. Nick Gieber here, along with Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Ballonde. Great to be with you tonight as well. It's 11:25 Pacific time here in Las Vegas, and we are finally down to heads-up action here in the $1,500 mixed event. It's taken best part of 9.5 hours to get here. Justin, Jean-Robert, it looked like this thing was going to just be over in 4 hours as Nick Binga was running away with all the action here at the table. But, wow, how the tide has turned, and now we are heads up, and Nick Binga not amongst the 2 names remaining.
Yeah, it's been, I'm as shocked as anyone. Nick was just crushing the table. He was up to, $1.6 million in no time, and of course now he's our third-place finisher.
Well, we are going to go back down to center court where Jonathan Tamayo from Humble, Texas, is our chip leader, and he is at the table with a gentleman from Fort Myers, Florida, Frank Gary, a retired software engineer who has been giving both Tamayo and Binga quite a battle. Binga is gone, Tamayo is the chip leader, and we are back to our limit rounds, 40-80. These are huge rounds.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, Gary only has 10 big bets to work with. Can go very fast if a couple of hands go slightly badly.
Yeah, even though we've lost Nick, I will say, since the dinner break, Nick should be pretty pleased with how he played. I think he played just fine. His demeanor was great, and, I even asked him just now. I think he felt pretty good about how he played since the dinner break. So, he can hold his head up high. The brutal part was just those few levels right before dinner.
Well, Frank Gary will come out swinging and will win the first pot of heads up. Not much of a pot, but will win it nevertheless. 40,000 net gain.
You know, Nick, you were asking me earlier about like what my favorite games to play are, and I got to tell you, I love mixed events. You know, I find that a lot of players specialize in one game. Usually that's no limit hold'em, or they specialize in limit hold'em. I just love when you mix it up because a player like myself, I play a lot of the games well. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on any of the games. I'm certain Justin plays no limit hold'em a lot better than I do. There's probably a couple limit games that I may be favored over him. I think I'm proficient in almost all the games. So I love mixed games. And this limit hold'em and no limit mix I love it. I'll be playing this event every time.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and I actually got second in the mixed hold'em event earlier in the series, the 5,000, and of course tomorrow is the $50,000 horse, which is another, mixed tournament where you have to be good at 5 games, and I just love those. Like as Jean Robert said, the specialists just don't fare as well.
Yeah, and I'm very envious of you being able to play that horse event, but horse has been a game that's been around for some time. So, I mean, the horse players, especially people that can come up with 50,000, I think you're going to be finding that most of the players know what they're doing. Earlier, there was an interesting event, the horse plus the deuce to 7 plus the pot limit Omaha, was it? Something like that?
Yeah, I would have loved to play that, but I was still in the other event.
Right. That was the event. I didn't play that one either, but, man, I'll never miss that event again. That would be just such a great event. I heard people were playing some of those games just so terribly. They had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, there's not many players that know how to play 8 different games well. It's not easy.
Well, meanwhile, we have a pot developing here. 9-10-5-4, 3 hearts. And Tamayo has the better part of 200,000 out of his 800,000 stack invested. A 3 of clubs. Tamayo bets. And Gary, now giving this some serious thought, if he were to fold now, he'd be left with about 650,000 in chips.
And of course, it'll cost him 80,000 if he wishes to call. Right.
It's a raggedy-looking board. There are 3 hearts there.
It's a tremendous pot, 400,000 already. Looks like he's contemplating an ace-high or king-high call. I mean, if he had a pair, he'd already be in there.
Looks like he's going to, well, he's definitely contemplating it, Jean Robert.
Yeah, he's pulled out the chips for a call. I'd be surprised if he doesn't call at this point. Usually when you pull out the chips for the call, they go in the pot.
And it is going in the pot. Jack 10 for a pair of 10s. And that's going to win. And Frank will fold. And big pot for Jonathan Tamayo. And the game will change now to no limit hold'em. 12-24 with 3,000 antes. And what's interesting is that really helps Gary out because he just lost a big pot. And at 572,000 in his stack, he really couldn't afford to play much more limit at 40-80.
Yeah, and especially since I think Tamayo has, shown that he's much more comfortable playing limit games. So this might be a better chance for Gary to catch up. Although I still got to admit that I think Tamayo is a huge favorite here.
Absolutely. I would agree. But Gary has surprised, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been able to loosen up his game. But even when he loosened up his game, I think he was still making a few mistakes. And I think it's been pretty clear that he doesn't have that much experience. Tamayo, on the other hand, I've just been extremely impressed with how well he's been playing this entire final table.
65.
I expect Tamayo to put a lot of pressure on Gary in this heads-up match. Lots of raises before the flop. Lots of continuation bets after the flop.
Well, Tamayo will win.
This?
And Tamayo right now has 1.648 million, which I believe is the most any player has ever had in chips at this final table, although Nick Binger was very close.
Got very close.
And there you see it. They just showed briefly the bracelet that they are playing for. There it is on the table in front of them. Every poker player wants that bracelet.
$112,000.
Wow, that's a big raise. That's generally the sign of a weak player when you're raising that much in a heads-up match. And I think Tamayo's trying to figure out what to think of it.
I'm all in.
Jonathan moves all in.
Wow, and Tamayo has announced all in.
Oh, all in from Tamayo, and
Gary might have gotten himself in trouble with that big raise. Now there's so much money in the pot. This is why it's often a mistake to raise that big.
well, there you can see it. Tamayo chips behind a 0.
Frank makes the call. Let's see the hands, please. Jonathan shows
And he is called.
Frank shows eight of clubs, 8 of hearts.
This could be it.
Wow. This could be it. It's all in, and we're late into the evening, folks. And it is an ace-8 to a jack-10. The ace-8 is owned by Frank Gary. So Frank is ahead here pre-flop.
Just barely.
Just barely.
You see those percentages. It's
This is a
48
race.
to 52.
This is a typical race. And here it comes. Oh, it's 7, ace, and 10. Both players get a piece of this. And you can see the fist pump from Frank Gary. Oh, excuse me. I thought there was a 10 there. Pardon me.
Just a gut shot for
yeah,
Tamayo.
Just a gut shot for Tamayo. And it's a 6. Well, now a 9. Still a 9 only.
Frank will double up. Let's see the river, please.
And it's a 7. And Frank Gary will double up off of Tamayo, and these two are now neck and neck, $1 million in chips each, essentially, off that double up.
Wow.
I thought we were done, folks. I thought it was going to be good night all at 20 minutes to midnight here in Las Vegas time, but it was not to be. We are destined to fight on. And you know, Justin, we talked about this when this went to the no limit round, and we said, you know, this favors Gary, who has opportunity to double up and won't get bled dry by these bets in the limit side of the action here, and we proved to be correct.
Yeah, and you know, it could have gone either way. It was a coin flip as we saw, but you know, Gary was fortunate that his hand held up and he doubled up.
Well, we welcome back Jean-Robert Belland, who got back, was released by the aliens to return here to the booth. And Frank Gary is doubled up. It was an ace-8 for Gary versus a jack-10 for Tamayo. Gary flopping, pairing his ace on the flop. He is not yet chip leader. Tamayo still chip leader, but by, well, the merest 13,000.
The winner of this hand will be our new chip leader.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button. He makes the call.
No, Gary made a very large raise to about 116,000 or so, and Tamayo pushed all in with Jack 10. And Gary actually thought about it for a good minute or two before calling with Ace 8.
We will see a flop. Let's see the flop, please.
It was a very big raise on his part.
Flop is 8 of hearts, deuce of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Well, we have 2 8s and a deuce on the flop.
Frank checks.
Mm-hmm.
That would be correct.
Jonathan checks. Turn card, please.
Tamayo checks, and it's a 10. 2 8s, a 10, and a deuce.
Frank checks.
Frank checks, and Tamayo
Jonathan
checks.
Rare card, please.
And it's another 10.
River is the 10 of spades.
So board has 2 pair with a lowly deuce. So unless anyone's got a pocket pair, I would imagine the biggest kicker is going to win this. Or an 8 or a 10, of course.
Yeah, this is a spot where it would be a very automatic value bet with ace high. Sometimes you would even value bet king high here. I'm not sure if Gary's that experienced, but it looks like he's going for a bet.
Frank bets 60,000.
Frank bets 60,000. Tamayo scratches himself.
Why so much?
Right.
Well, Nick Binger is gone. Heads up action. He's taken his place.
This could be even sicker.
Mm-hmm. And given how light the action was on previous streets, I think it's very unlikely that he has another pair like 9s or jacks or higher. Yeah, I think Jean Robert hit it right on the head.
You could have that.
Yeah, I think king high is probably his most likely hand at this
don't
point.
beat that.
If he had ace high, he would have called by now.
Oh, listening to Tamayo talk himself through the options. And he will fold.
Jonathan folds.
Frank will win the pot, and we will have a new chip leader, and it is Frank Gary born in Fort Wayne, Indiana, currently living in Fort Myers, Florida. He likes to be around forts a lot, apparently.
Frank will start his hand with the button. He announces a raise.
Mm-hmm.
He raises. He makes it 82,000. Jonathan folds. Frank will win this pot. Jonathan will start this hand with the button.
$65.
He raises, makes it 65,000.
And the raises to 65,000 by Tamayo.
You'll notice that Tamayo's open raises are much smaller than Gary's.
Frank Cole, Jonathan will win this spot.
And Frank folds, and Tamayo wins the pot.
No, I'm 24,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Frank will start this hand with the button. He folds. Jonathan will get a walk.
I definitely think Tamayo has been playing better, but of course, this is no limit, and one hand is all it takes for Gary to win a bracelet at this point. But I do think Tamayo is the odds-on favorite right now.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button and the action. He makes the call.
Well,
me too.
Well, guys, I'm going with what you said, John Robert. I mean, I think Tamayo's the better poker player, but it's 50-50 who's going to win this, I think.
I don't think it's quite 50-50. I think the odds are in Tamayo's favor.
Well, he's going to have to win it in the limit rounds because he clearly outplays Frank Gary in the limit rounds. But in the no-limit rounds, Frank Gary seems to be able to hold his own.
I think Tamayo still has a pretty big edge in the no limit as long as he's willing to stick to the smaller bets and taking smaller stabs. I don't think making big bluffs is the style you want to play against a player like Gary.
He makes it a total of 110,000.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's the same mistake Binger made against him with the 9-deuce against the pocket kings. I think, when Gary commits chips to the pot, there's a good chance he's going all the way. So
and look at this. Gary will show the ace here. And I don't like that, especially from a player like Gary, who's being outclassed, but seems to be right now holding his own. So
mm-hmm.
Frank will start this hand with the button and the action.
Well, it is late into the night here, folks. It is 11:45 here in Las Vegas. We've been at this for 9 hours and 45 minutes.
Frank does announce a raise.
Well, Frank announces a raise.
He makes it 77,000.
Makes it 77,000.
This is interesting. In his last 3 raises, he's made a different amount every time. It's been getting slightly smaller.
And he gets called by Jonathan Tamayo.
He goes off, please. Flop is deuce of spades, ace of clubs.
Deuce, ace.
Deuce of clubs.
Deuce.
Check.
Tamayo checks. Gary bets.
Frank bets 95,000.
And Tamayo folds.
Jonathan folds. Frank will win this pot.
It's a pretty standard bet to make with either your hands that, completely missed and have no showdown value, or your big hands. If I had a hand like, even king high, I might just check behind, since it still figures to be, it's probably the best hand, but, you don't want to see a check raise. If I had ace-9, I would generally bet, try to get action. There's a good chance that Tamayo might kind of try to represent that ace and check raise as a bluff there, in which case, of course, you'd call with ace-9.
Well, Tamayo will start on the button and will raise immediately 65,000.
How much you have left? About
That is certainly one way to play it.
8, 9.
Now here we see Tamayo raising to 65,000 again. He's made it that his standard raise. That's the only amount he's raised to.
Yeah, those are 9
While as
and 8.
Gary is, he might be giving away
got
some
a
information, changing the size of his raise every time.
I call.
Frank will make the call.
And Gary has actually played almost every pot since we've gotten heads up. It seems like he knows that he has to loosen up his game a lot heads up, and he might have even over-adjusted. He might be playing too loose right now.
Frank checks.
That's true. Although I would not expect him to give up anytime soon.
Jonathan bets 100,000. Frank holds. Jonathan will win this pot.
There's definitely anyone's game at this point.
I raise.
Frank will start this hand with the button. He announces a raise.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade-off. Even though Tamayo is better as a limit player, you're right, his edge still might be higher no limit just because of the nature of the game and how much control you have over the pace of the match.
Yeah, and in the opposite seat, I mean, if Gary were going to try and make some sort of career out of playing poker, I would definitely recommend that he stay far, far away from the limit. Right.
Yeah, I don't think Gary has any plans of becoming a professional after this tournament.
Boy, you'd be surprised, man. Some of these guys, I mean, they win a bracelet or a tournament and try and grow the pro route.
Tamayo again makes a standard raise to 65,000.
And I like that raise amount. You know, just over 2.5 times the blind size, and you know, he's taking the lead in the hand, and he knows that Gary's highly unlikely to re-raise him, and if he does re-raise, he's most probably beat.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I'm in late whenever I'm late in a tournament like this, Justin, I always try and figure out what is the smallest amount I can raise and still take them down, take down the blinds and antes, you know. And if the table's letting you get away with really small raises, that's what I go with.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank is making another raise here.
He makes it a total of 87,000.
It's 87,000. It is his 4th or 5th time raising, and it's his 4th or 5th different amount. He's made it a different amount every single time.
Right. Frank has the button here. And
Bob is 5 above, 9 face, Trey and Hart.
well, let's see if Frank makes a continuation bet here. On 9-5-3 board, wouldn't be surprised if that's the type of board that Tamaya may make a play at that pot. You know, makes it hard for like a hand like Ace 10 or Ace 9. I mean, not Ace 9, but Ace 10 or King Queen to call a raise right here. Yeah. Plus, by
additional 300,000 if Frank decides to make the call.
Yeah, no matter what Tamayo has, this is a good aggressive play. The 9-5-3 flop isn't that likely to hit Gary, who made a fairly large raise before the flop.
And you can see by Gary's initial response that he doesn't really care for Tamaya's raise. Either that or he's acting to try and get Tamaya to commit the rest of his chips, but one of those two things is going on.
Now, the only dangerous thing about Tamayo's raise is it's almost half his stack. So if he has, anything here, he's pretty much committed to play for all his chips.
Right. And I would say that even a hand like Ace 3 to raise in that spot, to go with it, I like that play. I basically like his play no matter what he had.
Yeah, I agree with you. And of course, once it gets heads up, the hand values change drastically to the point where a hand like Ace 3, just flopping bottom pair, all of a sudden becomes a hand that you might want to put all your chips in with. And I think that was a good spot to do it with.
But again, making plays like that against regular players and amateurs is a lot different than trying to make that play against a seasoned pro who would be knowing what you're up to and quite capable of an ace-high call on you. It's still tough for a player to make an ace-high call right there, but I definitely wouldn't try that play against Chris Ferguson.
Well, Tamayo regains a chip lead.
Yeah, he just made a really, really nice check raise play.
King 7-5.
Now this is interesting. I don't think we've seen this before. Tamayo has just called on the button before the flop. And on the King 7-5, Gary has checked to him.
In my opinion, this is not a slow play, just call. It's just like he knows he's favored to outplay Gary on any kind of flop, so I think he's going to have a look with any two cards. It could very well be a holding like a 7-3, something like that,
Yeah, and I think it's a smart way to play for Tamayo. Just stick to the smaller pots, reduce the variance, reduce the chance of some kind of huge miraculous suck out. If he sticks to the small pots, the better player has a much bigger chance of winning.
I tell you what, Nick, if Tamayo wins this bracelet, I would say it's well-deserved.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been saying this for hours now, but more so than any other player at the table, Tamayo has been really impressing me with his play.
And he's made some really good adjustments. It's very interesting, Nick. Justin was pointing out that every time Gary's raised so far in this heads up, it's been a different amount. And, I'm sure maybe eventually you can figure out a pattern on what exactly that means.
Well, I will say this for Tamayo. He's had the same expression on his face this entire final table.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, they are having a dealer change. Why don't we hear from Nick Binger?
This is Harmony Krieger here with Nick Binger, who just busted third place. Nick, I know you're feeling a little disappointed, but you are drinking champagne, which is a good sign.
Yeah, you know, I'm really disappointed not to take it down, win the bracelet, but, you know, life's good no matter what. I can't really complain about anything, so.
I like the attitude. Now, you were chip leader for the majority of the event, and so, I mean, I know you got caught bluffing a couple of times, but you did come back.
Yeah, I got into a lot of marginal spots, a lot of tough situations before the dinner break, and it kind of got me a little flustered. I have to admit, I was a little frustrated. Made a couple bad plays for sure. Lost some really critical pots. Got rivered a couple times, but went to dinner, came back refocused. I'm really happy with the way I played after dinner. The blinds are really big right now, and it's really, you know, whoever gets the hand and limit hold them. It was one pot, so.
And you had a lot of support out there. Now, I know your brother was playing in another event, and he ran over here and was cheering you on. How is it to have his support in all of this?
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's really important to have a lot of people, you know, cheering you on. It feels good. Definitely have a good group of people that follow me, and, you know, I follow them too when they're in tournaments, so it's good.
So you're going to be playing in any other events?
Yeah. I might take tomorrow off, but after tomorrow I'll be, you know, get back on the saddle and go after the bracelet.
Now, is there any hand in particular you want to talk about that, you know, changed it around?
I don't know. I might need some time to digest all the hands that were played. There was a lot of hands, a lot of really marginal spots, a lot of difficult decisions.
And now that it's heads up, I mean, who would you like to see win? Who do you think's playing, you know, the best?
Oh, I mean, they're both. I'm happy for both of them. I'd, you know, be happy to see either one win. I'm not gonna choose favorites. They have very, very different styles, but they both seem like nice guys. So, congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations to you because you played great. Thanks. And now we're going to cheer you on, and hopefully we'll cheer you in that that bracelet maybe to come, and hopefully maybe you'll get to play against your brother.
Yeah, it's almost happened a couple times.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Well, we'll look for that and continued success. Third place finisher Nick Binger.
All right, well, thank you, Harmony.
Well, I tell you what, Nick can consider running for office after that interview because, I mean, yeah, it's quite clear who he'd have preferred to be heads up with, but he just wanted to congratulate both of them and not really call out who the favorite was.
Good sportsmanship is always a good thing, and we encourage it here at the World Series of Poker.
Well, it looks like Jonathan just took down a pretty good pot.
He did, 68,000.
Frank will start this hand with the button and the action.
And Frank is not quite as strong in this no-limit level as we thought he might be.
He makes the call. Once again, highly connoisseurs, please take time. Thank you. Jonathan checks.
And this is interesting. This is the first time we've seen Frank just call from the button rather than make a large size raise.
And that's good news for Jonathan, because maybe Frank just got that idea from Jonathan that it's okay to limp on the button, and you know, if they just see flops with the pots being really small, that's going to give Jonathan more of an edge.
Absolutely.
Jonathan checks.
Gary just looks like he's about to bluff.
Frank checks.
He can't pull the trigger. He can't pull the trigger.
River card is the 5 of diamonds. Jonathan checks.
Like we were talking about before, Nick.
You probably
one
win.
of those checks where
I have a 10.
He's
oh. This will be a chop off.
Wow.
gotta say that I'm a little surprised
I'm willing to keep on
that
playing.
Jonathan didn't try and take a stab at that pot after he saw that kind of weakness.
Yeah, after the check on the flop, the turn is a great spot for him to bet and try to take it away.
Yeah. I mean, in the same way, Gary probably could have tried it, but I think he would have been probably looking at a check raise. You know, these are the spots, Nick, that like on that last hand, and a guy like Alan Cunningham,
right?
He just he takes down those spots that aren't trying to be claimed. You know,
65.
Just never misses.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button. He raises, makes it 65,000.
Well, 851,000 chips for Frank Gary, and he will make the call here.
I would say there's a good chance that Jonathan has a pretty decent hand, because you know he knows the limping option is there.
8 of spades, 6 of hearts, queen of spades. Frank checks. Jonathan.
8-6 queen, both players check.
Turn card is the queen of hearts.
And another queen on the turn.
Frank checks. Jonathan checks.
Both players check, and the river card comes an ace of diamonds.
River card is the ace of diamonds.
And
wow, this is a bet that Gary looks like he's about to make a bet, and I don't see what hand he would be betting with here.
A queen or nothing.
I would expect him to get called 100% of the time here.
Jonathan calls.
He gets called.
He has the ace.
Gary hit an ace.
Gary either has a queen or nothing.
The king?
He had a queen. Huh?
Frank shows king 10.
King 10.
Wow. I think what happened there was Gary was bluffing with the best hand. Gary bet 70,000 with king 10. Tamayo instantly said call. The king 10 was the best hand.
That is interesting.
I will tell you, betting with king 10 right there, I mean, did he have the button?
No, Tamayo had raised before the flop on the button.
Right. So, I mean, the funny thing is, Nick, like, if Justin had made that king 10 bet, I'd have known that that was a value bet. But right there, like Justin said, 100%, that was a bluff. He was just bluffing with the best hand. Either that or he's a genius and we just don't see it. But
well,
I mean
he's he's going toe-to-toe with Tamayo, who we all think is a good player, right?
Yeah.
And what's the matter, Jean-Robert?
The king 10 is just a bad bet no matter what. I don't think anybody can make that. It's
yeah, I mean, we saw him checking behind with top pair. If he's not getting value from top pair, he's not getting value from king high for sure. That was definitely a bluff on his part.
Oh, it was, but I'm just trying to say that I don't think that even a great player is not going to make that bet with king 10 because that's a great check calling hand, you know? Give your opponent a chance to take a stab at it and catch him with his pants down.
Yeah, and I think that's a spot where Tamayo made a great read. Gary probably didn't have much and was probably bluffing. It's just unfortunate that Tamayo's king high was not as good as the king 10.
I wish we could replay Gary's reaction to the call.
Jonathan will start this hand with the button.
I'm detecting a little frustration from Tamayo. It's the first time I'm seeing that.
I think he's pretty upset that he made the right read and still lost chips on it.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing more frustrating. I mean, I was in a huge live game one time, and I made a $18,000 call on the river against a guy with ace high, and the guy says good call, and he had a better ace than I did. And I knew he was bluffing, and it was just so brutal. I had ace 10, he had ace queen.
Well, folks, Nick Eber, Jean-Robert Ballon, and it is, Justin Bonomo, can't forget Justin, sorry, it's late at night.
Nick.
It's late at night. It is 10 past 12. Players taking a break. We're going to do the same thing, and then when I come back, I will not forget to reintroduce my friend Justin Bonomo. We'll be right back here in just a few minutes on ESPN. Don't go anywhere.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Would raises. Wu gets up off the seat and repositions, rubs his eyes, sings Hallelujah.
200.
Says re-raise. I'm pretty sure he did. Nope. He will just call.
Let's see the flop, please. Flop is queen of clubs, tray of spades, deuce of hearts, David checks.
$670,000 in the pot. Queen trade deuce. That looks about to $500,000.
Matt, that's 500,000.
Oh, 500,000 and Wu will fold.
That keeps on chipping up and up and up.
And yes, he does, without really ever seeing showdown. You can see what they're playing for. It's 300, oh, not quite. It's about $260,000 difference between second and first.
242.
242. That's it. And David Wu announces raise.
David's raising. Camera's on Matt, who's already looked at his cards.
Yep.
And I think is not interested.
Right.
Let's see.
And there's the raise.
He makes an additional 375,000.
375,000 more, and there is the man who has to make the decision. And he will fold.
Matt folds. David will win the pot.
And Wu wins a pot and starts to attempt to bring the momentum back to his side of the table, because it has clearly been on the side of Wood up to this point.
I agree. The chip lead is right at 2-1 now.
Matt makes the call from the button. David checks. Let's see the flop.
Well, the call is made, and we'll have a flop. It is Jack, King, Deuce.
Deuce of diamonds. David
Jack, Queen, Deuce. Wu checks, and Wood will bet. Looks like 300,000.
Matt bets 300,000.
And Wu
David folds. Matt will win his pot.
Wow, David folds and Matt wins the pot. A very odd series of events there. Strange way that hand unfolded.
David calls from the button. Matt checks his option. Let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of Hearts, 4 of Spades, Queen of Spades. Matt checks. David bets 200,000.
Well, Wu bets 200,000 now, and Wood will fold. And it's 5.4 million to 2.735.
Again, we're back on the 2-1 chip advantage. Matt has the small blind on the button. Comes in for a raise.
He raises, makes it 360,000. David does make the call. We will see a flop. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 4 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 9 of hearts. David bets 175,000.
This is developing into a big pot, 925,000. As you can see, Wu's bet. Now it's up to Wood to call. It's a 459 on the flop, and it looks like it's going to be about $500,000, if not more.
And an additional 500,000.
That's a big raise, and we get a re-raise from David, who seems intent on stopping this and stopping this now.
Yeah, he's in effect all in here.
1 million is the re-raise.
Matt has.
Leave him with 600,000 behind. I like this move from Wu. We haven't seen enough of this. He's not pushed back on Wood enough.
Well, I guess I would generally agree with you, but he's kept it small. That's been his strategy, honestly. His stabs are small. We haven't seen him go out of line with we haven't been sure that he's gone out of line even once yet. I don't think this is a bluff.
Maybe Wu has hit a set.
The raise of $1 million rather than the shove is yet another indication of strength here. If he had something as big of a set with that board that's not so draw heavy, he might not have re-raised here.
So I told you we might not have to wait till dinner.
Wood taking a look at what he's going to be left with here. Someone got something open-ended here, or two pair maybe?
Two pair makes more sense. I think it's probably just a real big 9.
I'm interested to think what Wood has, because he's been so active with the re-raising on Wu. And here we go. And he is all in. And at this point, Wu almost has to call him.
Yeah. I'd be surprised.
This is 685 more.
Hard not to call
Wow,
6.
you got 10s beat. I got pocket 10s.
He's got pocket 10s.
That is all in for an additional 685,000.
Who has pocket 10s he'd be calling now? I think Wood's on a draw.
You think Wood's on a draw? No.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Two pair for Wood?
I don't know what he has. I don't think it's a draw.
Am I just going to have to get lucky?
I said before I thought it was a big 9. But this is a classic verbal free roll if he really has 10s.
Wow.
A verbal free roll meaning
Unreal,
you predict something that you don't want to be true. If you're right, then you look like a genius. If you're wrong, you're thrilled because you win the tournament.
It's 685,000 more into a 4.7 million. Getting 7-1 on this.
It's still a lot of chips. If he has 10s and thinks he's beaten, he's obviously drawing very slim.
Wow.
600 chips. 600,000 is a lot. He can protect his chip lead by folding. I would be incapable of folding pocket 10s here. In fact, I wouldn't have even considered it. That said, if you put yourself in Wood's shoes,
How much was
it
it?
sure looked like Wood, that Wu had a hand like that.
685 more. That's so everything else is right. Everything's pulled in, and it's 6. And this is all my money. Only 685 more? Yeah, what am I supposed to do, right? 685, right? This is 500, 685.
Well, and he makes a call. This could be it, folks. This is our ESPN 360 all-in moment. 9-6, so it's a 9 for Matt, as you predicted, Bill.
I thought it was a bigger one than that.
It was a bigger one, and it's pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s were indeed an auto call, weren't they?
So he was stoic, but he definitely did not want that call.
Yeah, he didn't want that call, and Wu was never going to lay it down. It was the verbal free roll that I was just.
This could be all she wrote here, folks. This could be game, set, and match. And it's a queen.
It's a 9 or a 6, exactly.
It's a 9 or a 6 at this point, or Wu will be our champion. And here we go, folks. It's a 4, and David Wu from Atlanta, Georgia, will win the bracelet in the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em event here.
Played in every World Series of Poker since it started in 1970. I won 10 championships, 10 bracelets. In '76, I was heads up against Jesse Alto. He raised, and I called him with the 10 deuce of spades. When the deuce fell on the turn, I moved in on him. I caught another 10 on the river and beat him. The moral of the story, don't be afraid to go out on a limb, because that's where the fruit is.
For more trusted winning advice.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. Keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
So I had a little rush right after the dinner break. We've been playing for about an hour and 50 minutes since dinner, and I took my chips from 27,000 to about 75,000. Caught a couple breaks, won a couple coin flips.
Some of them are mine.
Some of them are yours? Good. I hope some of them are everybody's here. And anyways, I'm in pretty good shape. Being chip leader in a tournament like this, or one of the chip leaders, is much more of a, it's more, wow, I can't even talk. It's much more of a, have I been drinking? It's much more of an advantage to be a chip leader in a small buy-in tournament like this, because the level of play of most of the opponents is not as skillful as the big buyer tournaments. The big buyer tournaments, man, I'm all over the place with my words right now. Yeah, in the big buy-in tournaments, you know, the level of skill is way up there, and it's much harder to do stuff. You know, having a lot of chips in a tournament like this against a lower skill level, it's a good chance to get there. You're all in over there, yeah. And he's in the tank. Yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty pleased with the chips that I have right now. I'm favored to make the money. I haven't had a cash yet. I think I've played like 11 or 12 tournaments and haven't had a cash, so I'm actually below average in cashing so far. So, you know,
I think it's about to see.
The goal right now is to cash, and then after we cash, then try and make it to the final table. But I like where I'm at right now. That's the key to this thing, is you got to win coin flips. Got another coin flip out here now. And the pair holds up. Yeah, I had a big coin flip just a little while ago, my 2 9s against ace-jack. And the guy actually hit his ace on the turn, and then I rivered a 9, so I ended up winning the pot. And that was a significant bump in my stack. But like I said, you know, I prefer being a chip leader in a tournament like this than any of the bigger Bayern tournaments. I love my spot right now. I really do. Playing well. I'm playing a little bit too tight, though. Isn't that right, boys? Yeah, right. Playing a little too snug. I got to loosen up a little bit. But, you know, I like my spot. Like I said, the goal right now is actually to make it to the money. I think we'll be in the money this evening, and then to make it through till tomorrow. Good shape. I'm in good shape. Surviving the series, surviving a huge field, 2,700 people, surviving down to the first spot in this type of field. That's probably as tough as any survivor. All right, let me get back to work.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby. This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable. There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by DoylesRoom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.
Well, we welcome you back to the World Series of Poker. Nick Geber, along with Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Balland. Well, gentlemen, it's the $1,500 limit, no limit championship here at the World Series of Poker. It looked like it was going to be a very quick 4 to 5 hour field. Instead, we are now in 12:30 p.m. Vegas time. We are shuffling up and dealing. It is heads up. It is Tamayo versus Gary. Jonathan Tamayo against Frank Gary. And they are very close to even in chips. Let's go down to center court where action is about to resume. And gentlemen, we have here a situation where with blinds at 5,100, and this is the limit section of the match right now. We have 1.2 million in chips for Tamayo, 989,000 for Frank Gary, 10 big bets each essentially, very little play.
It's actually 25.50 for the blinds, but it's 1,500 for the betting.
Excuse me, 5,100 on the betting. Pardon me, it is late. You're correct. Blinds are 25.50. Yeah. If it was 5,100, it would be 100, 200 on the betting.
Right.
Well, I ran into Jonathan Tamayo on the break there, and he is just thrilled about going into the limit hold'em right now. He feels he has a significant edge on his opponent. Frank Gary.
An edge that I think we've seen that's been on display here for.
But like Justin and I were discussing earlier, you know, limit hold'em's one of those games. You catch a pair, you're pretty much going down with it. It's like it's hard to get a guy to lay down a pair. So
yeah, especially heads up, it can be really hard to fold even bottom pair sometimes.
So, like I say, like we discussed before, you know, even though he feels that limit hold'em is the better of his two games, Jonathan Tamayo's edge, in my opinion and in Justin's opinion, is actually greater in the no limit.
Well, it is a marathon. It is 10 hours, 30 minutes, but I believe it is coming to its conclusion here shortly.
Here we go.
Tamayo. Now Frank Gary will raise, make it 200,000, and we talked. And Tamayo makes the call. It's a tray of diamonds. It's 6-4-7-9 tray now.
Now before the river bet, it's already 700,000.
And look at this, Tamayo shaking his head. Gary bets.
Is Tamayo? No, Tamayo's not shaking his head.
No, Gary's
shaking his head.
Gary is shaking his head. Excuse me. Tamayo bet.
Wow, he's about to call off.
And he makes the call.
Jonathan chose 9-10 for a pair of nines.
It's a pair of nines.
Frank chose 2 nines for a set of nines.
And it's a set of nines for Frank Gehry. Why was he shaking his head there, folks?
See, I think that's the experience. That's the inexperience showing. You know, a limit player knows that's an automatic call. But for someone that's not experienced with limit, they might see that, you know, there's a 4 straight on the board. And, you know, of course, never in a million years should you even think about folding that.
Well, Frank Gehry has inexperienced himself in now to the chip leader position. That was a huge hand to have.
There was a 4 straight on the board?
There was a 4 straight
Yeah,
on the
any
board.
5 would have been a straight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Frank Gehry now has the chip leadership position at 1.4 million, and Tamayo now has 754,000.
Wow. That just changed everything around. You know,
it did, but again,
was that a value bet or a?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, with top
yeah.
pair there, I think it's a pretty standard value bet.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty standard bet, and it just ran into a better hand. Kind of a cold deck. Hit a 9, and the other guy hits a set of 9s.
Yeah, top pair versus top set, you're certainly going to lose some chips.
Might have lost minimum there because of that river. Yeah, I'd say Tamayo actually got saved by that river. At least from a raise on the river. Wow. Well.
And all of a sudden, that one hand, Tamayo all of a sudden is a 2-to-1 dog in the chip counts.
Frank does make the call.
And Frank will make the call, so Tamayo raises, Gehry calls.
Tamayo needs to hit here.
Flop is 10 of clubs, 5 of hearts, 7 of clubs.
10, 5, 7 on the flop.
Yeah, these blinds are so big that both of these players are basically 2 hands away from being busted.
Mm-hmm.
Frank checks. Jonathan Tamayo bets, and Frank will call. And it's a 5 of clubs on the turn. We now have 3 clubs and 2 5s. Frank will lead out, and Jonathan folds. And I saw Frank giving his cards a look before the bet. And is that a tell for you guys?
Well, it can be. You know, sometimes it can be a false tell, or it can be.
This is since it went heads up, and of course, as one goes up, the other will go down in equal proportion. But it is an interesting graph. It does show the points of change from leadership to first to second position.
And while we're looking at that, you can see that Tamayo is really, really, really in dire straits right now. Looking at basically 1 hand, maybe 2.
Frank will start this hand with the button. And the action.
Frank Gehry from Fort Myers, Florida, will be first to act.
He does make the call.
He will call.
Jonathan raises.
And gets raised by Tamayo.
Makes it 2 bet.
This is a pretty big hand by Tamayo. In order for him to raise out of position, basically has a hand he's ready to go busted with. In such a short stack.
I think the limp from Frank shows a lot of weakness that Tamayo's going to be raising with a lot of hands for value there.
Good point.
Even hands as weak as, like, you know, King 8, I think Tamayo's going to be raising for value there.
And he
was actually contemplating a fold there? Is that possible?
Yeah, I don't think he understands that he has to call with any hand there.
And it's a Trey Jack 10. And Tamayo bets immediately.
Well, the fact that Gehry hasn't called here means he probably doesn't have much.
I think Gehry is kind of just posturing here. He's been making every decision rather slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And he might be trying to stall to somehow last to the no limit portion.
Not finished stacking his chips even.
Yeah.
Well, Tamayo will claw back some chips, a net gain of 100,000, which I think is probably disappointing to him. I think he would have liked to have seen a bigger return on that play. He moves to 700,000, still 2-1. Frank Gehry ahead. Gehry considered the weakest, I would say, of the three players. Nick Binger, Jonathan Tamayo, and of course Frank Gehry. But, and here he is, chip leader, heads up.
Well, we prefer to use the term least experienced of the three.
I don't. I think that's a fair. I think both are fair statements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Frank would probably agree with us.
He would too. He's doing enough to be the chip leader, though, at a World Series event and vie for a bracelet and first prize of $219,000. Jonathan will win a pot, so he's clawed back 150,000 since his big loss.
So, Justin, in the say these tournaments are what, 33 hours, 34 hours total. In all of those hours, which hour would you most prefer to just get hit with the deck, like get big cards?
Well, this is a 1,500 buy-in, which means you start with very few chips. So actually the very early levels, the second and third hours are actually very crucial in these tournaments with so few chips.
Yeah, that when it gets up to that 1-200, all of a sudden, I mean, you see everybody just busting out.
Yeah, with the starting stack of 3,000, it's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. I also love I love big cards right after like the dinner break, just before the money cut. I like it, and I mean that's one of my favorite times to get cards.
Well, Tamayo raises to 100,000 and will get called by Gehry. 200,000 in the pot now, and we will see a flop. It's deuce, tray 5, 2 clubs.
But getting cards
deuce,
right
tray
here
6,
at the final table heads up, man, it could really mean the difference between a bracelet and second place.
Gehry will check, and I would imagine Tamayo will bet.
Does make the call. Turn card leads. Turn card is the 4 of clubs.
And Gehry checks, and Tamayo checks. And the river is a 10 of diamonds, 300,000 in this pot. And, well, the checking has stopped as Frank bets. And Jonathan folds, and Frank will win a big pot. 150,000 net gain for Frank Gehry. And Tamayo goes to 629,000, and after he's posted his big blind, he's going to have 579,000 behind, which is less than 5 big bets, less than 6 big bets.
You see, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Even though Tamayo fancies himself a limit specialist, with 629,000 against 1.5 million, he would be much, much better off right now in the no limit segment of the game.
I think it's close, but I tend to agree.
Well, Tamayo will pick up a walk and some chips.
That's something that you will not see an experienced player do very often, folding the button. Not only since you're in position, but since you're already invested for half of a small bet.
Plus the ante. No?
There's no ante in the limit section. But there are very few hands where your equity isn't, positive or at least greater than the loss of the small blind that you would have from folding. In the high stakes games, you'll see most players will play about 90% of their buttons.
Well, Tamayo will raise to 100,000, and action now on Frank Gary. Who will call. Oh, I thought he said call. I didn't hear the re-raise it. He is re-raising it. And this is really putting pressure now on Tamayo.
Maybe that was Tamayo we heard say call, because I heard call also.
And you did hear call as well.
That's
And it is called by Tamayo. It is Queen 7-8. Spade Diamond Club. And check. And now Tamayo will bet and get immediately called by Frank Gary. It's a deuce of clubs, and I'm wondering what Gary could have here. Maybe a big hand. What's your read of this, guys?
It's really hard to say,
Frank checks, Jonathan bets.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What was the action on the flop?
Gary checked and called.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the fold, and 200,000 chip swing, and 200,000 chips that Tamayo is very happy to have. I really didn't understand the play of that hand, why it went the way it went.
Seemed like possibly like a king 9.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, don't forget, he did 3-bet before the flop. I wouldn't be surprised if Frank had a fairly decent ace there, something like ace-10, even though you would never see an experienced limit player play it like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Frank had.
That's right, he did 3-bet. Well, that added a little bit to Tamayo's stack. So he's still hurting, but not nearly as much as he was a few minutes ago. Tamayo wins one more hand here. Could have an even game again.
Yeah, I think Tamayo just has such a better understanding of the value of the hands in Limit Hold'em that has a very significant edge here.
Yet Gary is fallen into a chip lead position.
Frank checks. We will see a flop. Flop is deuce of clubs, ace of clubs, queen heart.
It's ace deuce queen.
Frank checks.
Frank will check. Tamayo will bet. And look at this. Well, that's a call from Gary, and it's an ace deuce queen, and now a tray of hearts.
For those of you wondering, the newly introduced green chips are worth $25,000 apiece.
And Gary will check, and Tamayo will bet and get a raise from Frank.
Wow.
That's interesting.
It's a very strong line from Frank. Very, very quick raise, too. We've generally seen Frank taking his time on his actions.
Of course, double suited here on the board.
Jonathan, quite a puzzle right here. I mean, A good limit
Jonathan
player can make that
folds.
raise with like a hand like ace 8, ace 7, ace 9 right there. But
Frank
with
will win the
Gary,
hand.
there's a good chance he had like aces up.
Yeah.
I mean, Tamayo probably figured to be drawing dead and let it go.
Well, 200,000 chips go back to Frank Gary, and Tamayo just doesn't seem to be able to get over that hump.
Yeah, if Gary made a play right there, that probably his best play of the entire match.
Well, guys, I have to ask you, what would the response be if I were to tell you that Frank Gary wins the bracelet in this event?
It's certainly possible. Certainly got the chips on his side.
Well, to me, it would be a slight disappointment, only because I think that Jonathan Tamayo has played a heck of a game, and you know, I think he deserves this bracelet.
Yeah, I'm really pulling for Jonathan here. He's just played so well this entire final table.
And it's interesting because I have no relationship with either of these guys, but I'm just one of those guys that likes to see the better man win.
Yeah, myself as well.
Oh, it's a 10 of clubs. This is an interesting board. Tamayo checks, and well, we've seen. Well, Gary's been checked too, so he's either contemplating a check or a bet here, and he will check it. And it's tray of spades, completing the third spade. Check from Tamayo and a bet from Frank Gary. Jonathan will call.
Just one king?
Wow.
Frank chose king 5 for a pair of kings.
Pair.
Jonathan chose king 3 for 2
Oh, Jonathan. You can sense the frustration with Tamayo, who wins the pot, but at the end says just one king after he rivers the second pair. And calculated play as he checked to Gary when he hit that second pair. He checked to Gary, and Gary then put the bet out, almost like Tamayo knew it.
That's another spot from Frank where I'm not sure if he was bluffing or value betting there.
You know, it's so strange to me because it's so out of character for him to make that value bet. You know, to be honest with you, I think it was a good bet. I mean,
so you think he was doing it for value there?
No, I don't know. I'm very surprised because I think that a very, very good limit hold'em player could easily make that bet with king 5 right there.
For value, right?
Right, for
Yeah.
value. But
yeah, I agree. Kind of scratching my head too.
Well, Frank is re-raising. We're getting a big pot built here very quickly, and we've got 3 bets going in here, and it's queen.
But either way, I definitely
Jack
like Jonathan's check
5.
call.
And Frank will bet. Jonathan calls. And the turn card is a tray of spades.
Well, if Jonathan wins this pot, he's going to take over the chip lead again.
And a check from Tamayo and a check from Gary, and it's a queen of clubs on the river.
What an interesting river card after they both checked the turn.
And look at this again. Frank bets on the river and gets the call.
Wow.
And it'll be a chop pot.
And again, we see Gary betting there on the river, and Tamayo makes a call. And it looked like Gary said something to the effect of,
I don't have anything.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, Justin, he makes a good value bet there with ace king. A very, very thin, very good bet. Like every top player is going to make that exact bet right there.
Mhm.
Okay? But when he called, he immediately says, nope, just ace high, like, you know, almost like embarrassed to show his hand. So it seems like our friend Frank Gehry is either like the best hustler ever, because he's been. It's the third or fourth time we've seen him make the correct bet, and we've been scratching our heads as to whether or not it's a value bet or a bluff.
No,
Bluffing with the best
it is
hand.
the correct bet, though.
Yeah,
Well,
I just really don't think he understands how much value there is in a hand like nut no pair.
I mean, it's the correct bet for top players. Dave Oppenheim is going to make that bet against a top player, you know. But top players won't necessarily make that bet against weaker players.
Well, we've got three. This pot has been bet up 3 bets now pre-flop.
Definitely not the same bet that comes from a guy who checked top pair in position. Yeah.
And we'll see a flop, and it's 10 Jack Queen. Immediate bet from Tamayo. And quite honestly, guys, I didn't think they would last this long.
That would be so amazing.
Frank makes the call. Turn card is the 10 of spades. Jonathan bets.
It'd be very interesting if we found out that this Frank Gehry is actually a seasoned player.
No.
Just like a great actor.
After the Jack 8 hand, there's just no way.
Yeah, well, maybe on the Jack 8 hand, maybe he picked something up from his opponent where he felt he was going to get check raised and just had a misread. You know, I mean, just saying, it's a possibility. I've seen great players.
Don't you remember how tight he played for the first 4 hours of this
yeah,
table?
yeah.
I can't see it.
Well, he got his way to heads up.
Maybe.
Well, get a call from Frank Gehry, and Tamayo is stone-faced is a 9 on the river of diamonds. Jack Queen 10-10-9, immediate bet out.
Yeah, we also see here that Jonathan is making his bets very quickly. He's very comfortable. He's been in these situations before, and he knows, you know, the value of the hands. Frank Gehry, on the other hand, he's taking his time. He's really trying to figure out, you know, what situation he's in. Even in spots that may seem like an obvious decision, he's still really taking his time.
And it's interesting you
well,
point
this
that
to me
out,
is an
Justin.
obvious decision. It's 100,000 to potentially win 700,000, right? I mean,
Well,
you know, if he's got anything.
Depends on what he's holding. I mean, he might be contemplating an ace high or king high call right here. Or a raise.
Or a raise.
Oh.
And I get a call.
He was bluffing. No.
Oh, my.
Jonathan chose ace king for ace high straight.
And then you got me the full house.
Chose a pair of 9.
Wow.
No.
Oh, my.
Oh, that is so
That
sick.
is absolutely brutal.
A $1 million pot. He catches a 2-outer.
Tamayo.
Runner, 2-outer. Oh, no, that's so
Tamayo flops the
nut straight.
The nut
cold
straight
joint.
and goes runner for a full house for his opponent. And the deck just not falling for Tamayo today. And Frank
Nick,
Gehry.
It's even worse than you can describe. 10 Jack Queen on the flop. You have ace king to lose to 2 9s.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. That's seriously, that's
Wow.
one of the sickest beats that we've seen this this World Series.
And Jonathan Tamayo seemingly doing everything right and not getting the results.
1 million pot. Oh my goodness, that
Well,
was
folks.
so sick. Heads up for the bracelet. You got your man trapped, drawing dead to runner. Ace king flops a Broadway and loses to 2 9s. I mean, that's like headliner stuff.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Well, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast on ESPN. We always enjoy bringing it to you, and it has been brutal for a man from Humble, Texas.
I'm pulling for this Tamayo more than ever. Oh, I
Yeah,
hated to see
me
that
too.
one.
That really hurt. Took a second for me to realize what had happened there.
Well, we saw such a reaction from Tamayo,
Yeah.
who's been relatively quiet in his reaction so far. And I was wondering what kind of hit that was. Ooh.
It was interesting, though. He got raised, and he just called it and didn't re-raise.
Oh, no. He at that point, he can only call right there because basically you can only raise with a full house in that spot. And especially a player like Gary is probably not capable of re-racing with a straight.
Yeah, I think if you were against, a good aggressive player, I think it would be standard to 3-bet with a nut straight there
Sure,
because
with
you're
ace
just up
king.
against a bear king so often
Right.
for the king high straight.
Mhm.
But against a player like Gary, I think a call is better.
Yeah.
Interesting, guys. Interesting. 7-6-6, though, on the flop, and action continues. Tamayo now finds himself getting critically short-stacked here.
Boy, that was $1 million pot, too.
Frank checks. Jonathan bets.
So again, every decision before the flop, Frank, took his time before deciding. On the flop, takes his time. You'd think that some of these would be easy decisions that he could make quickly, but I guess Frank's just trying not to give anything away.
And I think that's all right to take your time like that if you're not sure. I think that's one of the mistakes that I make is I tend to instantly make decisions. And, I usually go with the decision I would have made instinctively, but it doesn't hurt to take a few seconds.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Frank is just stalling here, trying to get to the no-limit portion. He clearly seems, not too comfortable with the limit.
Interesting.
Yet limit hold'em has been very good to him. And this is amazing, guys. I had no idea we would be in this position.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're going to see
I would have swapped
the
with
no
Howard
limit.
David tonight if I'd known. Last hand at limit. And we've seen some wild stuff here at this one, guys. I mean, we saw the Binger meltdown, and then the recovery, but not quite, couldn't pull out in time. We've seen some sick beats.
And it just works out like that. When he's got the 2 9s on the 10-jack queen flop, an 8 or a king, and I mean, Jonathan's going to win an enormous pot.
Well, he will make the call. And we're heads up to the flop, and it's a deuce 7-8. And Tamayo immediately bets. Well, folks, it's a late night tonight, but we are getting our money's worth in terms of action between these two. Frank Gary from Fort Myers, Florida, and Jonathan Tamayo from Humble, Texas, the 22-year-old Cornell graduate versus the 42-year-old retired software engineer. Tamayo checks to Gary. Gary will bet. Tamayo will immediately call. Deuce 7-8 jack. You can see it. It's rainbow, and the river is an ace of diamonds. And an immediate bet from Tamayo. 600,000 in the pot now.
I'd be very shocked if Tamayo didn't hit that ace.
Well, if Gary makes this call and he does indeed have the winner, Tamayo will be left with 179,000 chips.
Ace 10, and you were quite right.
Yeah.
And he also had the gut shot on the turn there to go along with his ace high.
Jack A, two pair for Frank Gehry once again.
Oh, that's so
popping
sick.
up with the best hand.
He doesn't raise the river.
He doesn't raise the river.
Yeah.
He could have put this out right there.
Well, now, you know, that's what he was thinking about on the river is, do I raise or do I call?
Well, at this point, Jonathan Tamayo is just besides himself, and he has played this almost as well as anyone could be expected to play this. And he has just been the victim.
I mean, he's in the red zone right now. He's got 179,000. He's going all in on this first hand, almost regardless of his. Can he fold? I'm not sure. Can he fold?
Yeah,
here?
I mean, if he has like a deuce three, it's certainly correct to fold. But but he's certainly getting to the point where he's starting to get committed.
Well, you're looking there at a man who is the presumptive bracelet winner here, barring any massive shift.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm pretty sick right now. I feel so bad for Tamayo. He's played so well, just played perfectly. I haven't seen him make a single play that I thought was a mistake.
Yeah. He has played exceptionally well. And Justin, this is a little bit about what you and I were talking about a few hours ago. The best player does not always win at poker.
Yeah, and even in winning that hand, he still misplayed the hand. He was definitely supposed to put in a raise there.
Yeah.
Two pairs heads up is monstrous.
Well, there we go. And well called, Jean Robert. It's all in. And this could be it, folks. This could end our long evening. It's now 1:05 here in Las Vegas. That's in the morning. We have been at this now for almost 11 hours. Well, 11 hours and 5 minutes to be exact.
Oh, this is no limit.
Yeah, if I'm Gary here, I'm calling with a very wide range of hands. I'm certainly calling with, any ace, any king, even hands like, Jack 9, I think are strong enough to call. Tamayo's range is pretty wide here.
Are you calling with a hand like 8-7 suited?
That's pretty close. I think I would call, but it's very, very close. Actually, no. I would fold 8-7 suited here.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me to ask you that question because that's a hand that would put me in the tank right there. Exactly that. 8-7 suited. And I think I'd be inclined to fold myself.
It's right on the border.
Well, just looking at this, I mean, Gary is only. He does make the call, and this is it. Queen's.
Wow.
Queen 7 for Tamayo, and Frank pops up with an ace.
Okay, no, why does it take?
Yeah, that's an insta call.
I don't know why that took him so long to make the call, but this could be it, folks. This could be it. I don't think he was. I don't think that was a slow roll.
I know, but it's like
an
a
ace
slow roll.
6-4, and right now, Frank Gehry makes a pair of aces and looks like he is in pole position here to win his first bracelet on his second cash of his World Series of Poker experience, and it's an 8.
Oh, stick it right there. 5.
5. Well, 5 and a 5 only.
Come on, 5. Do this. You deserve it if anybody does.
And it's a deuce of spades, and Frank Gehry, the 42-year-old retired software engineer from Fort Myers, Florida, will win the bracelet in the $1,500 mixed event. That's Hold'em, limit Hold'em, no limit Hold'em. Here very late at night, 1 o'clock in the morning to be precise. And our newest World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and there is a man you are looking at, Jonathan Tamayo, 140,000, did just about everything right, but the poker gods were just not smiling on him today.
Yeah, well, you're always happy for someone to win a bracelet, but right here, I would say that this is a tough one. This is a tough one. First, I would have loved to see Nick take this table down, and then once Nick was gone, you wanted to see Jonathan get rewarded for such superior play at this final table. The cards were held by Gary tonight.
Absolutely. Well, Jean Robert and Justin, I want to thank you so much for sitting in the booth and taking us through this very, very long day. But a champion has been crowned. A bracelet must be presented. So why don't we make our way over to center court for the interviews and the presentation. We're going to step away for just a minute here on ESPN and be right back and speak to our runner-up and our winner.
Successful poker player, You got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
I played in every World Series of poker since it started in 1970. I won 10 championships, 10 bracelets. In '76, I was heads up against Jesse Alto. He raised, and I called him with the 10 deuce of spades. When a deuce fell on the turn, I moved in on him. I caught another 10 on the river and beat him. The moral of the story, don't be afraid to go out on a limb, because that's where the fruit is.
For more trusted winning advice.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
To be a successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today. Well, welcome back to the World Series of Poker here on ESPN 360. I'm Nick Geber, standing next to our runner-up here at the $1,500 mixed no-limit hold'em event, Jonathan Tamayo from Humble, Texas. Jonathan, congratulations on a second-place finish, but I know it doesn't feel great, but well played.
Thank you very much. I mean, this tournament is, as any tournament, it's such a grind. You know, it's million. I'm absolutely gone right now for 3 days, especially at the foul table, especially with Nick Binger. He's so tough, and you know, that was trying to get rid of him was an ordeal in itself.
Well, that is what I want to talk to you about, because Binger came in, he ruled over the table, he eliminated of the 9 players that were at this table, obviously one winner, but he eliminated, I want to say, I think 5 or 6 of the players. But you seem to be the only player who was able to stop him. What was your strategy in playing the juggernaut that was Nick Binger?
Well, once he, I think you guys put a stat up there, he raised about 60% of pots at one point when we were 5 or 6 handed, and it, he's obviously not going to show up with a hand every time. So at some point, someone has to go after him. No one at the table wanted to, and if he was going to keep on raising with if any 2 cards, then I know how to play that. I can play that game too.
Well, you did indeed play that game, and you put a stop to it, and Binger going out in 3rd place. You then go heads up here, and seemingly you didn't put a foot wrong, but the poker gods were not speaking to you heads up.
Yep. Heads up. Obviously we all saw the ace king to 9's hand, which is pretty sick. And I even had one shot to end it. When I had a 3-1 chip lead. With the Jack 10 of spades. I guess it just wasn't my day today, even though it may have seemed like it, I know everybody out there thought I was playing well, but sometimes, it's not under your control.
Absolutely. Well, you are a recent graduate of Cornell in hotel management. You said you're unemployed. Is professional poker player going to be the label here fairly soon?
Who knows, I'm here to the series just because, just recently graduated. It's the best time, I wanted to do this once for an entire series. Before I find a job, go to work, and then, don't have time for poker anymore. So, this was, one of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences.
Well, you played brilliantly. It didn't work out for you in terms of the heads-up battle, but 2nd place out of a large field. I think when you go to bed tonight and you evaluate the way you played, I think you'll be pretty happy. It just didn't work out, but congratulations on well played, and hope to see you again at a final table.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to be right back with our winner, so don't go anywhere here on ESPN 360. I know it's late, but stay with us.
Successful poker player, you got to have a complete disregard for money. I never look at my cards till I watch the other players look at theirs. I can read a man's eyes quicker than the Sunday comics. I won millions doing that. If you show me your eyes, you just as well show me your cards. The moral of the story, don't play your cards, play the people.
For more trusted winning advice, check out doylesroom.net, the only place to learn from a legend.
What can 20 get you? 2 tickets to the movies, 3 drinks from the minibar, 1 ticket to the buffet, or a shot at winning the 2008 main event, plus over $100,000 in cash and prizes monthly. No buy-ins, no deposit, and no risk. Club Bluff. Enjoy the thrill of poker. Visit www.clubbluff.com and start enjoying the thrill of poker today.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Well, welcome back to Center Court here at the World Series of Poker, and I'm standing next to our newest World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Frank Gary. Frank, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, let's talk about this match, but before we do, because I know you're a little nervous here, we've got something very special to present to you. So let's bring Robbie Thompson up. Robbie, and let's have the bracelet presentation.
Thank you, Nick. Frank, job well done today. It is my honor and privilege on behalf of Harrah's Entertainment and the World Series of Poker, presented to you by Milwaukee's Best Light, I present you with your first gold bracelet.
All right, well, Frank, it's beautiful, and it is real. And in reading your bio, it seems like it'll go nicely in the RV. Tell us about that.
Well, I retired a couple years ago. Sold a software company I worked on for about 20 years and decided to buy an RV and just travel the country and have fun, and started playing poker about a year and a half ago, and this is the end result so far.
Well, it's working out well so far. Take us through this final table, because for large portions of this final table, you were the invisible man. You were very, very tight. You played very few pots, and it seemed like to us in the booth, in looking at it and the way you were playing, that you were really just biding your time, trying to move up the ladder, and then see where things shook out for you when there were 3 or 4 players left. Was that your strategy?
Pretty much. I mean, I had basically 3 goals today. The first one was to make it to player number 6. Second goal was to make it to player number 3, and the third goal was to win the final table. And there was a lot of action and a lot of, especially with Mr. Binger early on, he was busting everybody. So I just sat back and let it happen, and just waited, bided my time, and picked my spots.
And then you get heads up. So I want to talk about that. But before I do, which was, in your mind, your strongest game? Was it the limit hold'em, or was it the no limit hold'em?
I don't know if I could say either one was stronger than the other. I think it just depended on the players that were at the table, their tendencies, and the positions, and obviously the size of the blinds, and just the situations. I don't know that it was really one or the other.
Well, Jonathan Tamayo, the man that seemed to put a stop to Binger's reign of terror, as we were calling it, seemed to be really have a lot of momentum coming into this heads-up battle, whatever the chip count was at that point. But it seems like you both read what he had quite well, and also got a lot of help from the deck, particularly in some of the big hands. What was your take on the heads-up battle and your strategy going into heads-up?
Well, one of the reasons why I sat back early at the final table was to try to learn the player tendencies and see what they would do in certain situations. And by the time we got heads up, I'd pretty much been able to, I'm not going to say get a perfect read on Jonathan, but I got a good idea of what his tendencies were in what situations.
Well, congratulations. $219,000, if I'm not mistaken. That buys some new tires for the RV, maybe, I don't know, some new windshield wipers, tank of gas, maybe that new DirecTV system with the tracking satellite and all. Oh, you already got that one. So, well, what's next for you in poker?
I'm just going to take a few days off, and actually I plan on spending the whole summer out here in Las Vegas. I got family and that out here, so I'm just going to kick back for a few days and probably get into the horse tournament on Sunday.
Well, congratulations again on your bracelet. Best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you again at another final table. Well, folks, that's just about going to wrap it up here from the World Series of Poker for today. Stay tuned, because tomorrow, just when you thought it was safe to turn off the computer, tomorrow we're back on ESPN 360 with more poker. I know it's late. I will not be here tomorrow, but Howard David will. And I want to give a big thanks, by the way, to my co-hosts, Justin Bonomo and Jean-Robert Ballon, for staying with me throughout almost the entire evening, a very long evening, but I think well worth it. I want to thank you for staying with us here on ESPN 360. I want to thank all the fine folks at ESPN and, of course, our Bluff Media production crew and the folks at Harrah's Entertainment. Thanks for being with us, and we'll be back on the air with more poker tomorrow.
Shuffle up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest tournament in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by Doyle'sRoom.net, Club Bluff, Gamma O, and Glue Mobile.